And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
And good morning and good day from the Wanderers. It's day 2 of the second test match in the Betway Test Series, also known as the Freedom Series between South Africa and India. It is day 2. India did win the toss and elect to bat on day 1, and they were bowled out for 202. And so today we resume with South Africa having navigated 18 overs at the back end of that day, and it was they ended up on 35 for 1, which is the score that they will start. The only man out for South Africa is Aiden Markram. He was LBW to Mohammad Shami. Walking out to the creases, Dean Alga on 11 or 57 balls, and Keegan Peterson 14 of 39. You're listening to One World Sports Radio. Remember, please, you can interact with us on Twitter at One World SR. That's one WORLD SR on Twitter. Send us messages through there. We're also still live on Gorilla SS. You can send us tweets and we'll read them out. And also you can also interact with us on YouTube. We are live on the One World Sports Radio YouTube channel. Just search One World Sports Radio or search SAB India Second Test, and you will find us there if you want to do it there. There's this live scorecard and you will watch along with us. My name is Mpumukani. I don't fly solo. We never fly solo in these gigs. I've got Sean Mayer's here with me, the Master Blaster herself, to take us through the first 40 minutes of the day.
Well, good morning, Paul. Good morning, everyone. And what a beautiful day this has turned out to me, considering that there was an early morning shower.
Yes, we woke up with rain in and around Johannesburg and the stadium. And true to how the Highveld is, unlike Centurion, where we got that biblical day of rain, full day of rain, which we've never seen in a while. It is clear everyone is out and everyone is ready. India will be looking to get themselves back in the game. South Africa still has 167 runs to get through. News out the middle for those who were with us yesterday. Mohammad Siraj is fine. He is out on the field. He was taking a couple of warm-ups, so we expect him to bowl today. And we have our first protagonists of the day, our main actors for the day. Dean Alga, captain of South Africa, is going to face the first ball. And I wouldn't want to call him a villain, but for South Africans, he would be considered that. On the other end, that is Mohammad Shami. For India, he's going to be spearheading this first over. He'll take this first over. 6 overs. He's only bowled 6 overs, 15 runs, one maiden, one one of the better Indian bowlers. And so Mohammad Shami and Kel Rahul will be looking to get an early strike. Here he is, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Dean Alga. He bowls a full ball outside the off stump. He's got 3 slips in a gully, and Dean lets that go through for no run. What are you expecting today, Sean?
I'm hoping, what I hope is that these two will get through the first hour.
Mm-hmm.
If they get through the first hour to put South Africa on the front foot. Keegan Peterson does have a little bit of a higher strike rate. He wants to attack a little bit more than Dean. So hoping that they stick to their guns. They looked comfortable. They looked calm yesterday. So hopefully that will continue.
Shami passing the umpire's shoulder right now around the wicket to 3 slips and a gully. The ball rears off a good length into Dean Alga, who defends that, fending away from the fending at the ball. But it hits the edge and it throws down to that fielder at gully. That's Ajinkya Rahane at gully. The field position, 3 slips, a gully. You've got a backward point. You also have mid-on, mid-off, square leg, and fine leg. That's Mohammad Siraj at fine leg. Bumrah's at mid on. If we're still on Bumrah watch, Shami coming in to Dean Alga. This one is way wide outside the off stump, way shorter as well. And Dean lets that go through to Rishabh Pant for no run. Remember, South Africa are 35 for 1 with a deficit of 167 to cover. Dean Alga's on 11, Keegan Peterson's on 14, and Aiden Markram is on 7.
Yeah, so I do hope that continues. The Indians will want to make quick work. The pitch will work for the bowlers, but there's some inconsistent bounce, which will work for the Indian bowlers this morning.
As we saw that stat from CricViz analyst as Shami comes in for the fourth ball of the day. This one, he does make Dean play. It's speared into him. More of a good length, a lot fuller than the previous one. Dean having to fend that out to the leg side this time. And that field at square leg having to come in to pick that up. No run taken off. The trick to South Africa is just be patient. I think just sit, wait for the bad balls. You don't need to be as assertive if, unlike you would be chasing 400 and trying to force some sort of result. 200 for 2 gives you time to be able to wait on the bad ball. As Shami comes in, this one is outside the off stump on a good length, and Dean Alga lets that go through, he doesn't play. And the one thing we saw also yesterday, Sean, was there was a lot of movement off the pitch. And also, as you mentioned, inconsistent bounce. And I think they spoke about the Ashwin and I think it was Vihari dismissals that on the same length, there were 30 balls that were pitched on that length. And the Ashwin and Vihari dismissals were the 2 outliers that were a lot higher in bounce than all the other balls. As Shami comes in for the last ball of the first over, he comes in outside the off stump. It was a good length ball, and Dean thought of coming forward to play at that, and he moved away just at the right time, and that ends that over. No drama for South Africa yet, but India feeling like they might get the South African captain into a false stroke.
They've been very good. All the Indian bowlers have been able to draw the false stroke from the South African batters. We saw yesterday Keegan Peterson was dropped on 9. Playing a very rash shot. It was palmed by Rishabh Pant. So I'm hoping that they will just continue, go back to basics. Keegan Peterson looked calm, comfortable, just letting the ball come to him and letting the ball hit the bat.
So we've got a new bowler coming in. That's Jasprit Bumrah. He's bowled 8 overs, 14 runs, no wickets as yet. One of the better Indian bowlers yesterday. They kept it very tight, did the Indians, as Jasprit Bumrah with 3 slips and a gunny to the right-handed Keegan Peterson, right arm around over the wicket, as this one is full on off stump, and Keegan Peterson comes forward to that, defending that to mid on. It's 35 for 1.
If they're going to target anyone with the shorter ball, it will be Keegan Peterson. They're going to target him. It looks like they want to cramp Alga with room. They don't want to give him any room whatsoever. They're going to get as close to him as possible.
So that off stump. This one coming in, Bumrah coming in past the umpire to Keegan Peterson, short outside the off stump, and Keegan Peterson plays a back foot punch through cover. It's going to race away to the boundary, but it will be hauled in. And that's one of the other problems about having rain this morning, is that the outfield's a little bit sluggish. They'll get quicker as the day goes, but they are a little bit sluggish as the South Africans run through for 3. Ravi Ashwin having to run from extra cover to that boundary to collect that ball. So 3 runs added to the South African total, 38 for 1. Keegan Peterson moves to 17.
Fantastic shot. And as you said, he's just letting the ball come to him. He's not chasing after anything. And given that he's almost had to open the batting for South Africa.
The perennial opener. Yeah, so this partnership was worth 24. Keegan Peterson came in at 14, which I felt was like 5 times more. I think the last time he came in, I don't think he's ever come in. This ball from Bumrah around the wicket to the left-handed Dean Alga. It was short, it was wide, and Dean wanted to slap that with a horizontal bat shot, but it rose on a length up over the bat, and we're going straight to Rishabh Pant. India would not consider that a chance at all, but Dean's feet were nowhere.
there weren't anywhere in what we've seen at the beginning of all his innings. There's very little foot movement, and Bumrah seems to be targeting that green patch.
Yeah, there's a green patch on a good length that the bowlers can target, and anything can happen there as the ball can seam and swing, seam around with the grass that's on there. Next ball is on the off stump of Dean Alga, a lot fuller, with Dean playing that inside on the leg side with a glance out to Mohammad Siraj, who is at mid-on.
Yeah. Also, inconsistent bounce, there's movement, there's swing, there's everything in that patch.
The grass patches that do everything. Bumrah around the wicket to Dean Alga. Another ball on that off stump line, a little bit shorter than the previous one, so more back of a length. And Dean playing that off the back foot, defending that out to the offside. No run there. It was picked up by mid off, who is shining the ball really viciously. That is the V word I was looking for today. That's Shardul Thakur on number 54. 3 slips, gully, backward point around the wicket. Jasper Bumrah, final ball of his first over of the day. Outside that off stump, fuller length ball. Dean thinking of coming forward to it, but knowing where his off stump is, letting go through to Rishabh Pant. No run. They're very tight around that fifth stump line of the Indians to Dean Alga.
Yes, they have to. We've seen that he's very good with the cut shot, very good with the pull shot, and they don't want anything full. He'll pounce on it very quickly, and you don't want him to be too confident and comfortable at the crease. So early on, cramp him up for room, back of a length, make sure that whilst his feet aren't moving as definitively, that they get the chances they need.
Score is 38 for 1. This is the start of the third over now. Keegan Peterson is going to face his first ball to Mohammad Shami. South Africa started on 34 for 1 today. They've added 4 runs to the total. Shami into Keegan Peterson, right arm over. And this one on a good length, just rising outside the off stump of Keegan Peterson. He holds his bat high, shouldering his arms in the air to let the ball go through to Rishabh Pant. No run.
Beautiful bowling from Shami. He has, is this the third time he's got Aiden Markram?
Yes.
Third time.
The great thing about Mohammad Shami is that every team needs a metronomical bowler that can bowl line and length. And if the pitch is not doing anything, he can just attack the stumps. And in this match, as Shami comes into Keegan Peterson, this one, fuller length down the leg side, Keegan Peterson is playing that through to the fielder at square leg for no run. Is that in this match, Mohammad Shami's natural length most likely is the top of off. And he's found he's found his length very quickly, and he's one of those bowlers who does that. He did that at Centurion. He was the quicker of the Indian bowlers to find that length, and he's just consistently been on there, even at the Wanderers. And for a batter who, like Aiden Markham, who his entire career struggled to locate his off stump early in his innings, Mohammad Shami is a dangerous bowler to him. As next ball in, rising off the back of a length, Keegan Peterson getting on his toes to play that square of the wicket to Shardul Thakur. It was a little bit wide and no run ensuing there. That one was a dot ball, 38 for 1. South Africa have added 3 runs to the total. They started on 35 for 1. They didn't start on 34, as I said earlier on. And Keegan Peterson's on 17, the only man to score runs today, or runs off the bat. And South Africa have essentially their plan today is to bat out the entire day. Try to get as much of a lead as possible, minimum 60 runs in my head. Shami into Keegan Peterson. It's a full leg stump half volley. Keegan Peterson just glanced that down to find leg, missed that a little bit from a timing perspective. It felt a little bit quicker to him. And the fielder at fine leg being Mohammad Siraj picking that up, a single only resulting from that one.
I think Keegan Peterson, with that ball that he wanted to play square, it popped up a little bit more, rushed him a bit, and he was caught in 2 minds, whether to cut or whether to leave, and sort of played this half shot. And I think he was very lucky for that; it didn't carry or go anywhere.
Shami over the wicket now to the left-handed Dean Alga, and he bowls that one. He digs that one into the pitch back of a length. Dean just defending that out to the fielder at back of point for no run. Comment on YouTube. Emil Kutsula says we need to start stealing singles. What do you think about that?
I think for the first hour, I don't think it's necessary right away. I would prefer them to steal singles once they've got themselves in.
And you get your feet moving a little bit more. It's more about getting yourself warm, just like how any athlete starts any sporting event. This ball from Shami, still coming around the wicket to Dean Alga, and this one goes past the off stump of Dean Alga. He lets that go through back of a length. No run. End of that over, 39 for 1. 3 overs have been bowled so far today. India will be looking to make the most of the morning session. But if you're an Indian fan, it's all about patience. This bowling at the Wanderers, even though there's extra bounce, there's extra swing, everything's just extra. You might allow yourself to get carried away. And then when you don't see wickets falling, you might want to become too defensive. The trick to the Wanderers is being patient. Wickets will fall throughout the day. It's one place in South Africa where you don't have to be in a period for wickets to fall like all the other grounds in South Africa. This one is from Bumrah, starting the over from the call-it drive end. He bowls one outside the off stump on a good length. Keegan Peterson letting that go. It was way wide. And another dot ball ensuing.
Yes, as you said, it's a patience game for both the batters and the bowlers.
Yes.
As a South African fan, you want to...
Because the last thing you want at the Wanderers is wickets falling in clumps. Well, that's the first thing India want for South Africa.
Yeah.
And that can happen at any period in the day, which is why you need to be very vigilant as the next ball from Bumrah, a little bit fuller now on that good length, and Keegan Peterson letting that go outside the off stump. That one was a lot closer to the fifth stump than the previous ball. There was a hint of away swing in the previous ball. This one was went on with the angle. So really interesting to see what the ball's going to do as it gets older. It is 21 overs old, so it's something that we need to watch out for as the day goes by. Bumrah coming in to Keegan Peterson right arm over the wicket, and another ball outside the off stump on a fuller length this time, left alone by Keegan Peterson.
It'll be very interesting to see how they use their bowlers. I've been reading, and a lot of people talking about the points that India were docked for the slow over rate. And I would see the use of having Ashwin there. Yes, he is very handy with the bat, as we saw, but also just to get the overs in quickly.
I have a controversial opinion about this, and we'll talk about this probably after this ball from Bumrah comes past the umpire's shoulder from the corner drive end. Another ball outside the off stump, a lot fuller this time, and more six stump line. I think he's looking for the outside and trying to bring Keegan Peterson in, but Keegan does not want to bite. He lets her go through to Rishabh Pant. My comment is, I don't care about the slow over rate. Give me the 40 points to win the test match. That's what I need. Give me 40 points. We'll lose 2 or 3 along the way. But if I keep winning test matches, over rate's not my biggest problem. And I think that's the idea with this Indian side. If you win test matches, over rate's never going to be a problem. Unless if you have a number 3 team that's going to kick you out of the ICC World Test Championship. This one is duck in now. We've seen balls going out. This one on a good length, ducking into Keegan Peterson, cutting him in off. It went above his off stump. And Keegan Peterson did an incredible job to leave that on length as Rishabh Pant picked that up behind, on the leg side, behind the batter. That kind of tells you the angle with which Bumrah did. Had that ball been a lot fuller, Keegan Peterson would have been home.
The batter in me wants to say, great leave, Keegan Peterson. Great leave.
Hey, look, the best leave was the one that doesn't take the way that off stump or any of the stumps in general. Bumrah coming in after that in Dhaka. This one a lot fuller on that off stump, and Keegan Peterson gets in line, defends that off the back foot out to the fielder at catching extra cover, or he's come into a more catching position now so no run there.
Yeah, great leave. Well done, KP.
It's a very, very awesome. And now the host broadcaster on the video screen has just shown us the wicket of Rasif and a Centurion that did the same thing. Bumrah into Keegan Peterson. This one is a lot straighter on that middle stump line, a lot fuller, and all he has to do is glance it down to find leg for 4.
Well, the Centurion, I would say, wasn't the best idea. But that ball, all fairness to Rassi, that ball cut in, I think, the most that day.
Mm-hmm.
Any batter with their wile would leave it. But it was a phenomenal ball from Bumrah.
And for India in that over, that was the plan. Give him balls outside the off stump, make him think it's not coming in, and there'll be one that comes in. And Keegan, essentially, as the batter there, you are wondering when that ball's going to come in. It came in, he survived it, so that's good. But India will feel lucky. 44 for 1, Keegan Peterson on 22, Shami in around the wicket to the left-handed Dean Elgar, who defends this one on the front foot. It's a fuller ball out to the field at backward point for no run. Dean has not scored runs this morning. He's still on 11. Keegan Peterson has put on 9 runs today.
The Indians will be very encouraged by those signs. It's coming in, there's movement off the deck, and the South Africans are willing to leave. They're willing to let the ball go through.
Well, you have to be able to. You have to understand where that off stump is and defend whatever you think is dangerous. Like this one, which is a fuller ball on off stump. Dean Elgar, it's actually more back of a length. Dean Elgar having to defend that on his toes and bring his bat down as quickly as possible. And a really good ball from Mohammad Shami coming into the left-handed Dean Elgar.
Very surprised, with the lack of bounce there. Back of the left and not
that should so for instance that ball actually on the top of off stump when normally a ball from that length that he pulled that back of a length should be going past Dean's hip. So he was shaping to defend it on the hip, but he realized that actually the bounce is a lot lower, and he defended that. Had to bring the bat down very quickly. No runs off of that, but we've got a break in play. Dean needs something.
He needs a new bat.
So a set of bats are coming out from the change room. So maybe it cracked after that inducker from it's not even an inducker, it's an in swinging ball from Mohammad Shami, and I normally would say it's Calveren. Doesn't look like Calveren. It looks like Ryan Rickleton bringing out the bats. They have the same body shape. Well, we could keep a batsman. And Dean's got a selection of 4 bats. Were you ever given the opportunity to have somebody bring you 4 bats, and what would you have decided?
Not 4 bats, but I do have a few bats that I like to choose from.
Mm-hmm.
And it only happened once where I wanted a specific bat at a different stage in the game. It was limited overs cricket. The beginning of my innings was
You wanted the Master Blaster bat.
Yeah, no, it was a much lighter bat. At the end of the innings, I wanted...
Oh, so you have bats of different weights?
Yes, or where the weight is.
And so when everyone sees the batter trying to get a feel, is it just, I want to feel if it's right, or if it's just the right weight?
Well, every batter is different. Sometimes it just works. On the day, it just works. For me, we were playing... my plan was the opening bowler was quite quick. I needed a lighter bat to play her through, and later on in the innings she slowed down, and I was like, I
need a heavier one.
Liner.
Shami is back into Dean Elgar. This ball is down the leg side and is well done from Rishabh Pant to catch that one, because that was a really bad ball, just angling with the angle coming into the left-hander and just kept on going down the leg side. Dean would probably have been angry that he didn't cash in on that, because that was quite a bad ball from Mohammad Shami. Dot ball there, 44 for 1.
So for most batters, it has to do with feel. How does it feel in your hand? Usually there's two or 3 bats that you feel, and you rank if this one breaks the next one.
Okay, Shami into Dean Elgar. This ball rising off a length, Dean defending it on his toes, and it bounced. As he defended that, it bounced down just past that off stump, rolling past that off stump. What a chance.
Dean Elgar can consider himself very lucky. not the best way to defend the ball. You know, I think he lost it a little bit.
Yes, it was extra bounce that he didn't anticipate, and it really did, because he looked like it was shaping to play down the leg side, and all of a sudden it's squaring him up a little, and it's a little bit too high. Next ball outside the off stump very quickly now is Mohamed Shami bringing that pace up. Dean letting that go through. No need for him to play a shot to that one. The previous ball, oh my word. And I think that's what India's trying to do, trying to work the angle, get the ball into Dean, get him playing a lot more balls, get him defending a lot more balls, because in him defending, he has a tendency to get edges and getting the balls to pop up and do everything. And I think that's the one strategy that they're doing, because I think the Indians have realized that Dean's not going to be chasing things outside off anytime soon. Shami into Dean Alga. That one's full on off stump, defended out to the bowler for no run.
For the sake of the South African batting lineup, Dean can't chase anything anything outside or off stump. Unless it's short and wide, we've seen he's not afraid to play the cut shot. And that's about it.
Okay.
That's the only thing I've seen him chase in this innings.
And score is 44 for 1. King Peterson on 22 of 52. Dean Alga 11 of 75.
And we've got Chain. Oh, no, still just with Bumrah. He's continuing from the corner drive end. Score, as you said, is 44 for 1. And he's facing Keegan Peterson. Just Bumrah has 3 slips of gully, point, mid-on, mid-off, square leg, and fine leg. He's coming over the wicket to the right-handed Peterson. Back of the length on off stump, and Keegan Peterson just defends that for no run to the mad point.
The one difference between these two teams is that these bowling attacks, that India are making South Africa play a lot more balls than South Africa did yesterday. They're angling the ball in, forcing the batters to play. They are leaving some outside the off stump, but they are looking to attack the batters.
Bumrah comes in over the wicket. It's a full ball, half volley just outside the off stump. Keegan Peterson plays that through the covers, and they will get 3 runs with Ashwin chasing that. Great running from the South Africans, which brings the score to 47 for 1, and Keegan Peterson on 25.
Yes, really good running between the wickets. They called that early, and that ball from Bumrah was a touch too full, slightly over pitch. Keegan Peterson playing that defensively. He's not getting his hands through the ball to give it a little bit more power. He's using the pace off the bat, which is why it is slowing down. The second three we've seen at the Wanderers, which isn't a ground where people are going to run a lot of threes. So really good to see that Keegan's not getting out of his shape.
Bumrah coming round to left-handed Dean Alga, bounces back of the length, just outside off stump and swinging away. And Dean Alga just lets that through to Rishabh Pant for no run. Now, you are very correct there. This is a lightning quick outfield on most days.
Yes.
And with this rain, that's happening either early morning, late in the evening.
It rained late last night. It rained early this morning. It just loaded up a little bit, and I think that's why you're seeing, because yesterday those would be 4s, those 2 shots that Keegan played.
All right, Bumrah coming around the wicket to Alga. It's a fuller length delivery on off stump, and Alga just defends that to the man at mid.
Because the other idea is get the batter playing a lot more balls, thinking on off stump, letting come forward. You can then move it out a little bit, and then he'll start chasing because he's so used to getting the ball in the bat, compared to the other way where you're bowling outside, and then try and surprise them with an inducker. I'd rather you make them play a lot more, than surprise with one that goes a little bit out.
Bumrah comes in, it's a back of a length just outside off stump. Doesn't bother Dean Alga, who just lets it through to Rishabh Pant.
That was the ball that was surprising. That would have been the surprise ball. He's just bowled a few in, made him play, and now he's gone one that's gone straight. Dean's made the decision himself to do that. Dean has those moments where he'll start fishing. He hasn't done that yet, apart from the one where he pulled away late. I think it was in the second over of the day.
Bumrah is coming in from around the wicket to left-handed Dean Alga. Back of a length on leg stump line and just padded away to man at square leg. That brings us to the end of the 24th over. Scores 47 for 1. Alga is on 11, still hasn't scored any runs this morning, and Peterson on 25.
And that wouldn't bother Dean. I don't think it will bother Dean, but there is a school of thought that says, try open your account, try get to the other side. It takes a lot of nerves off. But the great thing about this partnership is that Keegan Peterson has been scoring runs. So the South African run total hasn't been moving. So it has been moving. So the pressure of Dean is a little bit less with Keegan being able to find the runs and get to the other end. This partnership is worth 33. Keegan having scored 25. Dean having scored 9 with 1 extra.
Mohamed Chabi coming over the wicket to Keegan Peterson. And the back of a length just outside the leg stump. Keegan Peterson plays and misses, but there's an appeal as Rishabh Pant catches the ball, and they're waiting for if they're going to review this one. Everyone's looking at Captain KL and everybody deciding against the review, and Murray Rasmus seeming to get that one correct.
Yes, they were looking to strangle him down. Well, it was a bad ball down the leg side, but there's always that opportunity that you could get a faint edge down the leg side, and they thought it came off of the bat. Looks like it may have come off the pad because there was deviation away from the body of the batter. We're looking at Ultra Edge right now. It's come off the thigh pad. Really good call from Murray Rasmus. I would assume it would have been overturned either way had he put his hand up, because I think Keegan knew. Well, you feel it as the batter.
Shami comes in and it's short, and he plays that through the covers, and it seems it's chased all the way to the boundary, and Keegan Peterson adds 2 runs to his tally and the team's tally, bringing the total to 49 for 1. Keegan Peterson on 27, Dean Alga still on 11, and the deficit at 153. Great shot, Keegan Peterson just rocking back onto the back foot. And, talking about the Indians forcing the South Africans to play a lot more, what we've seen is the Indian bowlers finding that line and length and just being consistent in their areas a lot sooner and for a lot longer than the South African
Well, look,
bowlers.
there's the other thing where they bat first, they can see what South Africa did, and then try to do either that or not do what South Africa has done.
Right, Chabi has come in and he's bowled a fuller length delivery on middle stump. Keegan Peterson just defending it to the man at square leg for no run.
Yes. Speaking about the ball, that shot from Keegan Peterson 2 balls away, he wants more of those balls, those ones that are full, that are short, that are wide, that he can just, be the stroke maker we know he is. Again, slow outfield, not getting value shots right now, but as the day goes by, it will dry up. The drainage on this ground is really good, and you'll start seeing more of the shots that he had played, that punch, go to the boundary.
Oh, Shami bowling fuller length on 4th stump. Keegan Peterson playing a defensive shot on the front foot and missing the slip cordon. They're very excited, feel that they will be in the game soon.
Look, if everybody loves a play and a miss, that's a really good play and a miss. And it's that angle that is being created, making the batter play at every ball. Then there'll be one that just nips away. And the great thing I love about Keegan Peterson is that he's playing inside. He's playing in the line of off stump. So he's assuming that he's protecting himself. And if the bowler bowls a good ball, there's nothing he can do about that.
Shami's coming in over the wicket. It's back of a leg on off stump, and Keegan Peterson just gets behind it and defends. For no runs. Score still remains on 49 for 1.
Yes. I think India are starting to feel, with all the appeals, all the play and misses, that they're in with a shot. And so it's going to be interesting to see that next over from Bumrah, how that's going to work with Dean, if they're going to continue to allow the pressure. It's a really good bowling partnership between these two.
Shami comes from over the wicket, a fuller length delivery on middle stump. Keegan Peterson just goes onto the front foot and defends that to man a point for no run. That's the end of the 25th over. The score is 49 for 1. Keegan Peterson on 27. Dean Elgar still on 11, and the deficit at 153.
Yes, Keegan Peterson trying to play across the line to that last ball, getting him squared out, squared up and getting that leaning edge out to the offside. If you're going to play across the line, a bowler like Shami is always in the business, and it's one of those situations where the Indian slip cordon as well were feeling themselves, getting their voices a little bit up, a little bit more boisterous, because they know that just like Aiden Markram, if you're going to try and play across the line, you might be in if he misses or mistimes it.
We've got Bumrah coming in the over right behind one. We've got Bumrah coming around the wicket to left-handed Dean Elgar. Back of the leg, angled into Dean Elgar, who just defends that under his armpits for no run. The field says that Bumrah has to Dean Elgar's 3 slips of gully point, mid-on, mid-off, a square leg, and a fine leg.
We've got a tweet from Ravi Nair, one of our friends here on. Actually, no, his family. He's not friends anymore. His family. We'll do this after this Bumrah ball.
Right, Bumrah coming in from around the wicket to Dean Elgar. Fuller length delivery on off stump. Dean Elgar just pushes that past Bumrah and mid-off, cleans up for no run.
So that's interesting with the angle coming obviously over the wicket, around the wicket with Bumrah. Normally, a ball like that, if he was coming over the wicket, Dean would have used the angle to push it out to the vacant cover region. But because the angle's coming in, Dean's being forced to play a lot straighter, and thus he's not being able to get joy from the shots that he would normally have played had it been coming around the wicket across the shoulder.
Bumrah coming around the wicket. It's fuller length delivery on middle stump. Dean Elgar forward press to defend. Back to Bumrah for no run.
So the tweet from Ravi, Ravi at Parfumman1414, he says, "Hi guys, I know you've talked about this before, but what is SA's best opening stand over the last couple of years, and what is the average?" Chris Tyndall, Chris TB, our statistician, says best since 2019 is 141 versus Bangladesh, and he's given us the averages of the different combinations. Alga Peter Malan, average 38.
Bumrah continuing from around the wicket to Elgar. It's a full delivery, a Yorker length, goes under the bat. 2 punts. The Indians are keen on this one.
It looks like it's been edged and caught, but the umpires are not sure. So they're going to go upstairs to check as to whether it is whether it's a bump ball. I think the question, the tricky thing here is what the soft signal is. If the soft signal is not out and that they don't think it was a catch. Okay, so we've now going upstairs. Umpire Aludin Pelaka has signaled that the soft signal is out, that it was a catch. So we will just be waiting to see. All of us, including the 13 players out in the middle, plus the 2 umpires, we're looking at the big screen to see whether Rishabh Pant actually gloved that or if it bounced in front of him. These are the ones where, obviously with technology, the honesty system kind of goes out the window. But obviously at club level, your wicketkeeper. So if you look there, as Sean said, Dean coming forward to that, no foot movement whatsoever, playing a ball on the 6 stump line, fishing outside off stump. It was lower on the ground, and it looks like it went straight into the gloves of Dean, of Rishabh Pant. So the question now is from the umpire, from the third umpire, is whether the ball hit the edge of the bat or if the bat hit the ground. So there's a lot of things. It's the catch to Rishabh Pant, which I think they all agree went in. Now the question is, did Dean hit the ball, and was that an edge?
The question is, did he hit it before it bounced and bounced after the bat, after he hit it? Oh, that's another question.
Yes, but what are we looking at right here? Does it look like Dean hit the ground after the ball passed the bat? And that's where the noise comes from?
As a batter, I would like to say he's safe.
No, because if you look at that spike, it's not a spike for an edge. It's a spike for either the ball hitting a pad or the bat hitting the ground. So that's a very big question for, I think, a third umpire to consider.
I think the decision is not out. And there it is.
And the decision, okay. So the scoreboard was so the scoreboard is has a nice little graphic that says out or not out. So everyone was looking at the scoreboard waiting for the decision, and the out coin came through, but then it switched quickly to not out. But the official answer is not out. Okay, so while everyone's getting themselves set, Dean is safe. The 4 opening partnerships that we've had since 2019, De Kock, Dean Elgar, 4.5 average, they've only batted twice. Tennis De Bruin and Dean Elgar, who've only batted once, average 4. But Dean Elgar and Eden Markram, 26 innings, 22 average, the highest is 141. So that was that. And then Chris then went on to send a whole list of partnerships since Jan 2021, which I am not going to read because it's a very, very long list. But thank you very much, Chris, for that.
Bumrah coming around the wicket, and it's short of a leg on middle stump. Dean Elgar squares up, and it is shouldered to the man at gully, but drops short. Very, very good ball there.
Look, it's a nice, and that's what you want from India. You just need to keep the pressure on. Remind Dean of the fact that you are making him play, and that's a good one to make him play the next one. Normally, and this is the other problem that I think a lot of bowlers with hat-trick balls, they want to bowl a ball outside the off stump. No, make the batter play. And that's what you need, especially in moments like this where the pressure is high.
Bumrah coming around the wicket to Dean Elgar. Full length delivery on off stump. Dean Elgar gets the inside half of the bat and the ball goes to mid on. That brings the end of the 26th over. The score's 49 for 1. Elgar still on 11, Peterson on 27 with the deficit at 153.
Yes, Anis Mohammed on Twitter saying, morning approaches will be hoping to bat long and to bat once a day for fast trip at the Wanderers is usually a minefield, tough task for the inexperienced batting lineup, but an opportunity for someone of the new gen to make a name for themselves. Well, recently, day 3 has been the minefield with the Lions dominating a lot of teams. But that's a 4-day pitch. Evan Flint does leave a lot more grass on the domestic pitches compared to this one. And so that was the reason why the batters struggled in our domestic season. It's just now he's taken some of the pitches, some of the grass off, and he also just says, when you prepare a pitch, you just don't know what you will get. You try your best to give what people want, and you try to make it a lot flatter, but it's going to be a tough one to bat on, and the batters just need to find a way to score runs. And if you can score runs on this, you are really, really good at this thing called batting. So,
right, we have Mohammed Shami coming from the golf course end for the 27th over. He is bowling to Keegan Peterson. His field set is 3 slips, a gully point, mid on, mid off, square leg and fine leg. He's coming over to the right-handed Peterson, but it's a short ball on leg stump, and Keegan Peterson just watches that over his left shoulder go through to punt for no run.
A sign of aggression from Mohammed Shami there with a short ball on YouTube. Jordan Makubu says, lovely commentary, guys. Thanks very much. Line is nice and clear versus yesterday. Big ups, guys. And then Alumazai S says, Elgar must try and rotate the strike. He's on 11 now for ages. That is true. And yesterday, I kind of felt Keegan Peterson was on 14 for a very long time. Well, he was on 14 for like over 12 hours, but that's another story for another day.
Shami coming in from over the wicket. It's a full-length delivery. Just misses the off stump as it goes past Keegan Peterson as he plays and misses it. The slip cordon are very excited.
Angles coming in, good length, cutting him in half. He didn't know what to do with that ball, trying to get everything out of it, and really good menacing bowling from these two. It hit a green patch, a grass patch there on the good length, and it seamed in. And it really did. trouble. Keegan Peterson coming in between bat and pad. He tried to come inside of it, but the ball was too quick. So the spell from India is incredible.
Mohammad Shami coming over the wicket. It's a fuller length delivery on off stump. Keegan Peterson just defends it straight to the man at mid-on for no runs. Score remains at 49 for 1. Mohammad Shami forcing Keegan Peterson to make a play. Do something. Keep the scoreboard ticking, but obviously Keegan Peterson wants to get through this first hour, get to drinks, and just keep playing.
This is why Test cricket is so great, the ebbs and flows. Right now, India in his last 10, 15 minutes are on the up. They're feeling like something's going to break. They are bowling really well, and South Africa need to just find a way to get through.
Mohammad Shami over the wicket and the ball pitches just short of a length and squares Keegan Peterson up on the middle stump, who manages to get some bat on it to the man at point for no run.
It's about fighting the pressure. There's pressure on South Africa. Now they need to find a way to transfer it. One of those ways is to stick it out and get the bowlers frustrated, or to try and assert yourself on the bowling attack and see if you can score. India are waiting for you to do that. And so that's where this game becomes even intriguing in these moments. Like this 15-minute period has been amazing to watch.
Mohammad Shami continues, coming from over the wicket to Keegan Peterson, bowls back of a length, around just outside his off stump, and Keegan Peterson leaves that to go to punt. The plan is from what we're seeing, they want to just let Shami and Bumrah bowl through this first spell. They are India's best bowlers. Let them bowl through. Don't try anything against them. Play them through and potentially make your runs against the other bowlers.
We have one tweet from Leah that we'll read during the break while we have the commentary change.
Mohammad Shami come from over the wicket to Keegan Peterson on off stump, and Keegan Peterson just pushes that wide of the man at mid-on for 1 run. That brings the end of the 27th over. The score is 50 for 1. Keegan Peterson on 28, Dean Elgar on 11. That brings us to the end of our commentary stint. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you,
and
Sean.
we'll have a change in the commentary box.
Yes, just before we do the change, Leah on Twitter says, signs my cricket circle is cool. Whenever someone mentions KP, I'm confident the K doesn't stand for Kevin and the P not for Peterson.
YouTube comments.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
Get to be a test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can.
Welcome back to the Imperial Wanderers. You've just missed one delivery of the 28th over. Just for Bumrah on off stump and defended suitably and comfortably by Keegan Peterson. It's 50-1. My name is Dave Mitchley, and alongside me for this next couple of minutes, not really couple, the next 40 minutes is Tsepo Tayela.
Hello.
Bumrah, right arm over the wicket. He's got a catching cover in place and a man at mid-wicket. He comes past the umpire now. It's full and driven at, but not quite timed as well as he'd once would Keegan Peterson. And it's just collected by R. Ashwin at mid-off. T, what have you thought about this first 40 minutes or so of play?
Morning, everybody. The deficit here, 152, as South Africa just made it to their 50-1. And David, to answer your question, as a South African fan, just showing my bias, I'm just glad that Keegan Peterson has scored over 20 runs. I'm not going to lie. He's been averaging just under 20.
Bumrah in again and just driven. Oh, this one's driven Keegan Peterson rather to leave that one outside the off stump. It was a standard length delivery.
Sorry, I said averaging under 20. He's averaging about 15, but
right,
constantly scoring in between 10 and 20 runs. So he's been contributing. He's looked good, but always went out before conquering that 20 barriers. Now sitting on 28 on the striker's end. And it still looks like he's going strong. So that's good news for South Africa's third opener.
He's got 2 slips and a gully, does Bumrah. Point, catching cover, mid off, mid on. And this one is on the pads of Keegan Peterson. He just pushes at that one in a forward defense. And there's no run there. There's a man at mid on, a man at mid wicket, and fine leg as well. These two have put together 36 runs. And as Sean pointed out, Dean Alga is on 11. And Keegan Peterson, who came to the wicket early once again, Tsepo, he's on 28. And it's been something of a problem for the South Africans in the time since Keegan Peterson has debuted. This South African opening partnership has really struggled for the men in green and gold, and they'd really like to make sure that they sort that out. Bumrah in for the 5th delivery, and it's a good length pitched up, but Keegan Peterson just defends that on the front foot without a run.
Just looking at this partnership that we have here, it's not a bad partnership. Keegan Peterson has been able to score the bulk of the runs here, 28, while Dean Alga is on the other end on 11. So they have that good holding anchor role and the run scoring role covered.
Bumrah now to wrap up the 28th. He's coming right home over. And it's a little bit straighter this time, middle and leg, and Keegan Peterson just pushes this out to the onside. They collect, and it's 51 for 1, 28 overs gone. Bumrah, 0 for 26 in his 13. Mohamed Shami on the other end, 1 for 19 in 11. Excuse me, 1 for 19 in 11.
Bless you, Dave. Thanks for the dab.
I was fighting it there.
You did well, my friend. You did well. But just going on with this partnership, they've done well together, amassing 37 runs. And these runs were hard to come by, very, very difficult. We saw the amount of times that Dean Alga's bats had been beaten yesterday. And even today, it's difficult conditions to bat in. And these guys have put together a very, very good partnership, as we see Mohamed Siraj coming in from the golf course end. Good to see him back on the field.
Yeah, he pulled up yesterday, Tsepo, when he landed awkwardly and wanted to go off for a bit. Looked like a bit of a hamstring concern for him. And so he is back on the park. 2 slips and a gully, backward point, a man in the covers, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a man down at fine leg. It looks like Priyank Panchal is on the park at fine leg, the South Indian A captain. First ball of Siraj is over to Keegan Peterson, and it's a length ball outside the off stump, and he just defends off the back foot there.
The more I think about this partnership, I just think someone mentioned it yesterday. I think it was Jenna. Why not have Aiden Markram coming in a bit later? Put Keegan Peterson there, have him open, because it's not he can score runs prolifically. He has a decent strike rate.
Siraj in again, and this is fallen on the pads, and it's almost a leg stump half volley. He's just pushed that into the region towards cow corner. It's racing towards the boundary, and they're going to get 3 here at best, but at worst, but at best they get the boundary. So that's a 4 for Keegan Peterson. That takes South Africa's score to 55 now for 1. Siraj, from his 4.2 overs, has conceded 12 runs.
Valuable runs here for Keegan Peterson, scoring big, very good shots coming off the pads, whipping it through the leg side. And that's what I mean about his shots. They look very good. They often do find the boundaries. He's no stranger to scoring boundaries. So he fills the same role as Aiden Markram.
Siraj in again, and this one's well wide of that off stump, and Peterson's only too happy to leave that alone. If I look at South Africa's opening partnership since 2019, there's been 4 opening partnerships for South Africa: Alga and Milan, De Kock and Alga, De Bruyn and Alga, and Alga and Markram. The most prolific for South Africa being that of Alga and Milan, who were averaging 38 across 6 innings, with their highest 71. It's driven hard and driven square. It's a lovely square drive from Keegan Peterson, just getting a big stride in there and guiding that past point, and that races to the point boundary for another 4. It's 59 for 1, and there's 2 balls left in this over.
Goodness gracious, just opening the face of the bat and dispatching it through the offside. A very square drive from Keegan Peterson, and we saw just a little bit of away movement from the right-hander, but the placement was outstanding. Found the middle of the bat as well and found the boundary. 2 boundaries in this over, a great way to start. He sits now on 37. He's looking pretty good is Keegan Peterson.
Change in the field. Deep point goes out to deep backward point. Siraj in, and this is full and just punched into the ground by Keegan Peterson outside that off stump, and too easy for Ashwin to cut off. South Africa's most consistent opening partnership since 2019 is that of Alga and Markram. 26 innings, 570 runs with 22.8 their average, their highest coming against Bangladesh in that debut series for Aiden Markram, and it's been a tumultuous time for these two as an opening pair for South Africa. This one is a length ball on the hips of Keegan Peterson, just tucks it onto the onside, gets nothing for it. It's 29 overs gone, and it's 59 for 1.
I was actually looking at Aiden Markram and Dean Algar's partnerships in the last test match. They do average about 30, 33 or something like that. I'll find the exact stats for you. But what you'll see is that there are a few partnerships sprinkled within there, like their first partnerships and their first 2 games, or first 3 games, they had 2 partnerships well over 100. I believe the one was 200 and something, and the other 100, both against Bangladesh, and another one against Sri Lanka, and that sort of skews the values of the runs or of their average. So they tend to score big when they do score, but it doesn't happen very often. Doesn't happen often enough for the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think the lack of consistency is a massive concern for the South Africans. It just sets you off on the right foot, and the last thing you want is, whether you're batting in the first innings or the second innings of a game, is to be one down with less than 20 or 30 runs on the board. Change of bowling now from the call it drive end. It's R. Ashwin is going to be bowling now. He's going to have Hanuma Vihari under the helmet with Ajinkya Rahane at first slip. So let's just give you that field quickly. There is a man at slip, a man at forward short leg, a man at mid wicket, long on, mid off, a man in the catching cover region. There's a deep cover sweeping at backward point, and there's a man at fine leg, but he's almost, 10, 15 meters off the boundary there, T?
Yeah, no, he's a little bit shorter than your conventional fine leg, or not quite on the boundary.
R. Ashwin to begin, right arm around the wicket to the South African skipper, and that's just fallen into the body and just defends. That does Dean Algar. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. That's the number 1, WORLDSR. Ashwin, another one in, and that's a little bit more onto that Midland leg stump region for Dean Algar. Just pushes that, but just defended to R. Ashwin, who covers. And now it looks like there's going to be a change of field. Jasprit Bumrah, who was at long on, is going to come up into where you would have the one there. And Ashwin round the wicket, floated up this time, and a much better line from him, that off-stump line. Nice and full, and Dean Algar gets a big stride and just defends that one. Halfway through the 30th, yet to get a run off the spin of Ashwin. It's his first over in this innings. This one is a little bit shorter, a little bit quicker, and just whipped away off the pads of Dean Algar through square leg. That's going to race away to the boundary. It's a wayward delivery. It's just a bit of a long hop, really, T, and he's suitably punished that.
Ashwin getting through his over quite quickly, was doing well to mitigate the runs, but props to Dean Algar for recognizing the opportunity to score runs here. Just leaned on the back foot as it was very close to his body, a little bit too straight from Ashwin, and just clipped it to the leg side past the man at short leg, and got the vacant boundary.
Ashwin once more. This one is much fuller and beats the bat of the left-handed Algar. It's exactly the type of delivery you want as a spinner to respond to after you've bowled a long hop.
Exactly. What a response here from Ashwin. He's a competitor. Is Ashwin one of the best off spinners, if not the best off spinners in the game at the moment?
This one is nice and full and spits up a little bit on Dean Algar, and he just manages to soften the blow there on the bounce to the man at forward short leg, Hanuma Vihari. 30 overs gone, 63 for 1. Dean Algar 15 and Keegan Peterson on 37. This partnership one away from 50T, and that's exactly what South Africa would have hoped for post that early wicket yesterday.
You know, it's very interesting, David. You're talking about the opening partnerships, and you mentioned that Dean Algar and Aiden Markram was the most consistent. I think you meant the most consistently picked.
Yes, that's exactly. Not necessarily in terms of performances,
but going on that consistency point, let's think about Keegan Peterson and his test career here. Has been averaging about 15 with a high score of about 20. So what you see is that he often scores in between 10 and 20 runs, but seldom scores less than that. Looking at his domestic stats as well here, we just did a little deep dive, and in the this past season, the 2021-22 season.
Not the current ongoing season.
Yes, no, the one that just
First ball from Siraj in a new over, and it's length, and Keegan Peterson just dots that out into the offside, and they run through for one.
He averaged 50.2, but his highest score was 57.
Sure. Consistency. That is the 50 partnership as well for these two. They've been together for just 1 minute past 2 hours and 160 deliveries. It's how long it's taken them. Algo's contributed 10, and Keegan Peterson, all of his 38 runs have been how he's gotten it. But they've had a couple of chances. We were thrown the dummy by the screen here when the out and not out was rotating, and they showed back the out. When Dean Algo hit the ball into the ground, or hit his bat into the ground. But he now faces up to Siraj to just defend that one outside the off stump, and it's nice and full for Dean to just push at into the ground. You were telling us about his stats.
Oh yes, his stats. He averaged about 50 points. He averaged 50.2 with his highest score of 57, and he has 350s in his 4 matches. So what that says about Keegan Peterson is that he's consistently scoring like the same amount of runs, so you can rely on him for runs, and he's not sporadically scoring big runs and then small runs.
Sure. Siraj in again, and this has just beaten the bat of the South African captain's outside edge. Goodness me, a wonderful bit of bowling there from Siraj. It was a good length delivery, and it was that corridor of uncertainty in which Dean wasn't sure whether or not he should play. It's just going across that left-hander. He just drops the bat a little bit late, and a wonderful bit of bowling there from Siraj. But he hasn't struggled for hundreds in years gone past, has he?
No, not at all. A few years ago in the 18-19 season, he was scoring prolifically, averaging 61.53.
Siraj into Dean Algo, and this is straighter on this off stump, and Dean just defends, no run.
And that was in 9 games with a high score of 165. So he does score a lot of runs. You could see why Dolphins fans and Keegan Peterson fans have been wanting him in the team, and how he's earned his spots in the side. And maybe that's exactly what we need at the top of the order, some consistent run getting. Because, and maybe, as we said, Aiden Markham might need to move down the order. It may do him some good.
Siraj now to South Africa's captain. It's 5th stump outside off, and Dino just leaves that alone, just swaying out the way of that one. T, I think you've made such a vital point, and it's an opportunity for Keegan Peterson to be the anchor around which everybody else bats. So a Hashim Amla type, and he'll get there as he progresses in his Test career to scoring the massive scores that Hashim Amla did. But to have that anchor is such a vital asset to have. Siraj to Dinaga, that one's nipped away quite a bit across the left-hander's off peg. And 31 overs gone, 64 for 1. We'll have a drink. So let's chat quickly more about his counterpart, or Keegan Peterson's counterpart in Carl Verreynne, who's also recently to come into the South African setup. But what have you seen in his stats leading up to his selection?
Before we jump into Carl Verreynne, I just want to say that he's been an exciting prospect within the Western Province for quite some time now.
Sure.
I could see, I think it was around 2018, the 2018-2019 season, when he was constantly saving the Western Province from match-losing situations, would come in earlier than he needed to, and then bring out heroic inning after heroic inning. And you'd hope that this would also translate into the Test arena. But just looking at his stats, in the 2020-21 season, because he didn't play in the last season because he was touring with South Africa.
The ongoing season he hasn't been playing.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Got you.
Get this, David. He averaged 97.14, a high score of 216, 200s, 450s, and 680 runs. So when it comes to getting big runs in the middle order, he may be the answer people, the South African fans will be looking for. And a worthy replacement for Quinton de Kock. He has been next in line for some time now. And it'll be good for him to get his Test career going. He has played 1 or 2 one-day internationals. He played that one-day international against Pakistan where he scored a 50, but then the next game couldn't play because Quinton de Kock came back into the side. So he's been knocking on the door for some time, and I'm glad to see that. What may be unfortunate for some with Quinton de Kock's retirement is actually making space for another exciting prospect in South African cricket.
Certainly, and if I look back at covering his first class stats, he's averaging 51.9.
That's mad.
That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. He's got 522 50s. He's also not having the worst time in terms of white ball cricket.
I was literally about to say.
It was an interesting time where him and Yanaman Malan made their debuts for South Africa against Australia, and one made 100 and the other made a duck. And the very next game, it was inverse, where the other made a duck and one made 100. So I mean, he's already got 3 50s to his name in one day cricket. Sorry, maybe I got confused with someone else, but certainly a good performance from him so far. He's averaging 40 from his 9 matches in one day cricket. So he'll no doubt, Tsepo, I have faith that he'll tick all the boxes for South Africa when it comes to that role as a Test wicketkeeper, and he probably has the inside track to continually be that man in the gloves for South Africa.
Certainly is an exciting prospect. But going back to the game here now, South Africa sitting on 64 for 1. They came in yesterday, Algar and Markram, after South Africa bowled India out for 202. Unfortunately for Aiden Markram, he only scored 7 runs before he was caught LBW and had to go to the shed. But Keegan Peterson and Algar have been doing well here. Got a 50-run partnership at a run rate now for the South Africans at 2.1. The deficit also 138, so we're chipping away at that slowly. And we're going to see Ashwin coming in from the call it drive end.
Absolutely. And Jordan Makubu on YouTube. Don't forget, you can go to our One World Sports Radio YouTube channel and like this video. Subscribe, ring the bell, and you'll know exactly when we go live. We're with you for every ball of the South African men's summer. Ashwin over the wicket to Keegan Peterson, and it's a little bit shorter, but it's quicker this time, and rushes the South African number 3, and he just squeezes that away to the offside. Slip in place. There's a man in catching cover as well as back at point. Mid-off, mid-on. There's a man at catching mid-wicket as well. There's double mid-wicket going on here. This is short and snatched away through the point region. Just short, and smashed away. What a shot by Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, the long hop that got the treatment here. Once again, recognizing the right delivery to go after Keegan Peterson, just putting the pressure on India here. But a very classy shot, just clearing the front leg and absolutely slicing that square of the wickets for 4.
After this, we'll give you Jordan Makubu's comment on YouTube. This is better delivery from Ashwin, better pace as well on that off stump, and just defended on the back foot. He's saying that he's pointing out the fact that New Zealand could lose their game to Bangladesh at the moment. It was Ross Taylor at the wicket when India started this day. Rather, not India, New Zealand, but that one is defended off the back foot from Keegan Peterson without a run. New Zealand now in all sorts of trouble, and it is the only time that you'll see that almost, because New Zealand are World Test champions. So this one straight and in line with the stumps, and Keegan Peterson just defends. So that's a strange thing, T, when you see a team like New Zealand struggling as World Test champions against Bangladesh, but don't undersell the Bangladesh team. This is floated up and just pushed into the ground by Keegan Peterson to the man at mid-wicket. And no run. So 68 for 1 after 32 overs. Peterson on 42, Elgar on 15, and these two put together 54.
While we're talking about that, I actually saw a very interesting stat about Bangladesh in New Zealand. Did you know, David, that Bangladesh are now the team that have scored the most 400 plus totals, or the level with Australia with the most 400 plus totals in New Zealand? They scored 408 in Hamilton 2010, 595 for 8 declared in Wellington 2017, 429 in Hamilton 2019, and now they scored more runs. Last time I checked the stats, it was still 401 for 6 at the time I was checking this out. So in New Zealand, Bangladesh actually do quite well, funny enough.
Home away from home. Siraj to Elgar, and that's about a 6-stump full ball outside the off stump. And Naran, there's 3 men out, deep square, deep point, and a fine leg. 2 slips in the gully, catching cover, mid-off and mid-on. So lots of encouragement here from Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Shami for Mohammad Siraj. He's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 13. You'll see that his stat says 6 overs bowled evenly, but that is not the case because remember he pulled up yesterday. This one is full and driven out to mid-off, and Bumrah does the clean-up work, and there's no run there.
Dean Elgar on strike, he's sitting on 15 at the moment, and at the non-strikers in, Keegan Peterson has crept up to 42. I say crept up, sort of snuck up on me, but yeah, he's now on 42. He's more than doubled his best score so far, so that's a good sign for the South African number 3. A great sign for South Africa at 68 for 134, the deficit.
Siraj in again to Elgar's right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, and he's happy to just leave that length ball outside the off-stump. He's got to be patient here as the South African captain. He's been eating up those deliveries and hasn't got the strike rate of his partner at the other end, but that's not necessarily the job that you want him to do. You want him to just stick around and anchor the innings. I know I've spoken about Keegan Peterson being the anchor, but this is a wonderful innings by the South African skipper. This is off stump, length delivery, and just left it on outside.
My man Dean Elgar is the OG anchor. Funny enough, in the game in 2018, in the second innings, Dean Elgar carried his bat through for South Africa all the way through. So he's done it. He's done it against this team. He's done it at this venue. And he'll want to do it again. He'll want to stay in as long as possible, just eating up deliveries, getting mileage on the bowler's legs, much like what KL Rahul did in Centurion.
Siraj now to Dean Elgar. It's almost a copy and paste one. This one a little bit tighter to off stump, and Siraj comes down the wicket to have a word with him. South African captain, a bit of a shake of the head. He's not interested in engaging that. He's faced 101 deliveries now for his 15 runs. So you know that he's digging in, he's patient, and we won't say the chicken N-word, the gold N-word, the nuggety word.
You literally said you weren't going to say it,
I'm going to say it because I'm going to get in trouble if it sounds like I'm saying another N-word. I'd rather just say nuggety and suck up the fine.
I'm leaving.
Right arm over the wicket, and this one is short and into the body of Dean Elgar. Just squeezes this backward of square on the offside, and they'll get through for 1. 69 for 1 after 33, and Elgar gets his first run in a long time.
Yes, the nuggety Dean Elgar staying in once again. 16 not outs. Keegan Peterson, and now at the non-strikers end because they took the run off the last ball. He's on 42. The partnership 55. The deficit 133.
Don't forget, you can always tweet us as well at OneWorldSR, number 1 World WORLDSR, and you can also find us at Guerrilla SA, GUERILLASA. A new over, the third for R. Ashwin to begin. And there's a lot of discussion around field placings.
I do also want to ask David, it would always be an interesting time to introduce the spinner into a test match. You'd expect to do it when the ball sort of gets older, later in the day as well. Maybe not later in the day, later in the match. But India opting to go with Ashwin here. 3 overs now.
Ashwin, right arm around the wicket to Elgar, and he just pushes this out into the cover region, no run. So let's quickly give you that field. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a man at deep backward square, forward, short leg, slip in place, catching cover, deep extra cover, and there's a man at backward point. Ashwin now to Elgar. He's floated this up and driven hard, and it's gone through the fingers of Ra Ashwin off his own bowling, and it'll just be cut off there by Jasprit Bumrah at almost a straight hit. He's come round from the mid-on region, and they get through for 170 for 1 after 33.2.
If Ashwin didn't touch that shot, that would have gone all the way to the boundary. He really hit that with power, the Dean Elgar.
Peterson now facing Ashwin. It's nice and floated. He just pushes that with a little bit of a flick to the bat. Good use of that top hand, but he just hits it back at the Indian spin. I'll just chat to you about the use of spin in the game. Right arm over the wicket, and he does almost a duplicate delivery. Peterson's happy to smother that out. He's obviously looking to push through his overs quickly here. Is R. Ashwin making sure that he can build a bit of pressure from one end for Mohammad Siraj to bowl, but it's also mindful for the fans. This one is full in on the pads and just worked away, nurdled rather to KL Rahul in that catching mid-wicket region. One ball remaining in the 34th. He comes over the wicket, nice and floated, using that flight, trying to get it above the eye line of King Peterson, who just defends almost a Yorker length delivery into the onside. 34 gone, 70 for 1. The use of spin in longer format cricket has been a lot to do with over rate. You've got to make sure early on, particularly early on, is because of over rate. Captains are now mindful with the threat of points being deducted that if you're behind, you're going to get points taken away, and you want to make sure that you keep up with that. The other side of it is that you've seen more and more in white ball cricket, you've got spinners opening the bowling, both in T20 and one-day cricket. And so what that does is it says to the batters, you're not going to face quick bowling all day long and be able to score quite prolifically, specifically South African and Australian batters who are traditionally more comfortable with the ball coming onto the bat. And so it just shifts the mindset that is required from them. Siraj to begin his 7th, and this one is full and just squeezed away to that cover region. There's a big shy here from KL Rahul to the offside, to the non-strikers end, but from the offside. But Dinogo was well safe there. He comes back now to chat to his partner, and these two have put together 57-71 for 1. 33.6 overs according to Cricinfo, but we're ahead of them because we're here. 34.1 gone, and there's 74 overs remaining in the day. These two going along at 2.1 to the over. Siraj passing umpire Murray Rasmus, and Keane Peterson squares up and gets himself behind that one. Just dots that back up the wicket. No run there. T, what have you noticed from the South Africans in how they've approached this partnership as opposed to what you saw at SuperSport Park?
I feel like the South Africans were really under the cosh at SuperSport Park. They were really struggling with the bowling.
Self-inflicted or no?
Not so much with Keegan Peterson.
Peterson now facing Mohammad Siraj. He just gets behind this one and defends it on the back foot. It's a left ball on off stump.
He got out to a very good delivery, and that's the thing. So I don't feel that they went after delivery that they didn't need to go after, and then they went out in a way that they shouldn't, except for Rassie van der Dussen specifically.
Sure.
But now they're negotiating this period very well. The first session on the second day, often a lot of wickets can be taken.
Siraj now to Keegan Peterson. He's continually bowling that length line, and Keegan Peterson's only too happy to oblige. You would think, Seppo, that there might be a bit of variation here. He's bowled 3 balls in the same place, consistent. There's a bit of pressure from R. Ashwin from the call-it drive end, and there might be something afoot here. We're not far from lunch, 46 minutes away, and so the plans are being set now, laid. Deep mid-wicket in place, as well as a deep point and a fine leg to Keegan Peterson. He's facing Mohammad Siraj, right arm over the wicket. This is full and it's whipped away. It's almost Yorker length. There's a lot of work here down at the boundary. Great job there by Hanuma Bihari to cut that off, and they get through for 2.
They're probably just going to check that just to make sure that he wasn't flicking away the ball when his leg touched the boundary. He has those short square leg pads on while he's fielding. And we're just seeing a replay now. He flicked it away and then touched the boundary without the ball in hand. So only the 2 runs that did very well to save 2 other runs, did Hanuma Bihari, and also did well to run with those pads on under his pants.
Siraj now, with 1 ball remaining in the 35th, he pitches this up, and Keegan Peterson just dots that onto the onside, and they run through for 174 for 1. We'll just wait for the score to tick over. No, 73. Oh, there we go. 74 for 1 after 35 overs. These two have put together 60 now. I think there's a lot more leaving as well. From
Yes, I was about to say that.
They're far more patient. I think they took a leaf out of the tree of KL Rahul and Mayank Agarwal in that Supersport Park test. And so they're more patient. They're not, not in a rush. Certainly good to see from these two. It's quality test batting at, at this level. You want to see it, and it's what South Africa have been lacking in the last little bit. Priyank Panchal, the India A captain, makes his way on the park for Mohammad Siraj. Mohammad Siraj just clutching the lower half of his back, that lumbar spine of his. Not enjoying it, but Panchal goes to point. Ashwin for a new over to Keegan Peterson, and squares up and just defends that off the back foot, does Keegan Peterson.
The scoring rates has been 2.5 in the last 10 overs. So another thing that they've done well is not only just leaving the balls that they don't need to play.
Ashwin in again and nicely floated, and Keegan Peterson just defends that full one outside the off stump, just smothering any spin that is on offer.
But they've also done well to score runs when the balls have presented themselves.
Ashwin in once again. It's a little bit of a shorter one, but it's a quicker one. He just darts that one in as Keegan Peterson just gets on the back foot and defends that one. No runs. Bound to be a couple of conversations. 3 men around the bat. Wicket-keeper Rishabh Pant, as well as Hanuma Vihari at forward square leg. Ashwin in again. And he's bowled a wonderful length there. Keegan Peterson just defending it away, darting it away. Maybe just playing a bit of mind games, making the spinner look like he's good enough, even though you want to carve him over his head towards the boundary.
Solid defense.
Ashwin in, and this is defended again by Keegan Peterson. Just collected by KL Rahul at catching mid wicket. Do you imagine that that's what Keegan Peterson's doing? He's looking to just make Ashwin look more effective, so they keep him on, and then look to go after him in that period just before lunch. This one is full, and Peterson just defends and thinks about a run, but not available to him there. 36 gone. Was lightning quick. 74 for 1.
I'm not sure I agree with that necessarily. There were balls that were darted in towards the stumps, and Keegan Peterson did the right thing. Didn't need to score off every ball. Just blocked them out. Kept himself in. He understands that Ashwin just needs to hold down one end. And as I said just before that, he waits for the bad delivery, and only then will you see a really big shot from Keegan Peterson. So what that says to me is that he's waiting. The only way you're going to get him out is if you bowl a ball with his name on it. And that is a fantastic sign. It's difficult to get that ball coming out. He's looking pretty good on his 45.
You knew exactly that at the end of Mohammad Siraj's last over, when he went off, that there would be a change of bowling. It is from the golf course end, Shardul Thakur. And he's got Mohammad Shami and Jasprit Bumrah, Mirov and Miran, respectively, to assist him in hatching these plans. There's a lovely conversation here, between Mayank Agarwal, Cheteshwar Pujara, and Rishabh Pant, perhaps laying plans. There's 2 slips and a gully in place. Backward point, a man in the cover region. There's a man at mid-wicket, as well as fine leg. Fine leg's about 10 meters off one, maybe 5. No, maybe 10. He's looking like he's not quite all the way there. Thakur beginning his next over.
Technically his first.
Yes, exactly that. Right arm over the wicket and just defended by Dino. He only bowled one ball to conclude Siraj's incomplete over. So he's still in his first over. That must be quite a lengthy gap. I'm sure that there's somebody on Twitter at OneWorldSR. Tell us, what's the longest gap between first and second ball? I wonder if it's one of those where he's bowled a ball, gotten a wicket, and the next day's rained out.
Oh,
that's probably quite a lengthy gap as well. Thakur to South Africa's captain Dean Alga. This is a short one, and Dean just gets behind that one and dots it into the ground. No run there. 74 for 1 after 36.2. And Peterson is on 45 with Dean Alga on 18.
Not too much bounce there from Thakur. Did bang it in a bit short. It looks like Dean Alga was just hunched over his bat, but he's okay. I do want to ask David before we are probably going to change in the next over. What do you think of KL Rahul's captaincy so far?
I think it's always difficult to travel abroad. Takur in now passing Maria Rasmus. Oh, that's beaten the back of Dean Algar. It's a back of a length delivery, just going past the South African skipper. He didn't like the look of that. Good bit of first bowling. I've been impressed with how he's gone about his batting. I think it's all too often a challenge when you see captains jump in at what would relatively be a last-minute appointment, and just to take over the team so close to the start of a test. It's good to see that he hasn't let the pressure get to him at all. 3 balls remaining in the 37th. Right arm over the wicket, and this one is pushed at hard by Dean Algar, but it's an educated edge. It's beaten the men in the slips and gully region, that vacant third man region. It's raced to the boundary for 4.
Now, just opened the face of the bats and guided this through the slip cordon in that gap between second slip and gully, and just raced all the way to the boundary. As you said, an intelligent shot from Dean Algar. Soft hands as well. It went straight to ground immediately from the bat. So a good response from Dean Algar. 78 for 1 after 36.4. Algar on 22. Peterson on 45, and the deficit now 124.
You're going to be treated in the next 40 minutes to the powerhouse combination of Genesil and Sean Mayers. We're just going to wrap up here with this one, and it's into Dean Algar. It's a length delivery, just defends that one. Nothing on offer for him there. Algar 22, Peterson 45, and I'm excited for our colleagues to take over for us. It's going to be the maidens that are going to bowl us over for the next 40 minutes. They'll take you to that lunch interval. And if you're a South African fan, you'll be praying for no wickets. If you're an Indian fan, you would love just 2 or 3 here before the lunch break. Final ball of this slot between Tsepo Tyler and David Mitchell. He comes right on over the wicket. Charles Takur into Dean Algar, and he just squeezes this away. They run hard to find leg. Well, they run hard as this ball goes out to find leg. And I'm just too excited. 1 run there. It's 37 gone. It's 79 for 1, and there's going to be a change of commentary very quickly. Stick around with us. Tweet us at OneWorldSR, and we will be with you all the way through.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
Right, and welcome back. My name is Sean Mez, and I'm joined with Genesil. Ravi Ashwin starting his over. It's a full-length delivery to Dean Algar's leg stump, and it goes to the mid wicket. Welcome, Jenna, and I'm so excited to be doing this with you. An all-female cast just before lunch. Ravi Ashwin coming from around the wicket on off stump, and Dean Algar just defends that for no run.
Yeah, it's really exciting to be here once again on day 2 of this test at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium.
So we see a fielding change. Ravi Ashwin bowling with a slip, a silly catching in front of the bowler. It's coming around the wicket to Dean Algar. It goes down to leg stump, a fuller length delivery, which Dean Algar drives past mid on for 4. Right, fantastic shot there, which brings the score to 83, and Dean Algar on 27.
Dean really leaned into that shot and got to the pitch of the ball nicely. He got his shoulder over the ball and really did punch it down to the long on boundary.
Fantastic shot. Just used his wrist a little bit to get it past Ravi Ashwin. Right, he continues from around the wicket, and it's just to the off stump, and Dean Algar just defends it on the front foot for no run. Score remains at 83 for 1. The field sets catching, slip, backward point, an extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and fine leg, as well as a sweeper. Ravi Ashwin comes from around the wicket, wide outside the off stump. Dean Algar just pushes that to the sweeper boundary for a single and brings the score to 84. And Algar's on 28. Keegan Peterson on 45.
It's really good to see Keegan Peterson getting into the 40s here this test. It's nice to see.
Keegan Peterson, Ravi Ashwin coming over the wicket to him. It's on the leg side, to the leg stump. Keegan Peterson just rocks onto his back foot and glances that to the fine leg boundary for 1, bringing the score to 85. Keegan Peterson on 46. And that brings us to the end of the 38th over. The score is 85 for 1. Keegan Peterson on 46 and Dean Elgar on 28. That was a very quick over.
Yeah, he did blitz through that one a little bit. I felt like he got into a rhythm there bowling to Dean Elgar, and that last ball that he bowled to Keegan Peterson did slip down to Peterson's leg side. So he does need to be careful of falling into that rhythm and make sure that he's bowling the correct line to the right-hander and to the left-hander.
Now, Jenna, you bat very often as first drop in your team and for your province. Would you say, when are you ready? You know, you've been batting at number 3. We've seen South Africa's woes. When are you ready as a number 3 batter?
I suppose you have to be ready all the time from that time that first ball is bowled.
Shardji Thakur coming over the wicket to Keegan Peterson. It's back of a leg. Keegan Peterson just rocks back and swats that through to extra cover, and they run hard for 3. Keegan Peterson just waiting for it, playing under his eyes, and Mohammed Shami chasing that to the boundary. That brings the score to 88. Keegan Peterson on 49 and Dean Elgar on 28.
Yeah, I think as a number 3 batter, you have to be ready at all times. We made a comment yesterday, I think it was Tepo, that said number 3 is your third opener. And I suppose in some cases that's definitely true, and you do want your opening pair to get a solid base so that when you come in it's a little bit easier. Obviously you still have to find your footing, but yeah, as a number 3 you do need to be able to open the batting as well as coming in later on when the ball is a little bit older.
No, for sure. We've got Shardji Thakur coming over the wicket to left-handed Dean Elgar. His field set 2 slips a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. Bowls a fuller 1. Dean Elgar on to middle stump. Dean Elgar goes forward to defend that, and Shardji Thakur does his own fielding. The score remains at 88 for 1.
Now, Sean, I just wanted to talk about today the difference between men's and women's cricket. We obviously have experience in the women's game, and we are not used to playing cricket with a lot of people watching us. And I think it must be very difficult for the men.
Yeah, Shardji Thakur coming from over the wicket to Dean Elgar, which is back of a length on off stump. Dean Elgar just defending that, letting the ball come to him, and the ball goes out to point for no run. Score remains at 88 for 1.
Yeah, as I was saying, I don't know how I would feel as a international male player going from playing in front of huge crowds in big stadiums with lots of noise and lots of encouragement to going to playing in an empty stadium.
Yeah. Shardji Thakur coming in from the golf course end. It's back of a length on middle and off. Dean Elgar squaring up a little bit and wanting to push that, just defends it, manages to play with soft hands to the man at backward point. Score remains at 88 for 1. You know, having read and spoken to some of the players, the international men's players, they found it completely strange to play with empty stadiums. Nobody's there, nobody's backing you. And you know, now that it's slowly coming back with Shardji Thakur coming from over the wicket and Dean Elgar playing at that one just outside off stump, no foot movement, nicks it, and it goes to Rishabh Pant. Dean Elgar walks before the fingers even up. An unfortunate wicket loss there, bringing the score to 88 for 2. Jenna, talk us through that wicket.
Oh, that was a very good breakthrough from Team India. I noticed this morning that the opening bowlers for India were bowling around the wicket to the left hand of Dean Elgar. But as soon as the bowlers, as soon as Ashwin came in and the other pace bowlers came from the golf course end, they were bowling right arm over, sliding across the left hand of Dean Elgar, and it was kind of forcing him to play outside his off stump, and that's kind of what they just did now. He was fishing outside off stump, and he really did go with loose hands at that ball. which definitely was a treat for Team India.
Yes. Dean Elgar, no foot movement, didn't look too comfortable at all, especially with Shardul Thakur and Mohammad Siraj bowling from over the wicket across him, forcing him to constantly play. I think the only bowlers that bowled around the wicket to Dean Elgar were Mohammad Shami and Jasprit Bumrah. So, yes, forcing him to play, forcing him to make a decision, ask questions of always off stump is disappointing, especially just before the lunch break for South Africa to lose their captain and opening batter. But I would say South Africa are still in control. They still can bring this back.
Yeah, hopefully. I think Dean Elgar was visibly disappointed as he walked off the field. He definitely would have wanted to play an anchoring role today at captain's innings. But obviously that wasn't the game of cricket's plans today. But we do have an experienced batter at the crease now in the form of Rassie van der Dussen. He's played 12 matches. He's scored 624 runs with an average of 34.6. His best being 98. I do think that he can be the difference for us today if he can take this innings and drag it out. Let us bat all the way up until maybe hopefully the whole day today and into tomorrow. That would be really nice.
Yes, Rassie van der Dussen, the local boy, coming in for Captain Dean Elgar, who edged that one to Rishabh Pant, who made no mistake of holding on to it. Rassie, a seasoned campaigner playing here at the Wanderers, and he will face Shardul Thakur, right arm over to the right-handed Rassie, with the field set of 2 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Rassie needs to dig in. He doesn't, as we've said, doesn't have the home crowd backing him, but they're all watching from wherever they are. Shardul Thakur in his action, back of a length, outside off stump with a little bit of a way swing, and Rassie lets that through for a dot ball, bringing the end to the 39th over. South Africa 88 for 2. The loss of Dean Elgar in this over for 28. Peterson not out on 49, and Rassie van der Dussen yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I think as a batter in a situation where you are not supported by a big crowd at the stadium, it's very easy to get lost in what are the critics saying. There's no one visibly supporting me, so it's easy to slip into a negative mindset. And I think you just have to rely on your teammates and supporting you from the side. I think as a pair in the middle, it's important to have that support from the change room, like loud support.
Yes, definitely. With COVID and with the pandemic, we've seen a lot of male cricketers have to adjust to the empty stadiums, and when they go back, it's I would say online. Change of bowler, we have Mohammad Shami coming in from the corner drive end to bowling to Keegan Peterson. Keegan, it's a fuller length delivery. Keegan Peterson just defends that and goes out the outside edge for 4, bringing up Keegan Peterson's 50. Right, this is his maiden Test 50 for South Africa, and brings it up with a 4 guided down to the 3rd man boundary. Very excited, very proud of the young man. Did have to step up quite early in his Test career. Oh, fantastic work. Yes, managed this innings very well, taking control, making sure that there is still a fighting chance for the South Africans. We see a change in the field since Keegan Peterson managed to get that ball through between the slips and gully. We've got 3 slips in a gully, point, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and fine leg. That is a fuller length delivery on leg stump. Keegan Peterson just swats that away off his legs through to the square leg boundary for 4. Right, that brings South Africa's total to 96. Keegan Peterson on 57. Rassie van der Dussen yet to get off the mark.
Keegan Peterson has been very exciting to watch this morning. I thought he's been very disciplined so far in his innings. He's waited for the bowler to make the mistake, and as soon as they've done that, he's pounced on it and taken advantage of that.
Oh, yes, we have Mohamed Shami coming in from the border drive end, coming over the wicket. It's a fuller length delivery. Keegan Peterson just over-committing a little bit, getting the inside half of the bat, a little bit of movement in there. Jenna, as somebody batting a first drop, how important is Keegan Peterson right now for the South Africans?
Yeah, it's very important. I think from what we can see here is he's got quite a calm and collected way about the way he goes about his batting. And I think that's key as a number 3 batter. It's that anchoring role, being able to be in control in the middle, but without getting too arrogant, without losing yourself in your batting, to be calm and always collected.
Mohamed Shami coming in from over the wicket. It's a fuller length delivery, and to half volley outside the off stump. Keegan Peterson just punches that through the covers for 4. All right, bringing South Africa's total to 100 of 240 balls, and Keegan Peterson on 66. Sorry, 61. 61. My mistake. Keegan Peterson on 61.
This has been a really good over for the South African batters.
It's a fantastic over, putting Mohamed Shami right under pressure. Keegan Peterson finding his confidence. Shami coming back in from over the wicket. It's a fuller length delivery. This one, a little bit of inward movement. Keegan Peterson just edging that onto his pad, wanting to continue his domination in this over. And no run as Shami does his own fielding. The score is at 100 for 2. Keegan Peterson on 61.
The last 2 strokes that Keegan Peterson has played have looked really confident. Sean, for you as a batter, how important is that confidence that you have after you've scored a 50 or 100?
I'll answer that after this ball. Mohamed Shami coming in from over the wicket. It's a fuller length delivery on off stump. Keegan Peterson just pushing that to the man at mid-off for no run. That brings us to the end of the 40th over. South Africa 100 for 2. Keegan Peterson in this over getting to his maiden test 50. He's now currently on 61. And Rassie van der Dussen is yet to get off the mark. I feel I'm a confident batter myself. After I get to 50, like Keegan Peterson, I accelerate. That's the first milestone. Then after that, you accelerate. You've done half the job. You may as well have fun doing in the next bit of the next session within my innings.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you're not having fun as a cricket player, then you're not playing the game correctly.
Right, we have Shadu Tako coming from the golf course end, bowling to Rassie van der Dussen. And that ball is stock standard, just a little bit back of a length, about 5th stump line. Rassie just watches that go through to Rishabh Pant for no run, as the score remains at 100 for 2. Rassie, as the local boy, seeing Keegan Peterson bat, I think I would believe that he thinks he has a chance.
Yeah, definitely. I believe they might be mates.
Shadu Taku coming in. It's much shorter, and that goes over off stump. Rassie van der Dussen just watching that go across his chest to Rishabh Pant for no run. Rassie van der Dussen still yet to get off the mark.
As a batter, having your teammates on the other end showing a lot of confidence. I think for a new batter coming in, it kind of gives you a little bit of comfort knowing that on the other end, the player on the other end is in control, and you can kind of find yourself while they keep the runs ticking.
Very correct there, Jen. And Shadu Toko comes in over the wicket, a little bit of a away movement, pitches on the off stump line, well, just outside off stump, and continues moving away from the off stump. Rassie just watching it go through to Rishabh Pant, leaving it for no run. Still, South Africa still on 100 for the loss of 2 wickets, and Rassie yet to get off the mark. That confidence factor, as you said, with your partner on the other end, showing so much confidence in their shots and how they're playing, would allow Rassie just to take his time. There's no reason to chase after anything. Shadu Toko coming in. It's a fuller length on off stump. Rassie just defending that. We're letting the ball hit the bat, and the man at cover comes running in, and no run is taken. Yes, the confidence factor. You've been in many situations where you've come in first drop, and I've been in many situations as Aiden Markram as an opener going out very early on in the innings. What is the mindset of the batter coming in? Shadu Takur coming in from the golf course end. It's back of a leg, just outside the off stump, and continues to move away. Rishabh Pant taking that almost in front of the first slip for no run.
I think in terms of mindsets, it all depends on you as a person, as an individual. I have a simple thing that I do when I'm batting. As the bowler is at the top of their mark, I have a little saying. I say, beat the ball. And that really helps me. And beating the ball can mean different things.
Shadu Takur coming in from the golf course end over the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen. It is very wide of the stumps, and Rassie at back of a length. Rassie van der Dussen just lifts his hand, let that go through to Rishabh Pant, bringing us to the end of the 41st over. South Africa 100 for 2. Rassie van der Dussen yet to get off the mark. He has faced 7 balls. Keegan Peterson on 61 off 108 balls. The deficit at 102. And these two with the partnership at 12. Keegan Peterson just wanting to accelerate, take the game to them. And from the corner drive end, we will continue with Mohammad Shami bowling with 2 slips of gully point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, fine leg, and a deep mid-wicket. Mohammad Shami runs in, right, passes the umpire and bowls back of a length. Bounces on off stump. Keegan Peterson playing on the front foot and missing. Right, as that ball passes the outside edge to Rishabh Pant. Not a convincing shot there. And the score remains at for no run, and the score remains at 100 for no loss.
Yeah, so as I was saying, beating the ball means different things in different situations. And that could be letting a ball go that's moving away from you and making sure that you don't go out or flashing at the ball. It could also be defending in front of the wicket.
Mohammad Shami coming in. It's back of a length, and that Keegan Peterson plays at it on the front foot, but that ball moves away and misses the outside edge. Keegan Peterson playing very close, very tight to his body, and Rishabh Pant doing the cleaning up there from behind the stumps, and no runs taken.
Yeah, so forward defense in front of the wicket definitely asserts a little bit of confidence and just feels nice when the ball is on the bat. I definitely play a lot of cricket, and when I bat, I like to feel good, and I never like feeling small as a batter.
Mohammad Shami continues from the corner drive in over the wicket. It's back over length, well, a little bit fuller, and on off stump, Keegan Peterson just stepping towards that and defending it to the man in the covers for no run.
So yeah, cricket is a funny game because 11 fielders against 2 batters out in the middle, and that's definitely a small number of people who are trying to take control in the middle, and you have to kind of make your presence known in the middle. And I think that's definitely something that the 2 batters at the crease at the moment have. They both have really nice presence at the crease.
Yes, presence is extremely important, and the man who's beaming with confidence, Keegan Peterson, Mohammad Shami bowling over the wicket to him. It is a full ball on the middle stump. Keegan Peterson just on the front foot, playing that to the man at the deep mid-wicket boundary for 1 run, bringing the score to 101 for the loss of 2 wickets. Keegan Peterson now on 62. The confidence, you can see it there with Keegan Peterson. He wants to take the game forward. He wants to do well for his team, and he's done so well so far. He's taken control very early on, always coming in, and a well-deserved 50 at one of the hardest grounds to bat at. Mohammad Shami continues from over the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen. It is a fuller length delivery, and it goes past. Rassie plays at the ball, goes past the outside edge. The wicketkeeper and the slip cordon appeal and celebrate, and we wait as KL has reviewed this one. Rassie looking confident that he is safe, but we will wait for that one. Jane, what are your thoughts on that delivery?
Yeah, definitely. It was a very good ball, good length. I do think that Rassie van der Dussen was reaching for that ball a little bit. His feet weren't really in the shot. He definitely threw his arms at it, which isn't always the best idea.
Yes, we're watching on the big screen. Yes, very little foot movement. That ball coming, a little bit of an inward movement. Can't really tell as yet. May have hit the pad, and we'll wait for Snicko to confirm that for us. Jenna, what do you think?
Yeah, it was actually a really good ball. Watching it in slow motion on the big screen now, it was actually quite a lot closer to the off stump than I originally thought. And Rassie van der Dussen had to bring his hands very quickly down to try and stop that ball. Unfortunately, he did get miss it in the end. Yeah.
Yes. So far, it looks like Rassie van der Dussen has missed the ball and it's hit the back pad on its way through to Rishabh Pant. And the decision remains with umpire Palakar continuing his great form and a great decision there of not out.
Yeah, he's had a really good game today. India lose their review.
Yes, as we have seen, reviews haven't been the most fruitful in this test, with Dean Elgar losing the first 2 reviews in one session. Mohamed Shami continues over the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen, and it's a full-length delivery. Rassie more confident in that defensive shot, which Mohamed Shami fields for no run, bringing the end of the 42nd over. The score is 101 for 2, with Keegan Peterson on 62 and Rassie van der Dussen on 0.
Yeah, that forward defense that Rassie just played looked a lot more assertive, a lot more confident. He probably took the time while the review was happening, knowing he hadn't hit the ball and saying, the next ball, I'm in the game, I can do this, and I'm going to show that I'm here to play the game.
Yeah, so you would say that there is the mindset of somebody who wants to be here, who wants to succeed, who wants to play well for his team, for his country, on his home ground. We're going to have Shadu Thakur continue from the golf course end. His field set is 2 slips, a gully, a deep point to Keegan Peterson, a cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. It is a fuller delivery as he bowls over the wicket, and Keegan Peterson on off stump just defends that to the man at cover. He's looking very confident in the way he's approaching this next bit of his innings. What would be the conversation between these two batters?
I think they definitely look to stick around for a little bit, and they'd also want to play their own game. They don't want to get stuck in a hole trying to play something that doesn't come naturally to them.
Yeah, you see, wants it as natural as possible. With Shadu Thakur coming in from over the wicket to Keegan Peterson, it is a fuller length delivery, which Keegan Peterson drives but goes straight back to the bowler for no run. Shadu Thakur doing the fielding there. Score remains at 101 for 2. Jenna, looking at this field set and how Keegan Peterson is playing, what planning is going on here with the bowler and the captain? What do they want to? What is the outcome here?
Yeah, it definitely looks like the bowlers want to hold the line outside off to Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, Shadu Thakur coming in over the wicket to Keegan Peterson. It is a much fuller delivery on about 6 stump. Keegan Peterson going on the front foot, lifting his hands and letting the ball go through to Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, the slip cordon is looking quite animated. They look like they're having a lot of fun there, passing the ball around, working the ball hard, shining it, trying to get something out of the ball to move off the wicket. And I think they definitely want to try and coax Keegan Peterson to play through that offside, to try and beat the man at cover, or even to get it down to the man at deep points that he could get off strike. Those all being high risk kind of shots to play, especially with that very excitable slip cordon at the moment.
Shadu Thakur, there's a fielding change. Man at mid-wicket has gone down to deep square, and he comes in. It is a fuller length delivery on middle stump with a little bit of movement off the seam and gets the bowler, the slip cordon, very excited as Keegan Peterson defends that onto his pad for no run.
Sean, if you were the captain of this Indian team now, what plan would you try to have to try and get another breakthrough here and try and break this partnership up?
I would want to bowl to Rassie van der Dussen. Get the single. Give Keegan Peterson the single. Put him under pressure about bowling to his partner. Rassie hasn't got off to a fly in the series with Shadu Thakur coming in. It's a short ball over leg stump, and Keegan Peterson just ducks under it and lets it go through to Rishabh Pant for no run. And yes, I would, as the captain, I would say give him the single. Give him the single, let him have the single, and put everybody else under pressure. The current Van der Dussen, he is in at the moment, hasn't gone off to a fly in this Test series. He is a local boy, knows the conditions, so could be able to play it a little better, but I would, with the bowling attack, continue to put him under pressure. We see another fielding change with the man at deep point coming in. It is a fuller delivery. Keegan Peterson playing that one outside the off stump, and it is caught he gets the outside edge, flashing at that one, letting his bat hang out to dry, gets the outside edge and is caught at second slip. Keegan Peterson out on 62, and the score is 101 for 3, bringing the end to the 43rd over.
Yeah, I think it was a great innings up until this point that Keegan Peterson played. As we spoke about earlier, very calm at the crease. Maybe just a lapse of judgment there at that shot. Definitely did throw his hands at that. It was interesting for me, a last-minute decision. As the bowler was running up, that the man at deep point was running in to come to a more conventional point position. And maybe that kind of got into Keegan Peterson's mind because he saw that in the corner of his eye. A very interesting last-minute decision in that field change. Could have played a role in that wicket.
Very disappointing. He looks very disappointed by the shot he's played, and rightfully so. He was on track to a big one. The confidence that he was showing and the all-round control of the innings that he had. He goes out for 62, lasted 176 minutes, faced 118 balls. Great innings there for the young man, and signs of the potential he has, and hopefully the long career he'll have in Proteas colours.
Yes, definitely. He does seem like a talented player, and it's really exciting to see. Obviously, now he's got a really nice start, and we're going to see what he can do in a potential second innings for the South African.
The incoming batter is Themba Bavuma. He has played 46 matches with 2,184 runs, an average of 33, and a best of 102. Right, and continuing from the corner drive end, we have Mohammad Shami, who is bowling to Rassie van der Dussen. Not the ideal situation South Africa would have wanted to be in, especially just before lunch. Mohammad Shami bowling to Van der Dussen with 3 slips, a gully, a point, mid-on, mid-off, and mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Right, it's a fuller length delivery on off stump. Rassie just pushing forward and defending that. Shami doing the fielding for no run. Score remains at 101 for 3, with both batters yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I think this morning we spoke about the Wanderers being a ground where we could, or the bowling team could get wickets at any time of the game, and that's what we've seen now. It's definitely not something that the South African camp would have wanted, to lose 2 wickets in such quick succession. Especially not that in batter of Keegan Peterson.
Mohammad Shami continuing over the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen. It's a short ball over off stump. Rassie just almost leaves his bat out there to dry, but just sways out of the way, goes over his shoulder to Rishabh Pant for no run.
Yeah, we saw that previous ball, Rassie van der Dussen, nice on that front foot, playing it straight back to Shami. I do think in that fielding of your own bowling, it does build a little bit of confidence to then come the next ball, make sure that we're attacking a very aggressive ball after that first delivery.
It's very aggressive, and they want to be aggressive. The Indians will want to at least take another wicket before lunch. And Mohammad Shami continuing here from the corner drive end over the wicket. It's another short ball. Rassie jumping, dropping his hands, and just moving his upper body out the way, going across him, and Rishabh Pant cleaning up for no run. Right, his field is 3 slips and a gully, point, mid off a very man in front of square and a fine leg.
Yeah, definitely looks like the short ball may come again, but obviously that could be a double bluff. We do have a field change now. The man at gully is coming out, and he's gone into like a 45 position.
Yes, we're going to continue with Shami on the corner drive in, bowling over the wicket. And it's another short one, top edge, and it goes to fine leg for 1 run. Rassie van der Dussen finally off the mark with the score at 102 for 3. We will be reading some tweets here. Not often that we've seen the average speeds of subcontinental touring team as quick as a unit, being faster than the Proteas quicks. Food for thought. Thank you, Anise. That is very true. The Indian quicks have been almost miles ahead as a unit compared to the Proteas quicks. Mohammed Shami coming in from the corner drive end to Themba Bavuma facing his first ball, and it's a fuller length, and there's a little bit of inward movement. Themba Bavuma wanting to play the on drive and playing a little bit early, and the ball goes out to the man at mid off for no run.
Yeah, we haven't seen many short balls this morning yet, and in this over we've had 3 so far. They're obviously looking to be very aggressive towards Rassie van der Dussen. Luckily, he got that the 4th ball of the over away, but the bowlers are definitely bowling to a plan. They're hitting the deck hard. They're looking to be aggressive in this short stint before lunch.
Mohammed Shami, Themba Bavuma pulls away as Mohammed Shami was running in. That is now a dead ball. Score remains at 102 for 3.
Yeah, I think the bowlers have left this cover region open, almost as like a try and hit me here, but then they're not going to bowl in a region where you are able to do that.
Yes, they want Themba Bavuma to play in that region, and to consider that the short bowling will continue happening. There seems to be a delay with something behind the bowler putting Themba Bavuma off, but we will continue with Mohammed Shami coming in from the corner drive end over the wicket to him. It's a fuller length delivery on middle stump. Themba Bavuma playing a very confident on drive to mid on for no run. That brings the end of the 44th over. The score is 102 for 3. Rassie van der Dussen on 1 and Themba Bavuma yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I really enjoy watching Themba Bavuma batting. He really has a really nice setup in the way he sets up as a batter. He's obviously low to the ground because of his height, but he has a stable base. His hands are close to his body, and he
for no run. 3 slips a gully point, mid on, mid off, a deep square leg and a fine leg. Gina, what with the plan? We saw Mohammed Shami being very aggressive to Rassie van der Dussen with a short ball. What would the plan be here with Shadi Takur?
Yeah, it looks like he has a similar plan with a similar field set.
Shadi Takur coming in. It's a full length delivery on middle and off stump, and Rassie van der Dussen going onto the front foot and defending it for no run to them, and the man at mid off cleaning up. Score remains at 102 for 3.
Yeah, we do see 3 slips and a gully in for Rassie van der Dussen, which is different to what Shami had in the previous over. He had 2 slips and a gully. It's good to see now maybe Thakur is going to bowl a little bit fuller than Shami was.
Thakur coming in from the golf course end over the wicket to Rassie van der Dussen. It is a short ball over the leg stump. Rassie just dropping his hands and watching that go past his shoulder. Rishabh Pant taking a good catch. cleaning up well behind the stumps. Score remains at 102 for 3.
Yeah, the Indian bowlers are being very aggressive now before lunch. They're searching for this wicket. They want to get a clump of wickets now in this first half of the day. That will definitely set them up nicely for the session after lunch.
Right, Shadutoko coming in from the golf course end, and it's a back of a leg delivery. It goes past Rassie van der Dussen, gets his outside edge, and Rishabh Pant taking the catch. No foot movement from Rassie van der Dussen. Oh, the ball almost cuts him in half, and no need to review. Right, this is a calamitous session for the South Africans. 1 wicket has bought 2 wickets. Within a few overs, using Elgar, Peterson, and now Rassie van der Dussen in quick succession. Now that will bring us to lunch and the end of the session. South Africa 102 for 4. That ball just coming off the inside edge onto Rassie's thigh pad and carrying. Great catch by Rishabh Pant in the end. South Africa 102 for 4 after 44.4 overs. That's bringing the session to an end and the lunch break. My name is Sean Mayers, and with me I'm Jenna. Thank you so much for tuning in to One World Sports Radio. See you in the break.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
Once one.
That's him. The finger will go up.
And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26
we did mention
December.
To you, we've got a special guest coming on this week. We did our recap of match week 4 of the 4-day series. A lot of runs were scored, and so we're bringing on a Centurion who scored in match week 4, which is pretty awesome. And yeah, just news coming out of CSA. The Division 2 games have been postponed, largely because they're not happening in a bubble. There were a few cases, so there's no cricket on the go outside of SAA versus India A, which our team members, Tepo, Dave, and I keep on forgetting the Cape Fox. James are currently doing commentary on the SuperSport channel, so please do go check them out. They're really doing a great job. It's really awesome to see the One World Sports Radio family being involved a little bit more further in South African cricket. That game's it's on a knife edge there, Tim. 156 for 5. South Africa are only leading by 137 runs. So anybody can win tomorrow. So it's going to be a great day of cricket.
Yeah, much better than the first game. Something for bat and ball. Certainly been an interesting watch so far, and very much a challenge for the A side, which is what we wanted actually. That's the whole point of the series. We want to be challenged.
Yes. So Tim, our guest today, you've managed to get a very good guest today. He's a captain of the Titans. He scored 111 on their, I call it the Titans Western Cape Tour, the Winelands Tour, because they started in Cape Town and they ended up in Paarl. He scored 111 there. It was really good to see, really good to have him on. So we've got Neil Brunt joining us to have a conversation with us. Hi, Neil. How are you doing?
Yeah, very good. Thanks, Neil. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. How was the Winelands Tour? Did you have a lot of wine along the way?
Well, we had after the province game, so yeah, we did venture out a little bit, but obviously under the bubble protocols, it's pretty difficult with COVID around. So yeah, we were pretty responsible.
Okay, no, that's really awesome. So the discussion, we're going to have a conversation amongst cricket lovers here. The first question I always ask our guests is, how did you get into cricket? What struck you? How did you get into this game?
Sure, I can't actually remember. I was pretty young though, and I remember my granny had a little holiday flat down in Durban, and just one December, my dad bought a bat and ball and just started throwing to me, and then we just went from there. Played a lot of golf, tennis, and rugby as a youngster as well. So it was never just cricket, but yeah, always loved cricket the most. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We
sorry,
can hear you fine.
Okay.
You were saying?
No,
Yeah,
Tim,
yeah,
you can ask the question.
Yeah. You've got an interesting story in that you were born here, but you were educated for a large part in the UK and played a fair amount of cricket there. So how did that all come about? How did that come about?
Yeah, well, my dad's job required him to travel quite a bit to the UK. And then my school, St. Stephen's boys, actually went on tour there for grade 6 and 7. And then I managed to go on the tour. And we went to the same school for about a week each year and just loved the school. And then when I came back, I said to my parents, look, I'm gonna apply for a scholarship there, and if I get it, then I'd love to go. So yeah, it was a long process of getting the scholarship, and then managed to get one. And next thing I knew, I was on a flight over, and just I went from there. That's how I kind of ended up in the UK in the beginning.
Oh wow! So were you there all on your own without your parents, or
Yeah. So obviously, as I said, my dad would work there for about a week a month. But yeah, I was there on my own in boarding school, and that's kind of I always wanted to go to boarding school, just for growth point of view, and then I went there at the end of grade 8.
Okay, how was the cricketing standard that side? Well, I obviously you wouldn't know because obviously you left a little bit earlier. But how's the cricketing scene in UK schools?
Obviously, the summer's a bit shorter, but you play a hell of a lot of games. I think we played something like 3 games a week when I was at school. Pretty similar to I reckon. It depends which area in, but the area I was in, there are lots of good schools in Somerset, good cricketing schools, and obviously Somerset's a proud county team, so their school structure and club structure is quite good. But after school, then I went to varsity there. Strong varsity system. They're quite well funded by the MCC and the ECB. So it's good standard cricket.
Yeah, you went to a very good school, King's Taunton. I had a quick look at just one of my older wisdoms. 2012, you played 11 and won 10. Very successful season that particular one.
Our school was quite strong with cricket in terms of cricket. We didn't lose a lot. Our main competitor was a school called Millfield, where also a lot of cricketers that have played for England went to. So they were pretty much our main competitor in that area.
So there was probably a point where you realized that you could do this professionally or at a semi-professional level going forward. Was the plan always to come back to South Africa, or was the plan always to try and make a career out of it in the UK?
It's a tough question. I always wanted to play professional cricket from when I left school. But the challenge for me was just getting a qualification that allowed me to play in England, and that was very difficult for me because I don't have any UK or European ancestry. My parents have nothing, so I'm pretty much straight out South African. So yeah, the only way to do that would have been to buy a European passport, which definitely wasn't on the cards. But yeah, no, it was just to play first cricket and see how far I could get. I think, yeah, and as you grow up, you realize who you want to play for, and that's definitely South Africa. Yeah, but as I said, I just wanted there to get an opportunity to play at the highest level that I could, and I felt after school that was in England, but it wasn't meant to be.
Okay. Then you came back and you went to Tuks, and you had an extremely successful tournament there. Player of the tournament, captain of the side, leading run scorer. Yeah, so talk to us about that. Coming back from the UK, starting afresh, if you like. I think Kruger van Wyk was your coach at the time there. Yeah. So just what was that like?
Yeah, well, so when I was in Cardiff, Jacques Rudolph was there, and he put me in touch. When I realized I couldn't qualify, he put me in touch with Kruger, and then just set up a meeting when I landed in South Africa. And to be honest, Kruger, I wouldn't be playing cricket if it wasn't for Kruger. I have huge amounts of, he'll always be the guy I go to, and I have huge amounts of respect for him. Yeah, he pretty much backed me from the first day I got to Tuks, which was amazing, because I didn't really, he didn't have to do that, and he just gave me the role of leading the team when Tony left to play for the Titans. I pretty much, we didn't start that tournament off too well and the Varsity Cup, but then we finished with being the champions. So yeah, it was a good tournament.
That's amazing to hear. Obviously, everybody needs that somebody in their corner to fight for.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I need definitely it's Kruger. Yeah.
And then so obviously after that Varsity Cup triumph and you've gone through that Varsity Cup season, the Titans call was on the door. How is that transition from coming from a university type of setup, a new, because Varsity Cup was new, it still is new from a cricketing perspective, into that Titans locker room? Did you also then find a club here in South Africa, in Northerns to be a part of?
I stayed at Tuks and then eventually made my debut for Northerns, where it was still the provincial setup. And then I played there for a year, I think, or so, and then played a Thailand inter-squad game, and Boucher was still the coach, and then I did it right there, and then he kind of called me up to make my debut 3 weeks later. It was obviously a quick transition, but definitely you can see how the levels go up in terms of bowlers you face, and obviously your level goes up with it because the pitches are slightly better, etc.
One, two.
Molly. Happy New Year.
Hannes, draf ons gou deur jou jaarbeplanning asseblief.
Wie gaat ons? So, in April gewys ek vir my vrou ek is steeds hot as hell in. Hot as hell. Dan in die winter gaan ons hiberneer in Hiberdien. En dan in September troue. Die koppel sê I do in Ado. En dan in Desember gaan ons Bali toe. Bali toe. Dis die hele jaar.
En is jou werk se jaarbeplanning.
Alles voor en na vakansie is net wag. Bespreek so lank. Lekker slaap in co.za.
Okay, span. Ek hoop ons almal het 'n lekker slaap. Lekker jaar.
Yeah. Then, in your earlier career, you seem to be very much used as a spin bowler. that seemed to be a very much a thing that you were doing. Now you seem to be more of a batsman than a bowler. But do you think having the two assets has improved your game? Now, if the one doesn't necessarily perform in a particular innings, the other one is there to back you up, so to speak. Yeah. So
look, I think
how was that? Yeah.
Yeah, obviously I'm quite a tall person, so it would be stupid if I didn't do some sort of bowling. But yeah, no, it's definitely, especially in South Africa, you need to be able to adapt to playing in different positions within a team. So yeah, spin bowling is not something I enjoy practicing. It's something I know I have to practice. It's not something that comes very naturally to me. So I actually spend a lot more time on bowling than batting. May not look like that, but no, it's definitely something that I'm trying to work very hard on and trying to maintain my bowling. And yeah, batting is definitely my first love.
Well, it does look like that. I think you took 5 wickets in a game against Western Province somewhere along like 2 weeks ago. So it's being noticeable because obviously South Africa has this fascination with all-rounders who can bat in the top order and everything else.
Yeah.
And having someone with a spin thing has truly helped the Titans this, especially because it seems like the wickets, and this is my question too, are the wickets this season a little bit slower than usual? Because I look at Newlands, spinners are just, it seems like it's a spinner's paradise. Tim was telling me on the podcast how much he loved watching Simon Harmer take all those wickets. Carl Sim came through. Even at Centurion, it seemed a little bit slower with not a lot of assistance. But is that the feeling around the teams, around your team? That
yeah, Newlands has definitely changed. I mean, I haven't been around long, but from what the senior guys are saying is that Newlands has kind of changed a lot. It is a lot more spin friendly. But to be honest, Joe, I think Simon was the only one who was turning it square and then he turned it on glass.
I told you, Paul, last week that Simon was turning it square. He didn't believe me. He didn't believe me.
No, he's a hell of a bowler. But yeah, no, Centurion, I think that's kind of why my job is very different at Centurion. It's kind of just to hold up an end because it's not really a spinning friendly wicket. So it was nice to get onto a wicket that assisted me a little bit.
That's good.
Going into the season, what were your goals at the start of the season? I would assume, was captaincy part of the picture for you? Was that something that you were aspiring to as you were the captain of Tuks? What were your goals going into the season?
Yeah, captaincy is something I've always enjoyed doing, but I didn't expect it to happen this season. I think we expected Dean Algar to do it in the 4-day stuff, and then he got injured. So Mandla approached me and said, if I'm keen, I can do it. And then, yeah, obviously I want to do it. But yeah, definitely it wasn't a goal this season. It's always been my long-term goal to captain the Titans. But yeah, in terms of a personal point of view, it's just to cement my place in the team and just to win games for the Titans. I think, we've had a tough few seasons and we really want to get back to winning ways. Hopefully we're on the right path now. We can build on these last 3 games we've had. We were unlucky against the Warriors in the first game. Credit to them, but yeah, definitely hopefully we can build on this good start we've had to the season.
Yes, that was a very exciting finish for all of those who weren't Titans affiliated. It was heartbreaking for you guys, I must admit.
Yeah.
So how is it? Because obviously it's very rare for somebody to be captaining a franchise and then have a national team captain in the squad. How's your relationship with Dean? How is it? If you want to go left, does Dean go no, Neil, at least a little bit more right? Or how does that work out?
No, Dean was very chilled. Yeah, I mean, I know him we obviously have dinner and stuff a lot together when we're on tour. So for me, I don't see him as as a national captain. I just see him as a teammate. Obviously, I've got that respect for him, but I don't. He definitely wasn't trying to be intimidating or. But still remains, it's still a cool thing to do. When a national captain is playing and you're captaining the team. So I learned a lot from him. He obviously gave me a lot of advice in between the sessions on the field. He kind of just do my own thing, which was pretty cool, and it's something that I'll definitely do when someone's
Awesome. We like he's a very calm individual.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the influence of Chris Morris and Simon Harmer in particular. What sort of influence if they had on the team that they've been overseas, that the South overseas, they've now come back because of the Colpack ruling. So yeah, what's the influence of the team been like?
I think it's just it's crazy to see actually how much they still want to win. They love playing cricket and they love winning games. So I mean, influence has been massive. You know, Harmy's won us the game there in Western Province, and Murray came in the last game and did really well. That's for the bat, we're in a bit of trouble, and then and just with the ball, just setting the tone. But it's more just like what they do with the youngsters, the young bowlers coming through, and just they just make you realize that look, they're still human beings. They're not bigger than the game, and anyone who believes they're good enough can do it.
That's true. Those guys are truly important. I think even with this new domestic setup and everything moving from the justice system across all the teams, actually, a lot of the guys, the former Colpacks, have been helping a lot of those teams. From my perspective, obviously, you've played T20. You played the T20 competition earlier this year. There's obviously the other formats that you also play for the Titans. Which is your favorite format, and what position in each format would you prefer batting?
I think every format probably top three. But at the moment, I'm most comfortable with 4-day cricket. I'm still finding my feet in the white ball stuff. It didn't go as planned in the T20s, but hopefully in the next comp it'll go a bit better. But definitely more comfortable with my game in 4-day cricket at the moment. I think I've played enough now to what I have to do, and that even if it's tough, it will get a bit easier as the day goes on. Whereas I'm still kind of figuring that out in the T20 stuff and the one day stuff.
Time, cost, risk. The management of these factors, more than any other, underpin a CFO's ability to provide financial leadership that is both effective and efficient. It is for this reason that we developed Sage Intact, the premier cloud-based financial and accounting management system for CFOs of medium-sized growing businesses. In Sage Intact, you access a tool that migrates complex financial functions and process provides real-time visibility of meaningful data regarding key operational and financial processes. Powered by electronic processing and machine learning, Sage Intacct monitors business processes, diagnoses potential risks, and avails the opportunity for you to choose the best response to any uncovered threats. Sage Intacct is engineered to ensure that your business is consistently aligned with the latest regulatory requirements. With as much as 79% reduction in closing time, average return on investment of 250%, and payback of less than 6 months, a solution built by finance professionals for finance professionals. So partner with Sage Intacct and be empowered to make impactful decisions that navigate your organization to growth, efficiency, and success.
Right, you certainly have the red ball to the tee this season, averaging 65, which is very, very good. Just on last week against Borlaug, was that the best pitch you played on so far from a batter's point of view with your 100? How was that innings?
Yeah, I think Cape Town was probably the flattest wicket. Yeah, I mean, I just got out in a silly way there. But no, this wicket was good. It was just a bit, you had to be patient. It was a bit slow and low, not pretty much opposite to Supersport Park. So it's kind of just having to apply yourself and just being patient and just sticking to your process. And luckily I got 100 for the team.
That's really good. Also, this season in your team, you've got Dean and Grant in the runs, especially in Cape Town with that mammoth stand. How comfortable is it being at first drop, having those two now finding the form that they're finding?
Yeah, it's nice. We haven't been used to that in the last few seasons. We've really, I mean, we haven't batted as well as we've liked as a group. So to have Moxie coming in from the Knights has been great, and Dean is just Dean. He just scores runs. So having those two and having a bad rush is very nice.
You mentioned that there's certain things you wanted to improve in the white ball game. What are those things that you're thinking that you need to do to get to that next level in the white ball stuff? I
think a lot of it is mental. Obviously, there's a few tactical things that I have to work on, and you only learn that by playing. The intensity of, obviously, I was successful at Varsity Cup and for Northerns and stuff, but the standard of the level of intensity at franchise cricket is a lot higher. So it's just about finding new scoring areas. I think I don't know. Obviously, the bubble in Kimberley and Bloem was pretty difficult. There's not a lot of practice time and stuff like that. So it's just about, I think, just not thinking too much about it, and hopefully the next one I said it will go a bit better. It's just one innings. So it's just one innings of knowing what's and learning.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
You've now played for the SA Emerging. You played for the SAA. Do you feel that you, particularly in the red ball, do you feel that you are a lot more accomplished having played those formats? Like you played SAA against England. So you faced.
That SAA was just a late call up because Tiennes got injured. So I didn't stay. I've been called up to SAA.
Okay.
But obviously that is the next goal. Hopefully, as you say, if I just keep on scoring runs and taking a few wickets here and there, then hopefully my time will come. But at the moment, it's just trying to focus on winning games with the Titans. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Tim.
No, I'd forgotten that you were like cool up for tennis. I'd forgotten that.
No. Get that straight.
You've been in the domestic bubbles for the past 18 months from and we've heard about international players and their struggles with the bubble. How has the domestic bubble experience been for you? because obviously the IC had all those codes and all those rules and everything, and obviously at an international level, yes, guys really did struggle. But how did you find going from bubble to bubble, especially mid last year and early this year?
Yeah, look, I think it's a lot tougher for them, but even for us guys, it's it is slightly mentally draining. You don't really get to see much of a place, and that's kind of what I also enjoy. Going out for dinner and stuff, you can't do that. You're pretty much in your room for most of the time because you have to quarantine for a week after you get there. So I mean, you pretty much you train for an hour and a half each day, and then you're back to your room. So that part of it is tough, but you have to deal with it. It's your job at the end of the day. So but I'm sure for a lot of guys it is tough, and you can for the people that don't understand why, it can be difficult on some individuals.
Yeah, the mental side of it is extremely important. That's the thing, and that you can say that.
I think it's fine if you're doing well, but if you're not doing as you'd like, it can go to a pretty dark place.
Yeah. and as you say, it's from room to room. You're not give it the freedom to do things. We can only imagine what that is like. Moving forward, I just saw recently that you have signed to play club cricket in Northern Ireland next year. Is that just for the winter?
Yeah, I just felt with COVID, we're playing so little cricket here that it'd be nice to just go and get some more time in the middle. And one of my good friends who I was at university with is in Ireland, so he kind of set the whole thing up for me. Just keen to go. I've never been to Ireland. I've been obviously to the UK, but never been to Ireland. So I'm really excited to see what it's got to offer. I've heard it rains a lot. But no, I'm excited to get there.
Yeah, spent a week there. Was not happy, but my friends live there now, so I just asked them why did they choose this. I prefer the sun, but I know Rassie played in. I know Rassie played in Belfast, so you're gonna probably enjoy it there.
I've heard it's quite close.
So that's another experience, and I think that's the thing. What I like about your story is that you, at a young age, you're willing to take on on different experiences in a different country, and be able to take that risk, and that's how cricketers grow. And even coming back to
out of your comfort zone, for sure.
Yes, and this captaincy thing is fascinating to me because it kind of feels like, obviously you've captained other sides before. How do you, obviously the Titans have had the tough loss against the Warriors, but there's 2 draws that you had and then 1 win at Western Province, which was insane in itself. How are you finding getting the team to now start to, because it feels like you're now moving on to the right track. You've had that loss. How are you finding it so far? And then also what are the plans for the team going forward? Because there are only 3 games left, and it feels like if you draw games, you might find yourself at the end of the week at the bottom of the table, as we saw, I think, with the Knights and the Dolphins as well.
Yeah, look, hopefully next year we play a few more games when the relegation stuff kicks in. But the Lions have won every game, so they're pretty much running away with it at the moment. If we beat the Warriors, we could have maybe still been able to catch them, but now it's going to be a bit difficult with only 3 games left. And who knows what's going to happen with this next game in December with COVID around. But no, I think the team has been in a good space for a while. It's not just because I'm become captain. I think we just desperate to win, and we know what it's. I mean, the Titans have won a lot of trophies in the past, and we're just desperate to start winning again, and we really are working hard. Week in, week out with our training. Just to stay hungry and know that if we keep on doing the right things, we will win those 1% that make you win a game. But it's pretty much just that, and keeping everyone. You can't keep everyone happy, but just keeping. Just staying level. and keeping everyone as happy as you can, pretty much, in a good frame of mind.
Yeah, I think I noticed that when I watched you guys play that game at Newlands. Now, as you say, it was a very, very flat wicket, and there were periods in that game where I certainly thought that this is going to be a draw. This is just,
yeah.
There wasn't enough there. But it wasn't just Simon; it was the whole unit. I could hear encouragement. Each other.
Yeah.
There wasn't silence. Heads didn't drop. It was
No.
an intensity which kept going.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, we're just desperate to start winning again. Yeah, it's pretty much just that there's so much desire within the group, and everyone's got expectations of winning games and hopefully winning trophies. Pretty much, yeah. So we're very hungry as a team.
Well, I think this season has a final. So if you get to number 2, where you currently are 3rd, you can then try and find a way to get rid of the Lions, which would hurt me, but that's okay right now.
I'm not sure there is a final. I might be wrong, but I've heard that there might not be in the 4-day finals. Yeah.
Okay.
Last year, which is a shame.
Because that's another opportunity.
Yeah.
From your personal perspective, obviously you started the season well. What are you looking? Is there a run target that you're aiming for, or is it just trying to it doesn't matter? I just want however they come, however many runs I can get.
Yeah, I think it is that. I think it's just taking it one innings at a time. You never know what's going to happen. So just score as many runs as I can and do whatever's best for the team. Whether that means trying to crack on or just trying to sit that out and save the day, whatever's required, I'll try and do that. I'm not really fussed about the other stuff. Just trying to really pile on a lot of runs this year. Last year, I was kind
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up. And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Welcome back to the Imperial Wanderers for this second session on day 2 of the second test between South Africa and India as part of the Freedom Series. 102 for 4 is where South Africa find themselves. They have the deficit of 100 ahead of them. It was the late drama as Rassie van der Dussen was given out just before lunch. And we'll chat a little bit more about that. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. My name is David Mitchell. Alongside me for the next 40 minutes is Jenna Searle. Good afternoon, Jenna.
Good afternoon. It's a wonderful day at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium. The sun is shining. There's a little bit of cloud cover, but it doesn't look too ominous yet.
As the players make their way back out onto the park, led by the umpires, we saw something that popped up during the lunch break was Rassie van der Dussen's dismissal. He was given out, but it looked like it may have bounced just before one. So the umpires had said that only if there was conclusive evidence were they able to overturn the decision of Rassie van der Dussen's dismissal. It wasn't the case. It was a 50-50 in the call of the umpires. Umpires Murray Rasmus, Alahuddin Palekar, Adrian Holstock, and the fourth being Bongani Jele. 102 for 4, 44.4 overs gone, and South Africa now have 2 new batters at the wicket, Carl Verreynne, the wicketkeeper, and Temba Bavuma. How important is this for the Indians to make sure that they make the most of this opportunity with 2 new batters at the wicket, Jenna?
Oh yeah, it's definitely important. They'll probably be looking at attacking really hard up front. It's kind of like an opening situation here for these two batters, both of them not off the mark yet. The Indian team is probably definitely going to look to go hard and try to get another wicket. They'll probably want to get a couple of wickets now, get through the South African team so that they could have a bat a little bit later on in the day.
Absolutely. The sun is baking down and it's probably going to get a little bit more comfortable for batting. Calveren has only played 3 games and 39 runs to his name. His average is 13 and 27. But we spoke about it earlier, Tsepo, Taylor and myself on commentary about his numbers. He's averaging 51 in domestic 4-day cricket. And so he'll know what to do here. But it's just a different level, isn't it? You come into Test cricket, and you probably weren't expecting. He was expecting to play the remainder of this series at least, because Quinton de Kock was initially just going to leave the team for the birth of his child. But he's now looking at his covering at quite a long stint in this Test squad.
Yeah, hopefully. I think that will be really great for him if he can kind of cement his position in this team. I do think he is a key player, especially in this batting lineup, coming in at a number 6 position. It will be interesting to see what he can show us.
Definitely. And there's some comments on YouTube, but we'll read them in a bit. Don't forget that you can go to One World Sports Radio on YouTube, like this video, subscribe, and ring the bell so that you know when we are live. We don't only bring you live cricket, men's cricket, we also bring you women's cricket. We're also going to bring you every single moment of the Springbok season next year, well, later this year, as part of the Rugby Championship and maybe inbound and outbound tours. But crucially, we have some podcasts, cheap seats, full quota, Fantasy Premier League. It's all on One World Sports Radio YouTube. To conclude his over now 2 balls, and it's right arm over the wicket, Thakur to Calveren, and it's just back of the length, and he just defends that one. 1 ball remaining in the 45th. South Africa are in trouble here.
Yeah, we still have 3 slips in the gully. We have a man at point, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and fine leg.
Yes, South Africa under pressure here, but India really doing all the right things this morning. It's such a. You often find yourself as a fan of Test cricket, seeing so many wickets fall just before lunch, and we've seen just that. Shahrul Thakur to Calveren just lets this go through to Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, off stump line, or just outside off stump rather. And that concludes the 45th, 102 for 4. These two yet to get off the mark, Bavuma and Calveren.
So you as South African coach, what would you suggest to these two batters to have a look at doing this next session?
I think we saw on day 1 that it wasn't an easy batting wicket. It's not something that can initially be favorable. We've seen that there was a lot of grass in that first day, but as you imagine, with the heat and the pitch being rolled with the heavy roller in between innings, it's only going to assist the batters more and more. From the quarter drive end is Mohammad Shami, and I'll give you a little bit more of my thoughts around planning. 3 slips a gully, point, mid on, mid off, mid wicket, and finally you right arm over the wicket, and it's a full ball, and it's just left alone outside that off stump, about 5th or 6th stump outside Themba Bavuma's off stump. I think if you're the South African coach and Dean Elgar, you're saying to your batters here, take it session by session, but take those sessions and break them down into maybe half an hour increments, and then reassess after that time frame. Because if you try and plan too far ahead, your mind will be already towards the next interval, which is tea, and so you've got to keep your head right in the thick of it, in the head in the game. This one is from Shami into the pads of the Themba Bavuma, but I think he's just edged that onto his front pad, and so the appeal for leg before wicket is stifled from Mohammad Shami.
We have a tweet here from Ravi Nair. He says, India have turned this around. If SA gets out for less than 250, India, I believe that they can win. Barring rain, this is not likely to be a draw. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's a difficult one because, South Africa would love to get a good batting performance on a difficult wicket, and this is poised for exactly that. Mohammad Shami, right arm over the wicket, and this one goes down the leg side, and a bit of wayward bowling there from Mohammad Shami. He's normally quite good, consistent on that off-stump line, but just breaking the wrist there in the action, and Pant takes it down the leg side. I think for India, the key here is to pick up 1 or 2 wickets, maybe one, you would think, to bring Jansen to the crease, and then you're in the all-rounders and then the bowlers rather. So India will feel that the next partnership, this partnership, is going to be a crucial one for the South Africans, and they want to break it. And often one comes to halfway through the 46th, right arm over the wicket, and finally Temba Bavuma's off the mark. It's a janky shot, if you could call it that. He's just pushed at it outside off stump, and the blade is turned in his hand, and they get through for 2. It's gone through the cover region there when they ran through for the 2. Not convincing at all from the line skipper on his home ground.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking on that, when we get 1 wicket, we get 2. I think it's the same with batting. We saw that from Keegan Peterson this morning when he was batting just after he got his 50. We had that very expensive over from Shami where he managed to hit 3 boundaries, and as that first boundary came, he got his 50. That confidence brought 2 more boundaries. So it does go both ways.
Slips crouching down now as Mohammad Shami passes Alahuddin Palekar, and this is into the pads of Temba Bavuma, and he just pushes this to the onside. It's a good length delivery, but Temba is able to fend it out. You've got to get that out of your mind, the pressure of 1 becomes 2 when you're batting, because doesn't it play into your mind when you've come to the wicket and there's 2 new batters at the wicket, and you feel as though you should have been 1 wicket shorter or 1 wicket down fewer, because of what you've seen during the lunch break. Shami in again to Temba Bavuma. It's full and outside the off stump. Temba leaves that one outside, and that's end of 46, 104 for 4. Temba Bavuma's on 2. Calvarana yet to get off the mark, and they're going at 2.3 to the over.
Yeah, I definitely think seeing that shady decision that was made to take Rassie van der Dussen out, I do think that can play in your mind, but it's important for the pair out in the middle to know that they can't change what just happened, and they've got to kind of take that out of their mind completely and focus on the simple things that are at hand, keeping their wickets, making sure they keep the run ticking, not putting too much pressure on themselves, and definitely not thinking about the past.
You've got to think of that famous quote from Ian Smith, and I'll give it to you after this delivery. New over from Shardul Thakur, 5.1 and 3 for 8. He's been a menace with the ball. Right arm over the off stump and left alone by Verena through to the keeper. You think of Ian Smith at the World Cup final 2019, the Men's World Cup final, in which he spoke about the barest of margins, and that's exactly what the statement would have been around Rassie van der Dussen's dismissal. It was a difficult one, and it looked out according to the umpires on field, but it was not to be the case. Well, it looked like there was at least room for doubt. But I want to chat to you about Shardul Thakur here in a moment. He comes past Murray Erasmus, and Calvarana is only too happy to leave that alone outside the off stump. Jenna, what does it mean when you see a bowler, you're walking into bat, and you see a bowler, 5.3 overs, 3 for 8? What's playing in your mind? Because you know that bowler is clearly enjoying the rub of the green today.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's important to have a presence when you're at the crease, especially when you're facing the confidence of a bowler who has figures like that, and just to kind of set yourself up and believe in yourself that what has happened isn't going to happen to you.
Thakur to the South African wicketkeeper, and this is into the body of the right-handed Calvarana. Good length, and he just defends that one. There's no run yet. Calvarana just trundling along here, trying to find an opportunity for him to score. And it's yet to come for him. He's faced 5 deliveries now, so it's still early in his innings, and he'll want to put on a show here. He knew that his opportunity prior to the retirement from a Test cricket of Quinton de Kock was just going to be these 2 games, and he really needs to stamp his authority. But now he can bat a little bit more confidently. Thakur into Calvarana. This is over pitched and punched, but Calvarana maybe just a little bit late on that one, or a little bit early rather. No, late. It was the late timing there, and that goes to Jasprit Bumrah at mid-off.
Yeah, I think Calvarana is getting a little bit of bat on ball in these last couple of balls, which could definitely help him to feel the ball, to get his eye in. I think he might be setting himself up for a good innings here.
I hope you haven't jinxed him. He's yet to get off the mark, and if he gets out here, the blood is completely on your hands. 3 slips and a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-wicket, and fine leg. Thakur now for the 5th ball, and it's a standard delivery outside the off stump, and Varane is only too happy to oblige in leaving that one. South Africa have struggled with batting in the last perhaps 3 years. I think back to that Sri Lanka series at home, in which South Africa capitulated in that series, and they've struggled home and away. There was some positivity coming out of the Pakistan series away, but it's something that South Africa will want to rectify going forward. They've lost a senior campaigner in that of Quinton de Kock. Calvarena, his replacement. He's in again, and this one carved away backward of square. There's going to be runs here for Calvarena. There's looking like to be 2 of them and possibly a 3rd. There's a valiant attempt there by Hanuma Vihari in the deep there, and they get through for 3. Not a bad way to get off the mark, Jenna.
No, definitely not. And I think the way that the 2 in the middle ran those 3 runs was really textbook kind of stuff. They ran the first 2 runs hard, and that 3rd one they could jog through quite easily. But it's lovely to see that they're pushing hard for their runs, and they're making sure that they're getting value for the shots that they're playing.
Certainly. The deficit now 95, so it's just in the last couple of runs dropped below 100. And just a reminder of where we are in this game. India won the toss. They decided they'd have a bat 202 all out. It was Marco Jansen with 4 wickets in that first innings that really squandered the opportunity for the Indians to put on a good show. And now South Africa 107 for 4 in reply, and they are going along at 2.3, so consistent so far in the last little bit. Shami, right arm over the wickets to Varane, and he just ducks under that bouncer over the line of leg stump, and punt collects quite nicely. What have you seen, Jenna, from this Indian bowling lineup? If I'm alluding particularly to the dismissal of Dean Elgar, there was clearly a plan that was there, and it was executed well.
Yeah, definitely. I think they started off bowling around the wicket, right hand around to the left hand of Dean Elgar, and then they swapped it up and they started bowling over and across his body, kind of asking him to throw his hands at the ball.
Shami now to Verena, and this one's into the pads of the wicketkeeper, and he just dances in the crease and pushes this out to fine leg. They get through for 108 rather for 4. Calvarena on 4, Temba Bavuma on 2.
Yeah, so the fast bowlers of India have definitely been cranking up their pace, and they're looking good. They're running in hard and definitely hitting the deck, which has been great. And it's very interesting. There was a tweet a little bit earlier on to say that it's interesting to see subcontinent bowlers bowling on average faster than the South African men.
Certainly, it's a stark contrast to what we're used to. Shami now to Temba Bavuma, and the South African vice captain doesn't miss out. It's overpitched and driven away through the covers. They run 2, and it's just collected inside the rope by Jasprit Bumrah. It's a good shot there. Temba Bavuma maybe looking for 4, not able to get it there. It's 1-1-0 now for 4. These 2 are on 4 apiece, and the partnership is 8.
Temba Bavuma really leaned into that front foot drive. He timed it nicely. I think if he put a little bit more muscle into that, it could have sailed over the road.
Shami halfway through the 48. He's coming right arm over the wicket, and it's shorter this time to maybe just push Temba Bavuma on his back foot. Now there's a little bit of a word here from Alahuddin Palekar. He's just pointing out the fact that Mohammad Shami may be slightly encroaching on that. Jenna, there's a glorious shot there from Temba in the delivery prior. A cover drive is such a beautiful shot. What do you think is your favorite shot? What is something that just looks beautiful?
I really enjoy playing the cover drive as well. Definitely something that I've worked on since I was very small, and something that I hope to have perfected over the years.
2 balls remaining in the 48. This is on the pads of Temba Bavuma, and he doesn't quite time it, and so the man at mid-wicket, Ravi Ashwin, collects it, and they don't get anything for it. Still 1-1-0 for 4. South Africa having to weather a bit of a feisty spell, nothing too menacing. The pull shot is also one that I find is just a glorious shot to look at. It looks like the motion is just pleasing to the eye. I think of Ricky Ponting, who is well known, Ian Botham as well. Not bad on the hook stroke either. To conclude the 48th, he's just overpitched and it's on the bounce. A great bit of fielding there by what looks like Hanuma Bihari, and he gets a high five from Jasper Bumrah. That so nearly could have raced to the boundary. 48 overs gone, 110 for 4, and they reach on 4.
I think speaking about that pull shot, I think the leg side game in women's cricket is a lot stronger than the offside game. And simply to the difference between men and women is obviously our body shape, and for some women it's a lot easier to play across the line because of the space that our arms allow. Definitely women with different body types, body shapes, find it a lot more difficult to play on the offside. Sometimes our breasts can get in the way of our arms, and that's not something that men have to worry about. So yeah.
Certainly the challenges that we all face. 3 slips and a gully. Not all of us, but I you know what I meant. Challenges, different bodies and different parts in the game of cricket. This one is into Carverine. It's the start of Charles Takor's 7th over, and that made him look very uncomfortable in that shot. Carverine just pushing at it. It was a fuller delivery, but the bounce wasn't favorable to him at all. And so he's having to deal with that. It's something that everybody has to face is, different height batsmen. Temba has different challenges to Marco Janssen. And so I think the wonderful thing about cricket is that everybody can play. It's not limited to a certain body type like in other sports. To Carverine, length delivery, and he just defends that off the back foot. Does the South African wicketkeeper. No run in. Still yet to see a run in this over so far. There's only 2 balls in, but it was very quiet from the other end as well. And that is always mindful whether or not they like it. They're mindful, Jenna, of the fact that they need to keep the scoring rate up. Change of the field. R. Ashford is now going out to deep mid wicket. So there's 3 slips a gully. Point, mid-off, mid-on. And now a deep square rather, with fine leg moving a lot finer. Takor, right arm to Carverine. That's full and just on the line of middle and leg, and just pushed that, but he just defends that one. No run. It's something that always plays in a batter's mind, doesn't it, Jenna? When there's that scorecard is not moving along, you feel like you're getting bogged down. It takes mental strength, doesn't it, to overcome that?
Yeah, it definitely does. As women in South Africa, at provincial level, we only play limited over cricket, white ball. Definitely, you often feel like you're under pressure when you're dotting an over out.
Certainly. Right arm over the wicket. Charles Takur halfway through the 49th, and that is into the body of Carverine. Probably hit his elbow there, and he just winces as that one hits him, but he's able to get a run off to that onside. You speak about the women having challenges to offside play, but I don't think there's anybody in world cricket who plays the cover drive better than Laura Volfart. I think that's something that every cricketer should look forward to, is to play a cover drive like Laura Volfart. I think there was questions at one point about whether she should be included in the men's squad to bat at 3, but certainly she is picturesque with that cover drive.
Yeah, she is really good on that front foot.
Nelson for 4. 2 balls remaining, and we've got our feet lifted. And Chakur 2. Temba Bavuma just squares up. Temba, it's squeezed away to the right hand of Gully. It's running down to that third man boundary, just plugs, and they get back for 2. So 1-1-3 now for 4. Is there somebody that you think you followed as a kid that was a cricketing role model to you?
Oh yeah, definitely. I watched. Well, my sister played women's cricket a lot earlier than I did. She's 4 years older than me. I definitely looked up to her, but she played alongside a lot of women that I looked up to. Griselda Brits was the South African captain for a while, and I did look up to her. She was obviously in the same team as my sister, and sitting on the side of the field watching her play was definitely something that I remember.
Takor into Temba Bavuma. It's a length ball, and he just defends us off the back foot. No run. End of 49. 1-1-3 for 4. Temba Bavuma on 6. Carverine on 5. And these two put together 11. Anybody else that sticks out to you that you saw and you thought, this is what I want to be?
Not necessarily this is what I want to be, but this is how I want to present myself. I think there are a lot of players that have this way about them. I spoke about her yesterday, Ayabonga Kaka. On the field, she has this calm presence, and she's so in control of what she's doing. She's definitely someone that I look up to, someone that I admire just because of how she is. Her work ethic is really good. I've played with her and against her. Another player, Mignon Duprier, she also amazing work ethic, one of the fittest in the team. She works hard. She's often running. She's the first one there. She's the last one to leave. And those are the types of players that I think I would like to be like.
Shami to begin his 17th over. 3 slips gully, and this one just goes past the outside of Calvarena's off stump. He just leaves that one. It's a good leave. I suppose it's always a good leave until it hits the stumps, and Rusty van der Dussen found that out in the last test, just shouldering arms and it hit the stumps. And so it's important. How crucial is it, you're speaking about, the mentorship and the leadership, how important is it for youngsters who are coming through the structures to have good role models like that?
Oh yeah, it's definitely very important. And I think obviously my perspective is in women's cricket, to have these senior players playing like at a club level.
Shami, 1-1-3 for 4. He comes past the umpire, and this is into the pads of Calvarena. He just pushes this away. His hands on his head, rather. He felt like he was close in there, but it was full and on the leg stump line, and Verena just works this away to fine leg for 1-1-1-4 for 4.
I think very often, just coming back to that leadership and that mentorship, I think very often we find a lot of national players don't play provincial or club level cricket. And I do think that certain players who do play in those things make a huge difference to the youngsters in the team.
Shami. And again, and he passes umpire Palakar and pushes hard. It does Temba Bavuma. It's a full delivery, and just push hard at that one. Beats Gully on the right hand. That's going to race away to the third man boundary. It's 118 for 4, and South Africa's vice captain moves to 10.
I mean, as a youngster, getting a chance to bat with somebody like Kirsty Thompson or Shubnam Ismail on the other end, that's something that we all dream of. And I think as a 12-year-old, that's often what we have at women's club level, coming in and having somebody like Rasibe Nontsazake bowling at you and never having seen a ball spin that much. It's really encouraging knowing that there's something in the future for us.
Halfway through the 50th, Shami, it's a short one into Temba Bavuma on the line of Midland leg, but Temba's able to fend away at that, and they get across to the other side. And Temba goes to 11. It's 1-1-9 for 4 with 2 balls remaining in the 50th. The women's game is growing so quickly. I know that there's the women's involvement in the Commonwealth Games is also something that's been a new advent. What have you seen in the last maybe 5 years in the women's game that's really just excited you? A couple of field changes here, 3 slips and a gully still in place, but off and on at wicket, and there's somebody at fine leg as well as a shortish backward square, almost a 45, and on his right shoulder is that man at fine leg. 2 balls rather remaining in this over. Shami into Calvarena, and that was a short one into the body of the South African wicketkeeper. He just danced around and tried to push away at that, and he didn't really get anything on it. It died on its way through to Rishabh Pant. There's something certainly happening here. I'll come back to it after this over with the discussion around the women's game, but that was something that he really didn't look like he was healthy in defending.
No, he did not look comfortable at all there. I think Shami's been quite aggressive the way that he's bowling into the body of Calvarena at the moment.
Yeah, he's trying to get one over the South African wicketkeeper. He's on 6, Temba Bavuma on 11, and it's 119 for 4. Change of the field again. The man at mid-wicket goes out to a deepish square in front, square leg on the leg side. Shami now right arm over the wicket. Full and into the body, or into the toes rather, of Calvarena. He's done well to keep that up. Great over there from Mohamed Shami. It's 50 gone, 119 for 4. Women's game in the last 5 years. Go.
Definitely something that's excited me is the introduction of pay in the women's game. I think for so long, the women had to pay their own way when they went on tour, and it's a huge difference in pay to what the men get to the women. Only recently this season have provincial players been offered contracts, and it's not a lot at all when you compare it to the men's game, but it's a start. It's only 5 contracts per province, so that it does make a little bit of a divide in the team unless there isn't complete transparency. But it is exciting to see that there is something of a career in cricket for women.
Certainly. Right arm over the wicket. Takur to Temba Bavuma, and it's full and driven hard, and it's a great stop there in the covers from Hanama Vihari. Just getting a hand to it, and South Africa can only get 1 for it. It's 120 for 4. Bavuma now on to 12. Verena to face on 6. What that does, though, is it motivates young cricketers to really think, dream about a career in cricket, because in the past it may have stunted their possibility of taking cricket as an opportunity to make it into a career.
Yeah, definitely. And I think always, like in the beginning, you dream and you say, yes, I want to play for the love of the game, and yes, I play for my country. But you do need a little bit of something else, because you can definitely not perform at your best if you have to work another job and still train the way you would as a national player.
This one to Calvarena is just outside that off stump, and he leaves it alone. There's 2 men behind square on the leg side. Any more and it would be a no ball, but they've been good with it. There's a man at short 45, somebody down fine leg, and deep mid wicket are the men out. And it's something that I'd love to get your thoughts on at the end of this over, around what target South Africa will be looking at, or what target looks like it's possible. Deficit now 82, 120 for 4. Calvarena has been going along nicely here, supporting his vice-captain, and it's the important partnership here for India to try and break. This one is short-arm jab and punched onto the onside, rather, and that's gone to deep backward square for 4. It's a wonderful shot there from Calvarena, just getting behind the line of the ball and dispatching it.
Yeah, we have a tweet here from Ravi, the heavy roller. This is a critical partnership, longish tail coming in next.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. Is Ravi ready? He's assessing how things are going, but a great shot there from Calvarena, just piercing the gap between the short 45 and the man at mid-wicket, who is now Jasprit Bumrah. Is looking like he might be trying to sneak towards that square region, because that's exactly where the last one was played. 50.3 overs gone. Thakur follows up with a bouncer, and it's wide. He's overdone it there. There's no need to go and bang it in that short to Calvarena. You're trying to make your point, but he's overdone it there.
Yeah, definitely he has. It's one thing being aggressive, and it's another completely going hayward and not being able to control the ball.
I think of a cricketer that comes to mind is Maranta Nanti Haywood. He was also one bowled a bit of shotgun type bowling when he was put under pressure, but still a fantastic cricketer in his own right. 125 for 4, and he has to bowl this one again. This is Fuller, and just smashed away through the covers. Lovely shot by Calvarena. Just leans on that front foot, and it's that glorious cover drive we all love so much. Good shot by the young man. 129 for 4, and he moves on to 14. 2 balls remaining. Shuttle Tucker suddenly now being put under pressure. He's bowled. He's gotten, well, there's 2 boundaries in this over, a wide as well. How much do you think that's playing in the mind of Shuttle Tucker? He was going along so well, great guns really, and then now he's thrown it away almost.
Yeah, definitely. It puts a lot of pressure on a bowler when somebody is confident and looking to take you on, pounce on that mistake that you make. There's kind of no room for error, and it does play a role in the bowler's mind.
Certainly something to ponder. He comes now to Calvarena, and that's just full and outside the off stump, and Carl leaves that alone, and everybody thought we were done with it because they forgot about the wide, and so Rishabh Pant and his men in the slip cordon have to hang on for just one more. 129 for 4. And if we just have a look at that scorecard, a lot of starts. Dean Elgar getting 28, Margaret falling for 7. Rassi Fanderson out for 1. But the innings of the performance of the innings for South Africa has been that of Peterson, and finally coming right. It's been a frustrating opening spell to his career. This one is better line from Thakur, just going over the top of off stump on a length delivery, and that is the end of the 51st. 129 for 4, and South Africa still needs 73 more runs to find themselves on par. Keegan Peterson coming right today. It just feels right. Like when you pulled the bread out of the oven and it doesn't just collapse. Yes, this is exactly what it's meant to be.
Yeah, I think it's been a long time coming. Tebo was saying earlier that he hasn't been able to get past the 10, 20 mark, somewhere in between there. It's lovely to see him come out and show who he is, express himself, play his own game, and not get stuck in a position that he's not comfortable in.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you batted 3, and so you know that kind of challenge that number 3s always have to face. You're either coming in essentially as an opener, or you're coming in with quite a large total on the board, and it's been the former rather than the latter for Keegan Peterson. This is a bouncer to begin the next over, and it's gone down the leg side, and Rishabh Pant almost going all the way to that short 45 man to collect that one. But yeah, the challenge of batting at 3, you never know what you're going to be going out to.
No, never. You could be a third opener and you could be coming in later on when the ball is old and the field is spread. That's definitely something that you have to practice when you're at training, different situations, match situations.
Yeah, it's never easy. You're having to face the new ball swinging mid-off, mid-on, 3 slips, a gully point, deep backward square. And this one is pitched up to Temba Bavuma. He just punches this into the ground and they immediately set up for a single.
We have a tweet here from Ravi Nair, and he's asking, how much do you think South Africa will make? I'm still going with 250.
I want to hear your thoughts. I'm putting you under pressure here.
I do think 250 will be a nice one.
Realistically, though, because it's one thing to nicely want something, but what do you think South Africa are going to get?
Yeah, definitely. I think realistically, if we can get on par and then get a lead of 50, between 30 and 50, I think that'll be okay. But I do think we need to have higher hopes for the men in green and gold.
Shami for the new. Oh, he's hit him in front. There's a massive shot. And they seem to be bemused, do the Indians, as to why that wasn't given out. But umpire Alahuddin Palekar has been so good in this game, yet to have one of his decisions overturned, and they do go upstairs. And so we're going to have to see if that one is struck in front and hitting. Jenna, we spoke about this partnership being crucial, and it could be over before it's really begun. They've got 28 amongst them, Coverain on 14 and Temba Bavuma on 13. But I'm just going to ask you to guide us through this one, whether or not you think it is out when the replay does come up. I think to Ravi's point, whether or not it's going to be out is whether or not this is out. Whether they get 250 is whether or not this is out.
True. It is crashing into that pad on the roll, but there could be a chance of an inside edge there from Calverena. That's probably something that they're going to check. We're looking at ball tracking now. Ball is pitching outside off. That's all right. Moving in past the bat and hits the pad. You're going to have to wait and see for that.
If he's not hit it, he's stone dead, I think.
Yeah,
if he's not hit it, he's got to pray for an edge. He's got to pray for a bit of a Dean Elgar that we saw earlier, in which he was given a reprieve. Oh, there's maybe a faint nick. There's a lot of oohs and ahs. It sounds like an owl sanctuary here in the various commentary boxes, because everybody can see that there may be something. Oh, there's a faint nick. There's a faint nick. And I think Calverain has got to count his lucky stars and make sure he keeps that rabbit foot of his in those trouser pockets, because I think he's got a reprieve here, and South Africa don't lose another wicket. 130 for 4, 51.2 overs gone.
Yeah, it's really important now that he uses this little piece of luck to boost him now. Maybe he knew that that one definitely got that inside edge, and he's going to take this to his advantage now and assert and say that I'm here to stay.
Batters will always say that, I knew I'd hit it.
Yeah.
I knew I hit it. Absolutely. Smashed it into the front pad. Meantime, it was the faintest of nicks. It's good to see. Good to see. Now the confidence is crucial that he has to build upon that. 2 slips now and a gully. Shami, 2 covering, and it's a bouncer to follow up. So there's 2 slips in the gully, a point, a mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and that short 45 as well as fine leg. So they're clearly looking to attack the South Africans with that short ball. That's why they've got those out there. What, as Indian captain, are you expecting to see from this passage of play? Because it feels like there should be something happening, and there was very nearly.
Yeah, definitely. I would definitely look to get a wicket here to break this partnership, to try and get into the tail. But yesterday we did see the number 7 batter Ashwin score some runs.
Shami into Verena, and it's just outside his off stump, and he just dots this into the spare strips on the offside, and nothing from it.
Yeah, we have a tweet here from Leo on exactly that point. They say the tail being long could be an advantage for South Africa. The Indian attack often forgets the fundamentals of bowling when facing the tail.
It seems to be a bit of a brain fade between both of these two teams. They get early wickets, and then things seem to stutter and stammer on their way through to wrapping up the innings. Don't necessarily have the killer instinct. Shami to complete the 52nd. He comes into Cavarena, that's cut him in half, cleft him in twain, jagged back a mile, and goes through the keeper. Goodness me, there were hands on heads in that Indian group, and everyone had a sharp inhale. 52 overs gone, 130 for 4. Verena on 14 and Temba Bavuma on 13. Goodness me, that hooped a mile.
Yeah, that was an incredible ball from Shami. He's still running in his 18th over, 45 runs with 1 wicket. And he's still hitting the deck hard. He's bowling really well. And this over really proved that. There was an opportunity there for a wicket. And that last ball was absolutely incredible.
Maybe a bit of reverse swing here. I mean, we're 52 overs old. There's certainly the prospect of it. My goodness, that ball hooped as if it was a brand new ball in England, but not to be the case. Thakur, 8.1 overs, 3 for 24. And we're going to give you the field in a moment. 2 slips a gully, deep point, deep square leg, fine leg, a catching mid-wicket, mid-off and mid-on is where everybody finds themselves. Thakur to begin a new over from the golf course end. There's a shot, it's hit Temba Bavuma in front, but they set up for a single, and we'll see what the signal is here from umpire Murray Erasmus, whether or not he gives. Nope, he says there was clearly some bat on it, and so not out there, and they don't think about going for a review.
Yeah, there was a huge shout there from the bowler, but the slip cordon turned around quite quickly and walked back to their spots. So clearly nothing in that.
Lovely little bit of banter there between Mohammad Siraj and Murray Erasmus. We saw in the previous over, Murray Erasmus was at point rather than square leg, and so he was having a lovely conversation with Hanuma Vihari. It's good to see players having good banter with umpires. It helps move the game along. Thakur in again to cover, and he just leaves that alone outside the off stump. Jenna, I'm going to put you back in the Indian captain's shoes, and I want you to tell me, how long are these two going to continue bowling? Because we've seen them, they've bowled a long spell here. How long before we see a change of bowling?
Yeah, they have bowled long spells, and prior to the last over from Shami, I would have said he is due for a break. But that last over, he bowled a couple of incredible deliveries. I do think that they might have 1 over left in Shami, maybe. But definitely he's due for a break.
Thakur to Verena. He just leaves that length ball outside the off stump. No run. I think you're going to have to pry the ball out of Mohammad Shami's hands with the jaws of life if you're hoping to get the bowling change there. And so we're definitely likely to see a new over from Shami. But don't forget, you can tweet us and have your voice heard at OneWorldSR. That is how you can find us on Twitter. You can also go check us out on Facebook and YouTube. You are please encouraged to go to our YouTube channel, like this video and subscribe. Ding the bell. And this one is down the leg side and maybe hoping to strangle the South African wicketkeeper. Good take by Rishabh Pant. Down the leg side, which was full and taking nothing through to the keeper.
It's been exciting to watch Rishabh Pant this innings, especially today. He's had a couple of good takes behind the wickets. He's light on his feet. He stays low. And he's had a couple of good dives, full body stretch there to the left, down leg. He's been really exciting. He's very animated there with the slip cordon.
Certainly a good wicketkeeper can make all the difference. 131 for 4. They're each on 14. Verena now facing up, and it's just a full delivery. And he just dots that into the offside. Temba Bavuma thinks about a run, but his wicketkeeper just politely declines. Yeah, they're on 14 each, and there's 1 ball remaining in the 53rd. 131 for 4. This partnership worth 29, and they're going at 2.5 to the over. Not a bad scoring rate, considering where they are.
Yeah, no, not at all. If they continue like this, hopefully they can get to that 250 mark. Dave, what do you think South Africa could get?
I'm going to sit on the fence with this one. Last ball of the 53rd, 131 for 4. Verena facing up to Takor, and it's a bouncer over the top of middle stump, and he lets it go through to keep a punt. I think if these two can get a partnership close to 100, north of 50, maybe 70 odd, I think South Africa will be better positioned to get to that 250 that Ravi Nair was talking about. And so they've just got to make sure that that time here, there's plenty of time left in this game. You don't want to rush anything. The deficit is 71, and there's still 55 overs scheduled for the day's play. And so at 20 past 1, you would think that they've got to set out their stall for the long haul. Book in for bed and breakfast, as our colleague in one of the other broadcasting rooms will tell you. It's Mark Nicholas that comes to mind. Book in for bed and breakfast when you plan to bat a day and a half with. But change of bowling. We've spoken ill of him, Mohamed Shami, and he's had enough, and there's going to be a bowling change. Mohamed Siraj from the Call It Drive end. He's bowled 7.5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 18. He's kept things quiet, and he'll hope to do that once again. 2 slips in the gully, deep point, deep square leg, fine leg, catching mid-wicket, and mid-off and mid-on. He begins a new over, Siraj, right arm over the wicket, and this is just into the body of Temba Bavuma, just pushes away to the onside, and gets 1 down to deep square.
Yeah, definitely the 2 men at the crease at the moment. Looking comfortable, looking calm and confident. Not too many missed chances. They're making good balls into singles, and they're definitely keeping things ticking.
That's crucial, is that they're not being bogged down. Beside the wonderful bowling of Shadul Thakur, leading up to that expensive over, they've made sure that they've not been allowed to be clamped down. Siraj in now to cover in it full and swinging into the pads, but he just defends that, and there's no run. 132 for 4, and you're going to be spoiled at the end of this over with the pairing of Ken Borland and what I presume is Tsepo Taylor. But we've been thrilled to bring you this first 40 minutes after lunch. My name is David Mitchell. Alongside me for this first 40 after lunch has been Genesol, right arm over the wicket. Siraj into the pads of Kavarena, and he just squares up a little bit. And the man at catching mid-wicket, catching cover for a lefty, but mid-wicket on the onside, does the fielding. Hanuma Bihari, who did really well in that SAA series. And he'd want to squeeze every opportunity, every moment of this time that he has in the national team. Coming in for Virat Kohli. And so a change of field, 2 slips. Gully has been moved out to a backward square leg. You've got a forward square leg, a fine leg catching mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and point. They bowl to Kavarena. It's into the pads. There's a big shout here from Siraj, but nobody behind the stumps is convinced. And it's collected quickly.
Umpire Palika has been very calm and confident in the decisions he's made today and yesterday.
You've got to say, well, what took South Africa, the ICC, so long to bring him in? But South Africa really enjoying a rich vein of form when it comes to good umpires. Bongani Jele as well. No rookie to international cricket. He's umpired a number of one-day internationals and test matches, or rather T20 matches. This is full and hit off the pads to that man at a shortish, or a backward square leg. But he's very close. He's on the corner of the playing surface here, the square rather.
Yeah, it's definitely, we always say a good ball is one that misses the bat or goes straight to a fielder, and that's definitely what happened there. So either great captaincy and good instinct from the captain, or really great bowling to a plan.
Yeah, final ball of Aston, 54th over, and this is into the pads of South Africa's wicketkeeper. It's just pushed down to that fine leg region. They get 1 for it. And that is all from myself. It's going to be Sean Mayers and Ken Borland that will be with you in just a moment. 133 for 4 after 54. and these two have got 15 each.
Welcome back to the Wanderers. I'm Ken Borland and delighted to have next to me a current international in Sean Myers, represents Zimbabwe and the Central Gauteng Lions. Good afternoon, Sean.
Good afternoon.
Dramatic morning and so far so good for the Proteas after lunch.
Yeah, good afternoon, Kane. A fantastic bit of cricket, but unfortunate with a clump of wickets.
Jasper Bumrah is in from the golf course in. Varane beats him with a shortish delivery, rising outside off stump. Varane was fending, but managed to just get inside the line of that testing delivery from Jasper Bumrah. 133 for 4. South Africa still trail by 69 runs. And this is obviously a key partnership between Varane and Bavuma, isn't it, Sean?
Yes, this is the last of the recognised batters in the South African lineup.
Bumrah in again, over the wicket to Varane, who pushes forward on off stump and just defends that to mid-off, no run.
Yeah.
It always struck me as quite a brave selection by the Proteas to go with Marco Jansen as number 7. Put a lot of responsibility on the top 6.
I think it's fair. There are some serious seasoned campaigners within that lineup, very talented guys within the top 6. So put them under pressure, give them an opportunity.
Bumrah in again to Varane. Again, back of a length and just on or about off stump, and Varane goes back and defends that into the covers. No run. Just on a batter's mindset, when you do have that extra responsibility put on you, when you're playing with, say, a batter short, does that inspire you to play better, you think, or can the pressure actually be a negative?
It would depend on how you manage it. So personally, I've learned how to manage those situations and I draw my inspiration from it.
Bumrah in again with that stiff-armed action and driven by Varane, but he's not going to beat mid-on. That was the fullest delivery of the over from Jasper Bumrah, but Varane unable to beat mid-on. He's on 15, and Temba Bavuma also on 15, the partnership with 31. And all of those runs coming in, well, this is the 11th over after the lunch break.
Yeah. So you would think batters bat, bowlers bowl. You know, you have a job, you have a role. This is what you're working towards. So in your preparation, that's all you focus on.
Bumrah in again to Varane. Full again, Varane drives, but this one it's straight to mid-off for no run. Marco Jansen, of course, there are many who feel he's got the potential to become a fully fledged all-rounder. Having looked at his batting in the first test, what do you feel that's feasible?
He has a good technique. But a little bit green. It was his only test to date. So just give him some time. Give him some time.
Bumrah in again to Varane, back of a length. Varane turns this away on the onside, but it is comfortably fielded by mid-on. No run. That's the end of the over. South Africa 133 for 4. I would probably feel a bit more comfortable with Marco Jansen at 8. I think he's a very useful number 8. But the benefit we've seen of this selection is that South Africa were able to field 4 genuine fast bowlers, and that worked, didn't it?
Yes, it did. They did the job. They in the first test play, they bowled out India for 202. Fantastic signs, especially with this young attack, this young team coming in and bowling out one of the best teams in the world, currently ranked number 1. Marco Jansen has been a breath of fresh air, but unfortunately, as an all-rounder, not sure, hasn't sold me yet.
Mohammad Siraj is back into the attack. He begins with a foolish delivery on middle and leg, and Bavuma just comes forward and turns that to mid-wicket, no run. So Mohammad Siraj back into the attack for the first time since this morning. He bowled 4 overs, just 4 overs this morning, after limping off the field last night with a hamstring injury. Those 4 overs looked a bit tentative, don't you think?
I would expect so. I was surprised he came back on the field, considering how he pulled up in the middle. I thought that this was the end of his series.
Siraj, and again from the corner drive into Bavuma, full nipping back into the right-hander, but he defends well off the inside half of the bat to mid-wicket. Yeah, I thought with Siraj going off the field again after those 4 overs he bowled this morning, India might be under a bit of pressure. Dean Elgar and Keegan Peterson were digging in, putting on a good partnership. But in a way, it worked out really well in India's favour because Shardul Thakur came on and took 3 wickets for no runs at one stage.
He hasn't bowled too much.
Siraj in again. Foolish, driven nicely by Bavuma, but he won't beat mid-on running across behind the bowler to do the fielding. No run.
He didn't. Shardul Thakur didn't bowl much in Supersport Park in the first test, and I was concerned. I was like, why? What is the plan here? What are they thinking? Now, looking at how much he is bowling and how important he is to this lineup, it was man management.
Siraj in again to Bavuma. Backfilling, Bavuma shapes to play, but then pulls the bat away. It's a good leave in the end, outside off stump. As a batter, Sean, we saw Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Shami bowl really testing spells. That new ball was doing a hell of a lot. What happens when someone of lesser pace comes on and is not perhaps doing quite as much with the ball? What goes on in a batter's mind?
I'm second guessing constantly. Just a little bit of movement puts my edges into play.
As Siraj again full to Bavuma and just pushed down the ground for mid-on to field, no run.
I'm more concerned. I have to cover any movement, be prepared, play as late as possible, almost adjust my game plan. And as an opening batter, I don't move my feet too much. I trust my hands, trust my head, and just work with the pace. And with that, I have to be very decisive with where my feet are going.
As Siraj is in again, back of a length, Bavuma has flicked this nicely off his pads. It's beaten the man at mid-wicket. It's running away towards the cow corner boundary, and it reaches the boundary. So 4 runs for Temba Bavuma.
Fantastic shot. Just leaned into it, just timed it to the boundary. Make it look so small.
Yeah, that takes Bavuma to 19 not out and the total to 137 for 4. It's the end of the 56th over and the deficit is still 65. Just to follow up on what you were saying about facing someone like Thakur, I think Keegan Peterson's dismissal, especially a bit of a loose drive, perhaps a bit of mental relaxation as the fast medium bowler came on.
Also, he got to his 50. He toiled, he worked hard for his 50 and very quickly got to 60. So I think that was just, as you say, a brain fade, if I'm honest. Just put his bat out there.
As Bumrah will continue from the golf course in, right arm over, back of the leg, Verena is squared up and it squirts off the outside edge to point, all along the ground though, no run.
Ken, we've got a question from Ravi Nair. He said, strange question. Do you think the Indian players will ruin their bodies for the sake of winning one test?
Ruin their bodies? In which way?
I would think it has come down to their bowling loads. Are they going to bowl many overs to, overwork their bowlers just to try and win this test? Do you think they will?
Yeah, we'll get on to that after this delivery from Bumrah. Right arm over to Verena down the leg side. Verena has a half-hearted push at it, but it goes safely through the wicketkeeper punt. No run. Well, of course, if India win this match, they win the series. Mm-hmm. So that's a massive incentive for them. And I think looking where the third test is being played at Newlands should be a very different surface to what we've seen in the first 2 tests. I think India might even play 2 spinners. So that means they can probably rest 1 or 2 of these pace bowlers if they've won the series. So, yeah, good reason to go all guns blazing in this match as Bumrah comes in. He's fiery at the best of times, and this is pushed nicely into the covers by Kyla Verena. Midoff is going to go running after it, Ravichandran Ashwin, and get to for a comfortable 2 runs. It takes Verena to 17 and the total 139 for 4.
I also saw in the lunch break, Ishan Sharma and Umesh Yadav, they were doing the hard yards bowling, getting their bowling loads up. So there is some depth. They're seasoned campaigners. They know what's expected. And, as you say, go guns blazing and, a different surface in Cape Town.
Bumrah in again to Verena, the bouncer, and Verena is very comfortably underneath that, and in fact it's been corded wide by umpire Maria Rasmus. Yeah, that I think is the thing that stands out about this Indian side in the last few years is not only do they have a great pace attack, but they've got considerable depth in pace bowlers as well. You mentioned Ishan Sharma, veteran campaigner. If there's a bit of reverse swing on offer in Newlands, he'd be a good bowler to have there. Bumrah in again to Verena. Fuller outside off stump, and Verena shoulders arms.
Interesting here for Marco Jansen, he doesn't have 100 to his name in first class. So with that said, given his first class stats, could you say that he is an all-rounder?
Not yet. I agree with you, Sean. I think he's a very useful batsman lower down the order. For me, he's a guy who could do a great job at 8 or 9, like a Sean Pollock or a Vernon Philander, that sort of thing. As Bumrah comes in again to Verena, this is a bouncer down the leg side, and Verena just arches his back and gets underneath it.
He does show that he has the shot, and in modern cricket, you can't be batting in the tail and not know how to hold your own. We've seen many a time where the likes of Trent Bolt, the you would say the bottom order, the tail enders have won the game, finished the game 14. So, you have to be able to bat all the way down.
A vital component indeed of modern day test cricket as Bumrah comes in again to Verena. This is a good length. Verena shuffles onto off stump and pushes this towards mid-on, no run. And that's the end of the over, 140 for 4. Sean, the days of the real genuine bunnies at number 10 or 11 seem to have gone. There are not too many absolutely useless batsmen left anymore in the game.
And they definitely can't be anymore. They can't be. It's no team wants to only rely on just their top order to, obviously they do the majority of the job, but 20, 30 runs on the board, 3 wickets in hand, that is a very, as somebody who has captained a team, that's a winning situation. Doesn't matter who's there, it's a winning situation, especially with if you've got overs, quite a bit of time to get there.
So Mohammad Siraj has really just lasted an over after lunch from the quarter drive in, because he's being replaced now by the off-spinner Ravichandran Ashwin, who's bowled 5 overs, 5 overs, 1 made and none for 15 into Bavuma, back of a length, and Bavuma pushes this into the covers, no run.
Do you think in the second innings that South Africa will bowl Keshav much?
Ashwin in again, right arm over, flighted, but not too full. Bavuma stretches forward and just plays it back down the wicket to the bowler. Yeah, I think if the weather stays warm and hot and India keep the seamers at bay for a bit longer, Maharaj will have a roll. As this is well flighted by Ashwin. Bavuma comes forward and whips it away off his pads to a deep backward square leg. There's a bit of a fumble on the boundary, but it will still just be 2 runs to Bavuma. Nice positive stroke. He goes to 21. And the total 142 for 4.
And great fielding there by Bumrah. We made a lot of ground coming from way behind square to in front of square. I would say he needs to take a break, to bend down to get that one.
Having just bowled an over, he wouldn't have enjoyed sprinting around the boundary. Ashwin in again to Bavuma, well flighted. Bavuma forward and plays it back down the wicket to the bowler.
For many a time we've seen fast bowlers complain to the bowler about the lines and lengths.
As this is well flighted by Ashwin again on Bavuma's pads, and he's worked this nicely this time to deep mid wicket for a single. Yeah, Bumrah will be thinking, get it off the pads, Ashwin.
Yeah, almost encouraging him, play across the line, play that line. But Bavuma, playing under his eyes, playing with the turn. We do know that Ashwin is a wily character and can, pull a hat off the bag.
Very much so. He's into Verena this time, gets the outside edge, prodding a bit from the crease. There's no one behind the wicket at third man, so Slip has to go charging off to do the fielding.
Encouraging signs there for Ashwin. He, with that last ball, will want to bowl to Verena, put Timber under pressure, bowl to Verena. He's not looking comfortable against the spinner, so put him under as much pressure as possible.
It was just a better line, that last delivery, wasn't it? Against Bavuma, he was a bit too much into the pads. That one to Verena, very much around middle and off stump. So there's a drinks break now at the Wanderers. South Africa 145 for 4. Just running through what has happened today so far. South Africa resumed on 35 for 1. And Dean Elgar and Keegan Peterson took their second wicket partnership to 74. They were together for 2.5 hours in all before Dean Elgar was caught behind by Rishabh Pant of Shardul Thakur for 28. Keegan Peterson then also fell to Thakur, caught it second slip by Mayank Agarwal for 62. And then the very controversial decision, Rassie van der Dussen, on what turned out to be the last ball before lunch, inside edging Thakur onto his back leg. And from there, he was caught behind by Rishabh Pant, but replays then showed that the ball probably bounced. I'm not sure your feelings on that, Sean.
Probably. Watching the replay, I don't think Pant would have known. I think diving forward, he was sure that he caught it, and I would like to believe that if he wasn't sure, he would have asked for a review.
Yeah, it was actually the second time he claimed a catch in the morning session, with the ball replays then showing that the ball had bounced before him. But yeah, difficult to blame just one person for that incident. I agree, Pant could well not have known that the ball had bounced just in front of him. The umpires did not confer to refer it upstairs, and Temba Bavuma, the non-striker, also didn't suggest to Rassie van der Dussen that maybe it was worth another look. But an unfortunate way for van der Dussen to get out for just a single on the stroke of lunch. But wonderful bowling by Shardul Thakur. He went through a spell of 16 balls in which he took 3 wickets without conceding a run. His overall figures at the moment: 6 overs and 1 ball, 3 maidens, 3 for 11. Make for wonderful reading. What have you thought of Thakur today with the ball, Sean?
I feel, from what I can see, I believe that they have unleashed him. They were getting him warm to South African conditions at SuperSport Park. Didn't bowl as much as Bumrah, Shami, and the rest of the bowling attack, but they unleashed him. They were waiting for the Wanderers, which is notoriously known as a fast bowler's paradise, and said, young man, come and enjoy. Welcome to Test cricket. Take it, learn, take as much, have fun with at this ground. Take as many risks as, well, not as many risks, but bowl, attack the batters, and you will get rewarded, which he has.
Yeah, he's certainly a bustling pace bowler. Not as quick as Shami or Bumrah, but he's brisk, I think, and he certainly has got the ball talking here at the Wanderers this morning. This partnership between Verena and Bavuma, very promising 43 now, coming together straight after lunch. Bavuma on 22 not out, Verena on 19 not out, and the deficit 57. It certainly looks as if it's going to be a very tightly fought first innings, isn't it, Sean?
I do hope that these two, given that they are the last of the recognised batters, can get through till tea. Get, at the end of the day, if that happens, but get through till tea, potentially get South Africa into the positive, get ahead, put some pressure under the Indians, and on day 3, put them under some real pressure. The Wanderers is sometimes known as a minefield on day 3, so let's see what happens.
As Jasper Bumrah will continue bowling from the corner drive end. He has Temba Bavuma in his sights. Apologies, from the golf course end. Jasper Bumrah, right arm over with his salmon-coloured sleeveys. And he comes full length. Bavuma is groping outside off stump as that delivery seamed away from him. No edge found though, through to wicketkeeper punt. If these two do bat through to tea, which is just under an hour away now, you would think that South Africa would probably still be behind India's first innings score of 202. But with 6 wickets in hand, let's say, Sean, what would be a good lead as we just see Bumrah coming into bowl again to Bavuma down the leg side. Bavuma misses, and it's through to wicketkeeper punt.
If South Africa, given that they do have 6 wickets in hand, they can get to a lead of minimum of 60, 70 runs. It could give them a fighting chance to put the Indians back under pressure. They know their lines, they know their legs, and that first hour of bowling to the Indians will be crucial if they want to, level the series.
As Bumrah in again to Bavuma. Full, Bavuma drives him off. They're coming through for a quick single. It's to Ashwin, who hurls the ball at the wicketkeeper's end, misses the stumps, but Verreynne would have been safely home, even if it had hit. Good single taken there by Bavuma. I think in a low-scoring game, which this certainly looks like being, a lead of 60, 70 runs would be absolutely gold. Especially since South Africa do have to bat second. I haven't noticed too many divots on the pitch. Often here at the Wanderers on the first day, the pitch is a bit soft and you get a few divots. As Bumrah is in now to Verreynne. Back of a length on middle stump. Verreynne turns it to mid-wicket, no run. Bit of a harder pitch. Those divots are often a factor here at the Wanderers, Sean, aren't they?
Yeah, there is a lot of grass cover, and I think that may help a little bit. There is a patch just there at a shortish length that it will assist the bowlers. So hopefully it will hold together, give the South Africans a chance, but it's definitely not going to be easy to bat on day 4, day 5. And South Africa just need to dig in here.
Bumrah in again to Verreynne. Full. Verreynne drives it back down the pitch. Bumrah will field well in his follow-through. No run.
Putting them under pressure, bowling very full to them, hoping. I don't think there'll be too much short bowling here. I want them to drive, potentially, put the 2 slips and gully in play. But everything seems to be body length, force them to play at the ball, and just the surprise ball's the one that goes away.
Yeah, make the batsman play as much as possible. As you say, Bumrah in to Verreynne, makes him play, tight on middle and off. And it's pushed to the onside for no run. I'm not sure Bumrah has exactly hit his straps 100% today. Do you feel he made the batsman play enough this morning?
Not as much as we saw him do at Supersport Park. The ball was doing a lot. And I was hoping he was going to attack a lot more. But given that Keegan Peterson just looked very comfortable, waiting for the ball, playing under his eyes, showing the potential he does have, it would be encouraging signs for South Africa in that number 3 position. So Bumrah hit his lines, hit his lengths, wasn't hit for much, but let them play a little bit more at you, bowl at them, attack a little bit more. You have the pace and that action, let's see.
Ashwin goes around the wicket now to Temba Bavuma, who stretches forward and defends solidly, no run. Yeah, I thought Keegan Peterson batted especially well this morning. He was very determined, but he stayed positive. He took advantage of scoring opportunities as Ashwin's again well flighted. Bavuma down the pitch has just got to this and worked it away through the vacant mid-wicket to the man who runs in from the boundary. It'll just be a single to Bavuma. He goes to 24 and the total 147 for 4.
Almost ran past that one. this is the man they want to bowl at. If India are going to have a breakthrough and potentially seal this innings, this is the wicket they want to aim for. Kyle Verreynne on strike, and a fielding change where deep point is now at a regulation point.
And there's a short leg and a slip, and Verreynne actually turns this quicker, flatter delivery into the man at short leg on the bounce, no run. It's interesting that to Bavuma, as Ashwin is in again now to Verreynne, this is the length pulled back a bit. He just defends on middle and off. Ashwin definitely seems to be angling the ball into Bavuma's pads a lot more than to Verreynne, where he's bowling over the wicket for one thing, and a more traditional middle and off line. This is a bit short, and Verreynne has hit short leg again, turning it off his hips.
I usually see that happen when you're looking to get the LBW, where you're saying to Timber, play straight, don't play the sweep shot, you have to play straight or straighter.
Ashwin in again, and Verreynne has just defended this too short leg, no run.
You have to play straighter, because if Bavuma misses, he hits, but Timber has to play at the ball. Whatever happens, he has to play, especially if it's a lot straighter, he has to play. So maybe wanting him to potentially get the leading edge, or, consider the sweep, but that would be a terrible option. But that's, from what I can see, that's the thinking. Make sure that you have to play. You have to play the ball. I've got players out there. You're only going to get a single. You're not going to get value for your shots. So, get Kyle on strike and let's attack him.
So the end of the Ashwin over leaves South Africa on 147 for 4. Bumrah is continuing from the golf course end to Temba Bavuma. Right arm over, back of a length. Bavuma steers this nicely, but it's straight to a shortish gully, no run. Just we were mentioning first innings lead, and the previous game between these two teams here at the Wanderers in 2018, India made 187 in their first innings, and South Africa 194, so they just led by 7 runs. India then made 247, so only chasing 240 South Africa, but they were bowled out for 177.
Oh, wow.
Bumrah in again to Bavuma, back of a length, defends back to the bowler, no run.
So this, low scoring affair could go right down to the wire.
and it just shows you the importance, if you are batting last, of getting a healthy first innings lead. 7 runs, clearly not enough for South Africa on that occasion.
It's very possible. 6 wickets in hand, you would think that these two being vital right now to get through this period, they do it, South Africa have this taste, or can have this taste.
Bumrah in again to Bavuma, back of a length. Bavuma's turn this. There's thoughts of a run as the ball goes between mid-wicket and square leg, but mid-wicket was across quickly to stop any thoughts of a single. That's Cheteshwar Pujara.
And these two have been very busy at the crease. I mean, their partnership is worth 45. So, doing the hard yards, rotating the striker, running hard between the wickets. Both these batters are very quick, very aggressive runners. Not necessarily big hitters, not that they can't, but make the most of hitting into the gap, trusting each other to get to the other side. And, keep that scoreboard ticking, playing very positive cricket.
Yeah, both busy batsmen, and putting together a key partnership here for South Africa for the 5th wicket, as Bumrah will be in again, right arm over from the golf course end. Full. Bavuma drives nicely down the ground, straight down the ground, and that's going to go all the way for 4 runs.
Bavuma doesn't move. He knows as soon as that ball came off the bat that no need to move there.
That was a beautiful stroke, not overhit it, just a punch. Just to the left of the bowlers in stumps, and it takes South Africa past 151 now for 4.
Fantastic batting. The example of what an on drive should look like. Doesn't overhit it, stands there, just hits it, just waits, revels in how it feels, the sound of the bat, just taking it all in, and reducing that deficit.
Yeah, using the pace of the bowler. Bumrah, just a short run up, but he's pretty quick. He's in again to Bavuma, pulls the legs back a bit, and Bavuma gets right behind it, shaped as if it kept a bit low. He's found the middle of his defensive bat though, no run. There's quite a few clouds just drifting past the Wanderers now, but they're fairly fluffy, separate clouds. They don't look too threatening, do they, Sean?
No, nothing too threatening here. Our resident climatologist, he would tell us the exact name of these clouds and tell us why there shouldn't be rain during the day today.
Bumrah in outside off stump and Bavuma shoulders arms. I'm going to have a guess and say they're cumulus. I'm sure Simon will scold me if I'm wrong once we finish our stint. As Bumrah has finished his over for the time being. It's 151 for 4 South Africa. Bavuma on 28 and Verreynne on 19. The partnership worth 49, so they're just one away from a milestone. The deficit is 51.
Ken, we're talking about one away from milestone. Somebody could say you jinxed that. Some would say that's jinxing what these two are doing. But the fact of the matter is it's on the big screen. Everybody knows about it.
I can't keep our listeners totally in the dark. We do need to keep them up to date with what's happening. As Ashton comes around, we get to Verreynne, back of the leg. Verreynne cuts. He has not been able to beat backward point though.
It doesn't get his timing quite right with that one, and the man able to stop it before it gets any further.
Ashford, of course, with these changes of pace, is often a difficult man to cut, as this is fallen on Verreynne's pads. He works it away behind the square on the leg side. Finally, it comes up and it'll just be a single. And there is that 50 partnership between Bavuma and Verreynne in 76 minutes off 102 balls.
Much needed partnership here, and hopefully it will continue. There's 50 odd deficit now, and these two need to dig in even further, dig deep. This is an opportunity for both these batters.
Ashton stays around the wicket to Bavuma, full on leg stump. He drives it to the deep mid on, and they scamper through for another quick single.
Opportunity for Verreynne to make that position of keeper batter his. With the sudden retirement of Quinton de Kock, this is his opportunity to own this position. Solidify his position in this test team.
Yeah, I don't know if it's ever happened to you that you kind of know you've got 2 games and then you're not going to play again. We'll talk about that after this theory from Ashton. Flighted on leg stump. Verreynne drives to a straightish mid-wicket to misfields, but no harm done, no run.
I've had that position, been in that position a few times, and we'll continue after this ball.
Full and flighted, and Verreynne pushes this down to mid-on, no run.
And in those scenarios, it was a case of you've got nothing to do, swing.
As Ashton is in again to Verreynne, who comes forward defensively and pushes this now on the offside. No run. Ashton switched to over the wicket for that delivery. Yeah, I guess this is a nicer position for Verreynne that now he knows that it's not just 2 games. Even if he doesn't do particularly well in these next 2 games, I can't see the selectors jettisoning him after just 2 games. So he knows he's got a reasonable run now to look forward to, and he's done a great job today. 20 not out.
Yeah. So in those positions, it was I've got nothing to lose. You've got nothing to lose. Verreynne has almost nothing to lose by sticking to his guns. He doesn't have to do anything out of the ordinary except, play as tight, be as compact as possible, play as close to his body, leave well, defend well, know where his off stump is. These are all very obvious things at this level that they're playing at. So nothing too out of the ordinary for him. Just nice the mental application. Can he do it? Can he do it at the high stage against the best team in the world, against the best one of the best bowling attacks in the world? Can he do it?
Yeah, and Shardul Thakur, the destroyer of the morning session, is back into the attack from the golf course into Bavuma, who cuts mightily. It was short outside off stump, and Bavuma's got that away behind square on the offside for 4 runs. Takes him to 33 not out, and the total now 157 for 4.
That was short, wide, and on it said hit me. And Bavuma, rightfully so, sent it to the boundary and has prompted a field change. Gully is now on the point boundary.
2 slips for Shardul Thakur, and he's got a man fairly close in at mid-wicket. Almost looks like a catching position. Cover in mid-off, mid-on, as Thakur in again to Bavuma. This is a bit fuller outside off stump, and Bavuma has nothing to do with it. Sean, you mentioned Kyle Varane's batting. He looks like he's got the sort of technique which could serve him well at test level.
Yeah, he knows what he wants to do. He's solid. He doesn't try anything too rash, and knows he gets into really good positions to play the shots he wants to play. So, he has potential. He could go a lot further. He looks like a batter who knows what he's doing. So let him play shots.
Thakur into Bavuma 4. Bavuma drives this through mid-wicket, and the deep backward square leg will run across to cut it off close to the boundary, but they'll get through for 2 more runs. Bavuma goes to 35 and the total 159 for 4. Yeah, having watched quite a lot of Kyle Varane at the domestic level, the other thing I like about him is his temperament. He seems to be at his best in really tough situations.
Performs on the big stage. That's where you've got a special talent. It doesn't matter the stage.
Thakur will come right arm over from the golf course into Bavuma, outside off stump and left alone to go through to the wicket keeper.
Ken, I've got a tweet here for you from Anis Mohammed. She says, Ken on comms does wonders for my blood pressure. Keeps me on the edge of my seat. Every ball, love it. Ken, we love it too.
Sounds like Anis likes having high blood pressure. To each to their own, I guess. And we've just got 2 more balls, Sean and I, in this commentary stint before we hand over to Tsepo Tayela and Mpho Mutlani. And it's Thakur into Bavuma, back of a length. Bavuma defends solidly towards mid-on. Mid-wicket will cut it off though, no run.
This is key. These 2 just have to keep going. Keep trudging along. These 2 very busy men just keep trudging along. The train that just wouldn't stop. Just keep going.
Yeah, and it looks like if South Africa do develop a really good partnership, that India could be under pressure, because Siraj has only bowled 5 overs today, and everything not looking right with his hamstring. It's stuck here. This is back of a length and leaps up at Bavuma's gloves. He pulls the bottom hand off, but does well to keep the ball down. And that ends the over with a dot ball. South Africa 159 for 4 after 63 overs. Bavuma on 35, Varane on 20. And do join us in just about a minute or 2 as Tsepo and Mpho take over.
Cool. And we're back live here for the final 40 minutes until tea. South Africa started this session at 102 for 4. India would have thought that they were back in the game, but this partnership of 57 has set this game more into South Africa's favor than much. My name is Mpho Mutlani. I've got Tsepo Tayela with me. Please do tweet into us. Tsepo was looking out for those tweets. We did correct the previous group that Anis was a man, not a win, but I'm sure Anis will be okay with that.
Yeah.
First ball, Ravi Ashwin from the caller drive end. So he had a slip and a leg slip, and he bowls a full one. that Kyle Verreynne plays out to mid-wicket for no run. Next ball, a lot more quicker, darting it in down that leg side, and Kyle Verreynne playing that squarer on the leg side for an easy single. Field for the two right-handed batters, that is. You've got one slip, a leg slip. Timber's got a point on the boundary, back a point on the boundary. It's got conventional mid-on and mid-off with a catching mid-wicket, silly mid-on, essentially, as well as a long on halfway up the boundary. Next ball, Ashwin was also darting it down the leg side. It was a fuller length ball, and Timber playing out square for another single. Score goes up to 161 for 4. Bavuma on 36. Ashwin coming through his overs very quickly. This one down the leg side, a little bit shorter than the previous one, more of a fuller length there. It bounced a little higher. Kyle Verreynne looking to play down the leg side, and leg slip nowhere near that one.
Exactly there for that ball.
Yes, next ball, fourth ball of Ashwin's over. Kyle Verreynne comes down the wicket to a shorter, slightly back of a length ball, and he plays it back to the bowler. No run there.
Small appeal as well. Maybe a shout for LBW, but he was down the pitch, so probably no shout there.
Ashwin digging in his bag of tricks. This ball is full block hole length, and Kyle Verreynne just defends it out to the leg side. End of that over. An interesting over from Ashwin with different lines, different lengths being employed, and keeping the batter guessing most likely as to what he is looking for him to play.
Score now 161 for 4. Verreynne on 21, Timber Bavuma on 36, and most importantly, a partnership of 59, while the deficit now is under 50. It's at 41. And we're discussing about this earlier, This was a very vital partnership for the South Africans. They came in at 102 for 4. And I remember us talking about the game was very much in the balance. If India got the breakthrough here, they would definitely feel in control. But if the South Africans got a big partnership here, the deficit would go down to something manageable for the rest of the order.
Still in the balance, leaning slightly towards South Africa, because if you add 2 wickets to this, Shardul Thakur starts from the golf course end, 2 slips, and a man on the boundary at third man, and Timber finds that man with us as Shardul Thakur bowled a back of a length ball outside the off stump, and it was played out to that third man, very wide for a third man, but a single taken off of that. 162 for 4. Timber moves up to 37. I think the game's still in the balance. Normally, what I would like to do, Tip, is I'd put 2 wickets on the score, 166 for 6. South Africa still squeaky bum time much with that. So these two have still a lot of work to get through. As Thakur bowls to Kyle Verreynne, another back of the length ball outside the off stump, and he plays it on the back foot out to the fielder at extra cover, more cover, extra conventional cover. He's not fine like he's extra. But the field setting, 2 slips, third man, that cover, mid on, mid off. You've got a catching mid wicket, as well as 2 men out on the leg side on the boundary, 1 conventional square leg on the boundary, as well as a fine leg for the hook shot. Shardul Thakur getting past the umpire's shoulder there. He bowls a short one outside the off stump. Kyle gets in line, but he holds his bat and he holds his pose as it goes past to Rishabh Pant.
Now, we heard Ken just talking about how Kyle Verreynne likes to get stuck in high pressure situations. Got valuable runs here, 21. Not striking too fast, but doing the job here for the South Africans. And as you said, the game still maybe favors the South Africans here. Put 2 wickets on that total, and you're basically into the tail. So we're still very much in the balance here. India definitely feel that they could get some wickets here.
Thakur into Kyle Verreynne. That one's a lot straighter, but still back of a length, and Kyle just playing that off the back foot straight to the fielder at cover. He's that fielder cover station there for that shot, but played on the up. So he would need to be rushed in order for him to actually get that ball in the air to that fielder cover. It's more aligned with the lines that they're looking for Shardul to bowl are a lot straighter, more LBW type balls, middle and off stump. You've got the 2 close-in fielders at cover as well as mid-wicket for those balls that are played mistimed that will fly in the air for that. As Thakur comes in, ball short, fuller one outside the off stump, Kyle Verreynne letting that go.
Oh, I thought it was the end of the over. He still has one more ball. Got duped by the one ball from Siraj's over. But I did want to mention Shardul Thakur didn't look too dangerous in Centurion. I heard some people in the media box saying that not really sure about his inclusion here, but has 3 wickets. Shardul Thakur, yeah. Has 3 wickets for 32. When he got his 3, he was on 3 for 0 as well. So
we'll talk about this after this ball as Shardul Thakur comes into Carl Verena. A lot straighter. It is an LBW appeal as it's hit him high on the pad, and Murray Rasmus is giving him out on that LBW appeal. Like I was saying, the Indians were bowling straight, looking for that LBW ball. Shardul Thakur, as we're talking about him, gets that appeal. Carl Verena has gone up for DRS. And so we will wait to see how that looks. But currently, South Africa, 162 for 5. The breakthrough India were looking for has arrived with 30 minutes to go until tea.
Exactly what the Indians would need right now. And Shardul Thakur once again comes through with the breakthrough. If this wicket goes through, that's his 4th.
So we're looking at the replay from the DRS. It has hit Carl Verena's pad first, then bat. He was it looked like he was surprised by the lack of bounce on offer, and we're just having a look at that. It looks like, as we look at Ultra Edge, that it hits the pad first, then the bat. We've now rocked and rolled to the vision. I don't know what the Hawkeye, and Hawkeye does show 3 reds as Carl Verena has to go back. What an incredible ball. They were looking for an answer and they got it. Shardul Thakur takes his 4th wicket in this innings. The point I was going to make before the wicket was that if you look at all the bowlers that India have in reserve, and that Umesh Yadav, Ishan Sharma, Navdeep Saini, Shardul Thakur is not necessarily one of the better. He's not better than all those other bowlers, but what he offers with the bat is something that you need to consider. He's taken these, I think in his international career, he's at 350s. And that's something that you would need to consider. India have tried to consider coming into the series. Sometimes, being able to bowl capably with and also be able to bat might just send you a little bit over than the others. But today he's doing a really great job with that. Shardul Thakur has played 5 games, and he's had a high score of 67. That was against Australia. He's had 3 innings of 50 in his 8 batting innings. So that tells you that he's more of a handy all-rounder, lower order. And so that's another decision for India. We want to bowl 5 bowlers. We can get Shardul Thakur. He can give us those type of holders, hold an end bolt straight, like they've asked him to do today, and he can get wickets. And that's what's happened. He's bowled on the money. His pace is slightly lower than the others, but he's ended up coming through. And I think, Simple, we all go straight to pace. Bowl fast, bowl fast, bowl fast. But there is a world for the guys like Vern, Shardul Thakur, yes, Mohammad Shami. There is a place for them. And you're seeing that right now at the Wanderers of Paces. The quicker ones aren't taking wickets. Shardul Thakur is taking wickets. That brings in the new batter.
Yeah, it's Marco Janssen. Just continuing with that point you're making about Shardul Thakur. The pace off the ball means that the ball maybe doesn't move as much. We're discussing that as well earlier.
So we've got Ravi Ashwin to start the new over to Temba Bavuma. It's a full ball. Temba comes forward, plays that down the leg side. The catching mid-wicket has that. One slip, one leg slip. You've got a man halfway down to the boundary at backward point. 2 catches on the leg side. That's mid-wicket, as well as short leg, who is encroaching with the bowler. Mid-off, as well as a conventional mid-on, a straighter mid-on. And then the outfielders, we'll talk about that after Ravi comes in with this next ball. As Temba manages to thread the ball through. It was a full ball from Ravi Ashwin, and Temba comes down, takes a step, and he threads the ball through the leg side all the way to that mid-wicket cow corner boundary for 4.
Temba Bavuma now moves to 41 runs here, doing well, marshalling the middle order here, and a good use of the feet we can see on the scoreboard here at the Wanderers. More importantly, takes the deficit down to 36 and the score to 166.
Yes, Ravi Ashwin in for the next ball. Temba comes forward with the defense. It goes down the leg side. It goes to that man who is encroaching in at square leg. And he's coming in like he's a catching fielder. And it is a dot ball. 4 balls into this Ravi Ashwin over. Couple of field changes. Backward point comes in to be more conventional instead of hanging around on the boundary. Mid wickets now also on what you would call the ODI ring. As Temba comes in, as Ravi Ashwin comes into Temba, full ball outside on middle stump, and Temba plays it down the leg side for no run. The fielder at square leg picking that one up.
Ashwin just getting through his overs quite quickly here. Get that over rate level.
Ashwin in short ball. Temba pulls this over mid wicket for
a maximum.
4-6. Really, really good shot from Temba Bavuma. He picked up that short ball. He was like, oh, this is in my arc. Let's get it out the park.
Oh, certainly that's leaning back, getting under it, and just sending it way over the square leg boundary there. This is a man in control. He's now sitting on 47 runs, not just marshalling the middle order, but showing that he has some venom, taking on the bowlers, taking on Ashwin, saying, you get out of here.
Yes,
and take
interesting thing there, Tipo, there were 2 catches on the leg side, one on the square leg boundary, a little bit forward of square leg, and also one behind square leg, backward of square leg, and he dissected them perfectly. It was a shot, it was a ball that Ashwin wanted to bowl to see if he could find those 2 fielders. But Temba, being in the form that he's been in over the past 2 test matches as South Africa's best batsman in the series, putting it away.
Not just the past 2 test matches, he also did well in Pakistan before he got injured. And couldn't play against Pakistan when they came down here. Oh, they weren't test that time. But I remember because of his injury, he couldn't play another test and even another captain. So Temba right now is doing very well for himself in the middle order, constantly in the runs column. And most critics will say, where are the big scores? But at the same time, he's a reliable batsman. And there's an interesting discussion to be had about that. I was saying the same thing about Keegan Peterson. Why not have someone that guarantees you a good amount of runs on a difficult pitch?
Yes, we'll talk about that at the end of this over. Shuttle Taco to the left-handed Marco Jansen. 2 slips and a gully. It's a straight one on off stump. Marco Jansen just drives that with the front foot out to the fielder at backward point now. He's stationed at third man on the boundary, but he's come up to pick the ball up at backward point on the boundary. Yes, you do want that. And Temba's had a good 2021. Start of the series, he averaged 44. He's getting those runs in there. But the other question I've always said, sometimes it may not be enough. And with Temba and all these innings, 16 half centuries, 1 century, tells me that he's not kicking on. Takur into Temba Bavuma, right-handed Temba Bavuma, gets the edge of that on the back of a length ball. It will race away past the second slip and it will go to the boundary for 4. That brings up Temba's 17th test half century as well. He has manfully managed this period post-lunch with Calvin and now Marco Jansen and Temba Bavuma carrying on, scoring that 50, a much needed 50 that South Africa needed to add to Keegan Peterson's 50 earlier on in the day.
Vital runs here for the South Africans. We saw Wanderers, or this pitch is a difficult pitch to bat on, 11 wickets yesterday. So these are valuable runs, especially in the middle order.
177 for 5, Temba on 51, deficit 25. Takur into Temba Bavuma down the leg side. It looks like he's been strangled down the leg side as the Indians are celebrating, and Temba again getting to 50 and getting out. Unfortunately for him, it was a back of a length. It was going down leg. It was a bad ball, and he got a touch off that bat, and South Africa lose another wicket. Temba will be disappointed again to not be able to kick on. 17 half centuries, 1 century. He just struggles to get over, to push on. But the work he did to take South Africa from 102 for 4 to 177 for 6 cannot be overlooked.
Look at that deficit, a deficit of just 25. The lower order can do something there, decrease that deficit, maybe even get a lead. But once again, in the second test match in a row, Temba Bavuma gets to his half century, A few balls later, he gets dismissed. And he got 50 runs off 60 balls, strike rate of 85. He only had the 6 fours for that boundary. And we're probably going to expect Kagiso Rabada to come to the middle. It's either him or Maharaj, but we'll confirm right after that. Don't forget, you can tweet us in at OneWorldSR. And someone has the Armchair Cricket podcast saying this partnership between Verena and Temba Bavuma has put South Africa ahead in the SA versus India test. If these two can take South Africa closer to or beyond the India total, SA could target a lead of 60, 75 runs, which could be decisive on this Wanderers pitch.
Look, I agreed with that, but I think the loss of these 2 quick wickets before tea, remember 20 minutes before tea, has brought India back in into the game. And it's now more even. If India can take these next 2 wickets, like I say, add 2 wickets to the score, 177 for 8 doesn't look that good. But if India can take 2 quick wickets now, they find themselves back in this game. From at the start of our session, it looked like they were slowly losing control.
Armchair Cricket podcast just replied to his tweet. Quick ellipsis, then hashtag Twitter Jinx strikes again. And it's that man, Shadil Thakur again. That's another wicket for him. Is that a fifer?
Elu Mazai on YouTube saying, SA need Ryan now, but shame Marco has to bat too high at number 7. That's too high on this pitch. Elu Mazai says, what's wrong with Timber getting an excellent 50, then literally throwing his wicket away? I don't understand this at all. I wouldn't say it was throwing the wicket away, but sometimes you get a bad ball down the leg side, and so now we have a little bit of confusion, Tsepo.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay in play here. They just want to review that once again, do the umpires, probably because of an earlier call. So KG Rabada is literally standing on the boundary, but he's not coming onto the field.
But Timber's crossed the boundary.
No, but I think the rule has changed. I was actually chatting to some commentators about that. It's when the new batsman comes in, does that change? So Kagiso Rabada literally still off the pitch. Now he's coming back on.
So they were checking whether Timber had edged it.
Just making sure the umpires reviewed themselves, which I think is a good thing to do from time to time if you're not sure. But you don't want to do it too often, otherwise it could delay the game.
Yes. South Africa losing 2 quick wickets and losing control of the session. Kagiso Rabada in his 49th test match, averaging 12 with the bat, but I think this year's average has been a lot better in 2021. His high score was 40 against the West Indies in St. Lucia. So he'll be hoping to try and get some handy runs for South Africa. Right now, what South Africa need is a lead.
Yep.
However small it is, they need a lead. And this is what KG's job will be, to bat responsibly and to try and get as many runs as he can. 3 slips, backward point, man at cover. You've got a mid-on, short leg, square leg, in line with umpire, forward square leg, and you've also got fine leg. As Thakur comes into Kagiso Rabada, that is a full and straight, and it is played out to leg side for a run. The one thing we did not say, Shadil Thakur has actually now taken 5 wickets for 37. He's having a monster spell right now for the Indian team, bringing them back into the game. And sometimes when it looks like, you're on the back of it, you need help from somebody to step up. And India have Shadil Thakur, who's taken that all through. Thakur to the left-handed, Kagiso Rabada finds the edge off a ball that was back of a length, and it comes off the shoulder of KG's bat and rolls out to the point region for no run.
Shadil Thakur, what he brings to the Indian attack with the pace off the ball, we did touch on it earlier, that the other pace bowlers maybe get a little bit too much movement, the ball doing too much. And just speaking to Sean, she said as a batter, she really prefers that. If there's too much, the risk is a lot lower, but now he just gets just enough movement to be dangerous.
Thakur into Kagiso, this one down the leg side, and Kagiso plays that off his pads out to fine leg for a single. He's off the mark, It is 178 for 6 at the end of the 67th over. Janssen is on 1, and Kagiso isn't off the mark. That was called leg buys, but we've got another ball to bowl because Shardul Thakur has bowled a no ball. So that over's not over yet, and South Africa's total now goes up to 179.
Deficit decreasing. Every single run counts here. Just 23 now. So South Africans building ever closer to lead. Marco Jansen, the right-handed batter, left-hand bowler. So that the strikers end on 1. And the non-strikers end, the right-handed bowler, left-handed batsman, KG Rabada is yet to be off the mark.
Shardul Thakur to Marco Jansen, 3 slips, backward point, catching cover, and Marco Jansen lets that ball back of a length outside the off stump to go through to Rishabh Pant to end that over. The only worry about batting second or batting last at the Wanderers is that if you bowl a team out for a low total, you do need to find a way to get some sort of a lead because you don't want to be batting last chasing 200. And so that lead, man, it will help you try and give you some sort of a cushion and a buffer. And the disappointing thing about the South African specialist batters is that they weren't able to get South Africa off the line. It's in moments like these where you now want the lower order batters to do something, to be responsible with their wickets. I don't know how fair that is, However, it is something that you would require, and you would hope that the lower order batters will take a little bit more responsibility for that. But India Small Black Tepo, Mohammad Shami coming in from the caller drive end. He has taken the other wicket. Taku's taken 5. He's taken the other wicket. He's bowled 18 overs, 45 runs. Right arm around the wicket to Kagiso Rabada with 3 slips and a backward point. And Kagiso gets the first ball that is full outside the off stump and driven out for no run to the field at point.
Now, we just saw the Indian innings, the last innings that was played here at the Wanderers, when Ravichandran Ashwin got big runs there. He came through for the lower order and really saved what would have been quite an embarrassing total here for India. He got 46 runs or 50 balls, and he was striking at a rate of 92. So the lower order can do it.
Shami into Kagiso, cover drive from Kagiso for full ball, straight to the fielder who's at conventional cover, slightly more catching than what you'd expect, but it was on the bounce to Ajinkya Rahane, and there was no run taken off of that. 179 for 6.
Or let me rather rephrase, the lower order in the South African team have less responsibility than what Ashwin had. He just went in guns blazing, didn't really have too many wickets to preserve, and got good runs for it.
Mohammad Shami into Kagiso Rabada. This one's full, and Kagiso chips it to a mid on, and he loses his wicket. It was full, it was straight. He came through for the cover drive, but he got an inside half of the bat, and he's just lost his wicket, and he was caught by Mohammad Siraj at mid on. South Africa lose their 3rd wicket in this session, and they are now down to 179 for 7.
Oh, just a little bit of a mini collapse here from the South Africans. KG Rabada not moving the score at all. He goes for a duck after just lapping or driving that, mistiming that drive to Mohammad Siraj there at mid-wicket or mid-on. And he has to go after facing 6 balls for 7 minutes.
Truly disappointing passage of play. You would say it's 30 minutes. It's actually 28 minutes of play with South Africa losing 3 wickets in that period. They've lost 3 wickets just for a small amount of runs. And that is going to be something Dean's going to have to discuss with the team. You can't lose wickets in clumps. But as I said in my earlier stint in commentary, wickets fall in clumps at the Wanderers. And it doesn't matter what period of the day it is. If you find that right line and length and you can put pressure on the batters, you will be able to find joy. And India are now back in this test match having found joy.
And that brings to the crease the stand-in one-day international captain, Keshav Maharaj. He's no mug with the bat, high score of 73, average of 14, so not really called here to do a big job on a regular basis.
So South Africa have lost 3 wickets for 17 runs. and it's really disappointing to see this. Somebody of these two needs to arrest this, and Keshav Maharaj is ready, right-handed batter. Mohammad Siraj is going to come right arm over this time. 3 slips, backward point, catching cover coming in, and you've also got mid-on, mid-off, as well as mid-wicket, more square, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Mohammad Shami coming into Keshav Maharaj. He greets Keshav Maharaj with a short ball that's going down leg, and Keshav ducks underneath. A great kick by Rishabh Pant. 179 for 7. Janssen on 1. Maharaj on 0. South Africa behind by 23.
Hectic scenes here at the Wanderers. And don't forget, you can tweet us in here. We have a tweet from Jay Grover saying, Timber, you muppet. Unfortunately, falling right after making his half century. And you can feel the frustration of the South African fans really hoping for Timber to kick on.
Shami into Maharaj, shot outside the off-stump. Maharaj coming forward to a full ball, not getting the edge. It's a play and a miss. And India are in business. They smell like they can get an advantage in this match, and that's something that they are going to be wanting to clamor onto to get them closer to winning the series here and going to Cape Town, knowing that they've done what other generations of Indian cricketers have not been able to do.
And what I like about the Indian team is that Mohammad Shami comes in when they smell blood in the water. It happened in Centurion as well after a few wickets fell.
Shami into Keshav Maharaj, who comes forward for a press on a ball that's a lot straighter this time, and it squirts out to the cover point region where Bashar Thakur fielded that, and a single has been taken to end that over. 180 for 7. Both batters, Janssen and Maharaj, on 1. The deficit is now 22.
Maharaj got himself off the mark with that last shot. He's now on 1. Janssen, he also has 1 off 1. And the deficit now 22. It looked a lot better for the South Africans when they still had 6 wickets in hand. But now it's looking very tight. As you said, 2 wickets down, squeaky bum time, and it's squeaky bum time indeed. Not a lot of batting to follow after this.
Yes.
So it's vital that these guys do the job for the South Africans. On the other side, India have done very, very well. The game was getting away from them a little bit, a few 50-run partnerships, but Thakur continues from the golf course.
2 slips, gully, backward point, Shardul Thakur on the money, full on off stump, and Keshav Maharaj defends it out to the fielder at catching cover. India keeping that catching cover in, also bringing mid-wicket a lot more straighter and catching, so he's on the square, getting ready for any ball that gets popped up to him. You've also got conventional mid-on and mid-off and fine leg. That's Mohammad Shami getting some much-needed rest and also Powerade from his team physio, as Shardul Thakur coming into Keshav Maharaj. This ball back of it end high on the bat. Keshav coming onto that front foot with the defense and playing it out softly to the fielder at catching cover.
Would you consider Keshav Maharaj an all-rounder, Umpo?
Not really. I don't think I would consider Keshav Maharaj as an all-rounder. He is handy with the bat, but I wouldn't necessarily say I'd want to rely on him with the bat. That's essentially what the name all-rounder means, that I can rely on you on both ends of the field, on both sides of the ball. And from the batting perspective, I'm not at that point in time. Keshav gets a short ball from Thakur and he pulls it square of the wicket for a very lovely 4 as he takes South Africa's total to 184 for 7 and shutting me up.
I was literally about to say, Umpo, as soon as you're talking about not being considered a batsman, not being given that responsibility, just absolutely spank this to the next side. It's a vacant region square of the wicket here with only the mid-wicket, the mid-on and the fine leg in play.
Yes.
And
so
on top of that,
Keshav Maharaj averages 14 with the bat, has 350s. It's not somebody I would necessarily say I would call an all-rounder or someone I would want to rely on. Next ball, back of a length, rising up on the length, a little bit of extra bounce on that ball, and Keshav coming forward, defending that, and then going out to the leg side for a single. Score goes up to 185. Maharaj on 6. When you compare it to Shardul Thakur's batting figures, It's night and day, and Talco's got 350s in 8 innings. 65 innings from Maharaj, 350s from him. So I wouldn't necessarily say he's an all-rounder. If I even look at R. Ashwin, who batted really well yesterday for his 40 odd. He's got 500s, 11 50s in 144 innings. That's more of a ball, and we call him a bowling all-rounder than a batting all-rounder. Marco Jansen getting a full ball on the leg stump, and he missed out on that as he hit it straight to the field at mid-wicket. He would have wanted to hit it a little bit squarer there, but he missed the dolly on that ball from Thakur. One of the few bad balls Thakur's bowled today.
Well, we're having a conversation about Keshav Maharaj in the team setup. Umpo, you were saying something along the lines of you'd rather want to have someone in South Africa or a spinner in South Africa that could offer you something with the bat. Not going to get a lot of turn here on these pitches. It's not quite the spinner's paradise.
Thakur into Marco Jansen. He's got a catching cover now, and this one is back of a length outside the off-stump. Marco Jansen takes a nice front foot step and lets the ball go through. And if that over, 185 for 7, Maharaj and 6, Jansen on 1, deficit is 17. I think my thinking was, as the selectors, we need to probably see it as a different side. So the question is, in South Africa, what do I want my spinner to do? A hold and roll? If the game goes to day 4 or 5, which in South Africa has been highly unlikely at times, then come in and be a frontline spinner, right? So then the question then moves on to, do I want my spinner to be the number 1 wicket taker in South Africa, or do I want a spinner who can hold an end and maybe possibly be good enough to bat so I can carry 4 fast bowlers? Next over from the caller drive in, Muhammad Shami bowling a back of a length ball to Keshav Maharaj, who defends that to the offside. Shami, 2 slips, gully, backward point, catching cover, mid off, mid on. You've got a fielder at mid wicket on the boundary. You've also got a fine leg on the boundary. So they've set up for the pull shot if it's short and it gets pulled.
Looks like
they've also set up for a front foot punch that is played uppishly. And also they're setting up that, so that gully is now moved to third slip. So they're wanting to come forward, they're wanting to drive, and it might bring them joy. Shami into Maharaj, outside the off stump. Maharaj taking a nice front foot and punching that to that fielder at catching cover for no run.
The score now 185 for 7. After that dot ball, Maharaj at the strikers end on 6, Jansen on 1 at the non-strikers. The deficit now 17. But Umbo, you're talking about would you rather want the
So
top wicket
essentially, my
taker, or would you
question
rather,
was,
yes,
Keshav's the number 1 wicket taker, but George Linder in the past domestic seasons has been number 2 or number 3. But George Linder averages close to 40 in domestic cricket. Surely he could be an option at 7 for South Africa as Shami bowls full ball on a back of a length ball on off stump, and it's a back foot punch from Keshav Maharaj all the way to the extra cover boundary. Really lovely back foot punch. He transferred his weight really nicely to his back foot, and all he needed to do was let the pace of the ball off the bat do its talking. Raced away for 4. Really lovely shot. 189 for 7.
Yeah, no, very good shot there. Just got very deep in his crease as I played this off the back footer, just outside that off stump line, and a very classy shot to bisect the fielders here at cover and at mid on, a normal mid on.
Yes. So
But, yes,
we'll talk about it as Shami's at the top of his run up, getting final instructions for Jasprit Bumrah. He's probably seen something as Shami comes in to Keshav Maharaj. Short ball. Maharaj ducks underneath it, and a beautiful take from Rishabh Pant. One-handed, really, really lovely take from Rishabh Pant. He's been really good behind the stumps, improving in his Test career. The gap between him and Saha is closing ever so slightly.
As a gloveman specifically, but he offers so much with the bat, does Rishabh Pant. So it was only a matter of time before that sort of caught up. Enough Test cricket could give you that type of experience. Some people fall under the pressure, but he's definitely stepped up, and that was a spectacular dive.
Shami after the aggressive ball coming into Keshav Maharaj. It's full, it's straight, it gets the leaning edge for Keshav Maharaj. He was looking to play a ball that was on the middle stump line down to the leg side. He got a bit of a leaning edge. It squirted out to a backward point for a single. 190 for 7. Deficit is now 12. Keshav has now moved on to 11.
Speaking of Keshav, still continuing that conversation.
Yeah, so my question is, do you want to maybe let go of some, maybe not pick the best bowler, the best wicket-taking bowler, but take somebody who's second best, but also can bat in the top 6 in international cricket or in domestic cricket, and can be a handy number 7 and a handy all-round. Similar to the discussion we had with Shardul Thakur, it's not the best bowler that's in that dressing room, but he offers so much with the bat that you can travel with him in place, especially in South Africa. In international cricket, when we travel away from home and we need a spinner, Keshav will always be my frontline spinner. Now we're seeing leg 45, leg gully coming into Marco Jansen, 2 slips and a gully now with that catching cover. It's a full ball, down, full and straight, and they were looking to break through his defenses. You could see with the anguish on Shami's face as Marco Jansen plays that out to square leg for a single, and it's 191 for 7 at the end of the 70th over. And it will be tea at the end of that. South Africa go into tea, having lost 3 wickets, but having also scored 89 runs, with a deficit now at 11. India's session there most definitely, and it's brought the game back into equilibrium. During tea, we'll be playing some conversation we had with Netherlands cricketer and friend of the show, of our channel, Stefan Myburg. And so please do enjoy that while we go through tea time. Outside of that, remember, do tweet into us at OneWorldSR. Also, do let your friends and family know that we're doing ball by ball coverage of this test. So please do support us in that effort. Up until then, please do enjoy the
I'm grateful for you, Mr. D.
Oh, thanks, man. I'm grateful for me too.
Wickets in a match, so that must have been fun too.
It was a very enjoyable experience. I'm not gonna lie. Very cool to see Simon Harmer in action, doing his thing.
Yeah, no. Oh, he didn't come alive when we were doing the Titans against the Dolphins, but luckily came alive in Cape Town, so that's a good thing. So South Africa's playing the Netherlands this week, and so it was very interesting to get a friend of ours. Carla is Otto's wife, and Otto is a commentator on the show, but she's a friend of the radio station, and she put us into contact with a very interesting cricketer in relation to this series. He'll be playing in this series for the Netherlands' ODI series, and it's a Super League series as well. So it's very important with regards to World Cup qualification and everyone's ambition. South Africa is also trying to get into the top 8. They're in 10th, and the Netherlands also trying to cause an upset. So that was pretty much where we wanted to go. So we got Stefan Myburg to come and join us to just have a discussion about his journey, how he got to the Netherlands, how his cricketing has gone through. He was born in South Africa, so there must be some extra feelings when he comes up against South Africa as he comes and plays against them this week, these next 2 weeks in the ODI series. So let's just get Stefan Myburg on and have a very lovely discussion with him. Hi, Stefan. How are you doing?
Good evening, Paul and Tim. Yeah, and thanks for One World Sports for having me tonight.
Thank you very much for joining us. It's really awesome because obviously you're in South Africa, so it was really nice to be able to get you to come and chat to us about Netherlands cricket and as well as yourself. Stefan, I think for me to start off with, obviously a lot of people know that you're born in South Africa, you're born in Pretoria, you're a Northerns boy. And so how was your cricketing journey growing up? How did you get into the game?
Yeah, so basically I started playing cricket when I was only 4 years old. Got an older brother who played first-class cricket for 20 years, Johan Marburg. My father introduced us to the game. He just always wanted us to do all sorts of sports. Actually played rugby, cricket, did athletics, played tennis, played all the sports. And I think when I went to high school, my love for cricket was just a little bit more than for the other sports. And absolutely loved it. And then my brother actually played for the Titans when he was still at school. So, watching him on the big stage, you sort of envied that. And then I always wanted to walk in his footsteps. And so I started from a real young age. And as you said, Pretoria born, went to Pretoria Boys High. And then, so that's how my cricket journey started.
And you played at the 19 level with the likes of Faf du Plessis, Abel de Villiers, Aaron Pankiso, all chaps that went on to become Proteas. What was that experience like to rub shoulders with those guys at a young age?
Yeah, it's actually incredible. I'm still in touch with AB and Faf quite a bit. And I actually saw a photo of us when we were still under 10, starting to play together for the Northerns under 11 side back then. And then our under 19 team yeah, if I look back now, it was full of names. I mean, I opened with AB. We had Faf, we had Heino Kuhn, we had Rolf van der Merwe, we had Craig Williams that's currently playing for Namibia. Pangiso, we had Heinrich Leroux that played a few first-class games for the Lions. Frans Nkuna that played SA under 19, played for Titans. So it was, yeah, we were blessed with an incredibly strong provincial team. And then I was blessed to be in a very strong academy team the year after, where we had the likes of Dale Steyn, Eti Mubalati, Manla Mashimbai, basically joining our under-19 team. So always been lucky to play with the superstars.
Wow, yeah, those names just roll off the tongue for you. Some of us are just still in awe, just wondering, wow, okay, that's a very long resume and really lovely to just go down memory lane, especially with AB de Villiers retiring this week. So how was you? So you obviously moved to Holland. What made you move to Holland? How was the what was it an opportunity? Was it just a change in lifestyle? Where were you in that spectrum?
Yeah, so my journey started in the Netherlands. I didn't go there to play for Holland, to be honest. What happened was I actually played club cricket with Neil McKenzie back then in Pretoria, and he was in Holland the year before, and the club, a cricket club, they wanted him back. And then due to Proteas, he couldn't go back, so he asked me if I would be available to go in his place. So I basically went because Neil wasn't available and had a nice season. And back then I still played for Northern, so it was basically the season. And the year after, the club wanted me to come back, so I went again, came back and played for Northerns. And then the third year I went to Holland. Peter Drinnen, who was the Dutch national coach at that time, basically came up to me and he said, listen, the ICC's got a rule that if you live in a country for 4 years in a row, for 187 days, I think it was, you can represent that country. We would like you to play for Holland. Would you be interested? And yeah, for me, it was growing up, I always wanted to play international cricket. And I thought, wow, this is a great opportunity and something that I couldn't say no for. Because back then I played for the amateur side and just couldn't get in the Titans team that was absolutely jam-packed with really superstars. Neil McKenzie, Jacques Rudolph, they all still played for the Titans. So I just couldn't get an opportunity. And I thought, to get into the international stage, that it was a perfect opportunity for me then to...
Okay, I think we got the gist of that. We just lost you a little bit there, Stefan. We're just going to work with the Wi-Fi issues a little bit. Don't worry. We can see that it's slightly better. So obviously, when you obviously got to Holland and they said you wanted to play, so how was your debut? How did you, when you got that opportunity, you've gone through those 4 years, when they said now's your time, you're making your debut. How did you feel? I think your debut was against Kenya at The Hague. How was that feeling? Because obviously international cricket, doesn't matter which country you play for, it's still pretty prestigious.
Yeah, no, definitely. So I'm a massive family man, and to be honest, my last year that I had to live in Holland and go through a winter where it was snowing and you're cycling to gym every day and to training, and it was really cold. I was very close to pulling out. Have to be honest. It was really, really tough. So when I made my debut for Holland, it was actually in the county competition first, where my brother and my sister actually came and support me. And it was just an unbelievable feeling to play for Holland. And then, it was a couple of weeks later where I made my international debut against Kenya in The Hague. And then, to be honest, once I got onto that field, I realized that all the sacrifices I made, to leave the country that I love so dearly and still love so dearly, and the family behind, for me at that stage, it was definitely worth it, just to be able to say that I've played an international cricket game.
Amazing stuff. You also played league cricket before you went to the way of Holland. So you're playing your club cricket in South Africa, you played club cricket in England, club cricket in the Netherlands. Do you think doing that, playing in 3 different countries, gave you a good grounding before you went on to play international cricket? Do you think that gave you a good grounding?
Yes. Yeah, no, definitely. You get to play on different conditions, different areas. And I mean, club cricket doesn't always prepare you for international cricket. There's quite a big step. But you still get to play against some international players and some very quality players, and you learn from them. But most of all, you learn about yourself. So you get to figure out what strengths and weaknesses are. So I think that's definitely helped a lot that I was able to travel the world and play at different leagues. 100%.
I'm just going to now start moving over into a lot more Netherlands cricket specific questions. How has, obviously, Netherlands cricket played, as you said, in the county system. They've also got the European League. They've been an associate nation for a very long time. How has the level of cricket been over the past couple of the years that you've been in Holland? You know, has obviously the quality's improved, but you know, where do you think it's going, and is it also like an opportunity for young South Africans who are here looking to make to start a professional career that side?
Yeah, so Netherlands cricket has definitely improved a lot. So basically, when I just started, we probably had 9 very good players, and then always 2 players to almost fill the team. I don't want to say that, it sounds crude, but if we had injuries, we would have been in trouble. We're developed into a team where we can have, like at the World Cup, apparently we had a couple of guys who missed out on squad selection. That's also good enough to play. So we've just grown as a group where we had probably 9 good players to now about 20 players. So in that sense, Netherlands cricket has improved a lot. But unfortunately, the numbers in the Netherlands is not of any significance, if I can say it that way. We don't have that many kids playing the sport because and so big a sport, and their seasons run so long that those
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
1-1.
That's him. The finger will go up. And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Right, well, a very good afternoon to you, and welcome back after the tea break. My name is Simon Gear. With me is Dave Mitchley, and you're with us for the beginning of the final session of day 2 of the second test between India and South Africa. The score is 191 for 7 after 70 overs. Marco Jansen is there on 2. Keshav Maharaj is there on 11. They've been together for 12 runs. And certainly that period just before, towards the end of the middle session, leading up to tea, was all India. South Africa looked like they were well on their way to creating a significant lead. And suddenly 3 wickets fell in quick succession. And now South Africa find themselves with a deficit of 11 behind India's 202. And that is, I would say, still even odds as to whether they're going to get there with the way that the Indians have been bowling. It is going to be Shardul Thakur to continue. He's bowled 13 overs. He's gone for 44 runs. He's taken 5 wickets already today. He's been the destroyer in chief, and straight away he's back of a length and gets almost the leading edge of Marco Jansen, goes on the bounce down to the man at gully, and no run.
Yeah, it's been not all doom and gloom for South African fans. There was 2 partnerships of note for them in this innings. Dean Algo and Keegan Peterson putting together 74 before Algo was the man dismissed. And then later in the day, Temba Bavuma and Carl Verona coming together for 60 from 122. So there are some shining lights, but it has been truly a Shardul Thakur's day all day today.
Thakur comes in again. He's bowling from the golf course end, coming towards us. And again, just back of a length, it bounces a little bit on Marco Jansen. And the man trots across from a catching mid-wicket to collect it. Let me take you through the field. It is, of course, Rishabh Pant behind the stumps. Then there are 2 slips in place, who are Mayak Agarwal and KL Rahul. There is a man at quite a wide gully. It's almost a backward point. He's a long way away. I would be surprised if he's even going down into catching position as the bowler runs in. Then there's a catch and cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a man down at fine leg. Thakur in again, bustling kind of a run. And Marco Jansen just stands tall and plays this away out into the offside. It was slightly shorter than the previous one. That runs away for 4. The score to 195 for 7, and Jansen moves on to 6.
It's a lovely shot there from the lanky left-arm seamer. Bats right-handed, an inverse of Kagiso Rabada, but that was laced away through square of the wicket and richly deserved the 4 runs there. Halfway through the 71st, and a bit of a wayward one there from Thakur.
Yeah, good shots, and Jansen showing his class there. A very, very tall player, and when he can free his arms a bit, he plays very gracefully indeed. A little bit of cloud beginning to build up around the ground. I'll tell you about that in a moment. As Thakur comes in for the 4th ball of his over. Oh, and that just beats Jansen. That's good length. It seems back in towards him. Might even have gone between the bat and the body. And Pant takes behind the stumps. No run. 195 for 7. Jansen's there on 6. Maharaj is there on 11. And Thakur has bowled 13.5 overs. He's taken 5 for 47, which I'd imagine is probably his best figures in Test match cricket.
Certainly, if that isn't, it's a performance that he'll be definitely proud of. He's just plugged away at the South Africans, keeping it nice and tight, and he's been rewarded richly with his performance today.
He has indeed, as Vihari, who is fielding at that mid-off position, shines the ball a little bit. Hands it through to Thakur. Last ball of the over is bowling from Maria Rasmus's end. And that's a shorter one. It climbs on Jansen. It's hit him, and he goes down onto his haunches, drops his bat, takes his gloves off, and he's going to almost certainly require a bit of attention. Didn't quite see where it got him, whether it was on the body or on the helmet. But it looks like it was on the helmet. He's taken his helmet off. It's clearly been rattled. And it's hit him. It's hit him on the right shoulder, sort of in that fleshy part just below the clavicle. And he's asked immediately for the physio to come out. So physio Governor, I assume it's him.
Yes, Craig Governor.
It is Craig Governor, who had a birthday about a week ago. I think it was
Boxing Day.
Supersport. Was it Boxing Day?
Boxing Day, was or the 27th, one of the 2.
Yeah, it was round about there while we were at Supersport. So he comes in. He is just tending to Marco, brings up the magic spray.
Just having a look at Shardul Thakur's career figures. Before this, his best in an innings was 4 for 61. And he's really just done exactly what his skipper would have asked of him coming into bowl here. They were a man short at one point with Mohammad Siraj going off late yesterday and again today. And so it would definitely need to be... the mantle of responsibility would fall on him to kind of mark things up, and he's done exactly that. It was the 27th was Craig Governor's birthday. Birthdays today, Marazan Cup and Justin Montom.
And Michael Stipe.
Michael Stipe.
Michael Stipe is the lead singer of R.E.M., And my friend Paula Quincy, who turned 50 today. She is Gauteng Roadrunner, amongst other things.
Wonderful. So 5 tests so far for Shadul Thakur. He's got 16 wickets at an average of 23.75. So very handy in his short test career. There's so much more expectation when you excel early on, because the pedestal from which you can fall off or slide down from is that much higher when you excel early on. But Marco Jansen looks like he'll be okay. Just buttoning his shirt once again after receiving the magic spray from physio Craig Governor.
One of those curious guys who buttons his cricket shirt all the way to the top, at least when he's batting. Sure, he doesn't when he's bowling, surely. Anyway, the helmet is going back on. He's Craig Governor and whoever was bringing the drinks. Can't see their name underneath there. They've got a towel over their shoulder.
Probably an uncapped player as well, since he doesn't have the green cap on. He's got that blue warm-up cap. And so it could be one of a number of...
It's Sadal Ervir, in fact.
There you go.
So gloves coming back on, and I mean, he reacted immediately. He was not going to try and tough that out at all. The young man, 21 years of age, which we remember, I mean, 21 is still tiny, eh? And to be in this sort of cauldron is an intimidating place to be.
He may be young, but he certainly isn't tiny.
To get a ball, was that a no ball possibly that he's batting another one? Oh, it's driven straight back down the ground. It was a full, but it hits the stumps on the non-striker's end. And so Jansen, to an extent, robbed of at least a one run there. And that is the end of the over, 195 for 7. A bit of a double bluff there. I thought that maybe Tucker should have had another go at the
shorter one.
At the shorter one. I mean, you've really got to bang it in to get it above Jansen's shoulders. So you're not going to be in danger of bowling, wide over his head, or even really getting warned by the umpire as one for the over.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge to bowl as short as you would need to, but certainly up to the task. Jasprit Bumrah, now from the caller drive in, will begin a new over. 17 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 34. That's a miserly outing.
Yeah, it's very much off of the course for Bumrah. He's going to be running away from us, number 93 on his back, which was the year that I matriculated, and that's probably the year he was born.
I was born as well.
Good grief. Thanks, Dave. There's stiff action and right up into the block hole. Defended into the offside by Keshav and collected by that man at that sort of catching cover, who is Vihari. So let's take you through the fielding for positions for Bumrah. It's actually, I think, pretty much exactly as it was for Tucker, except that there is a man on the square leg boundary. And otherwise, and maybe the cover is a little bit more conventional. It's not really in a catching position. It comes in again, that weird stuttering run up of him. This time it is banged in and forces punt to make a diving save down the leg side. No real danger there. Somewhat misdirected bouncer, I think. But always good to keep the tail enders honest in the first couple of overs after a break.
Don't forget that you can tweet us, as always, at OneWorldSR. It's the number 1WorldSR. And we'll be happy to read some of your thoughts. Warren Davis was saying that he'd almost forgotten what proper test match cricket looked like, probably alluding to the England and Australia series compared to the South African and India series.
Another short one from Bumrah, and again taken down the leg side by Rishabh Pant, a carbon copy of the ball before. If we'd been doing it off tube, I would have thought maybe we were even watching a highlight. If you want proper test cricket at the moment, you must wake up at midnight and watch the 5th day of the Bangladesh-New Zealand game.
Yes, certainly.
That is going to happen in the early hours of this morning. And I've been watching the sort of last half an hour each day, and it is just such a well-balanced match. I'm so looking forward to watching a bit of the Bangladeshis maybe do well in the early hours of the South African morning. It's defended into the offside. Ashwin jogs around from mid-off and does the fielding. Keshav is going to come through for a single. The score is 196 for 7, and Maharaj goes on to 12. That will bring the left-handed Jansen into face. He's on 6. Bumrah, by the way, bowled 17.4 overs, 0 for 35 at the moment.
Yeah, that's a very cheap outing for the Indian speedster, and just shows how experienced he is.
Shorter ball, and this time Janssen just ducks straight into it. They actually have an appeal for LBW, but there is no ways that Janssen is going to get his shoulders low enough to get below bail height, I think. And in fact, there's not even a thought of a DRS there. But the ball just didn't really get up. And look, it would have sailed over the back of Temba Bavuma, for example. But he crouched into it, and it just cannoned into his shoulder. So there's now a bit of a discussion over actually having a look at where it pitched on the big screen. But both batsmen were converged in the middle of the pitch, doing a bit of gardening. Janssen now back. The right-handed Janssen, of course, he's a left-hand bowler, right-hand bat. So I'm sure the butterflies are going here. Having been hit twice in 3 or 4 balls, really. Another short one. This time he does duck under it. And it sails over the head of Rishabh Pant, and it goes away for 4 byes. Umpire Palika does look across to his colleague to ask whether it should be a wide, but Maria Erasmus says no. And so that will be the end of the over. 200 for 7. That brings up the 200 in 332 minutes, 437 balls. It's a strike rate of a rate achieved of 2.8, 25 fours, and that's 6 of Temba Bavuma. And it now does look like South Africa might be able to create a bit of a lead here on this second day of the second test.
Simon, how important is it for Alahuddin Paleka to have Maria Erasmus at the other end? You know, you're an umpire yourself, and certainly understand the inner workings of umpires pairing together, and how important it is to have a good colleague on the other end.
It's absolutely massive, and we'll talk about that through the course of this over. But it is interesting that they've paired the two together, as Takir is going to continue his over from the golf course end. It's a full ball defended into the offside. Ashwin is going to pick it up at mid-off and have a shy at the striker's end. They come through for a single. That takes Maharaj through to 13. The score to 201 for 7, a deficit of 1, and it is going to be the lanky Janssen to face with his score on 6. Yeah, so you, even at club level, you always try, if you've got a debutant or a very inexperienced umpire, and remember, of course, you debut at every single level that you go up from, Saturday 2, through Saturday 1, and then on to Sunday 4, 3, 2, and eventually Premier League. It's each one feels like a step up as Takir comes from the golf course end again, back of the length and defended stoically into the offside by Marco Janssen, and no run. And so each time that you move up that level, the union do try and put you with a more experienced umpire. One of the first things that you are trained on is the idea that you two are a team and you work together all the time. And so one of the let's talk about the ball first. Takir coming in for the third ball of his over, and back of the length defended off his back foot by Janssen and through into the offside, no run. You operate as a team all the time, and one of the things that you is often a step missed when you're answering questions in exams. They ask, if such and such happens, what do you do? The first thing you do is you call for the ball, what you call dead ball. You call for the ball and you walk across to your colleague, and that immediately just gives you someone to talk to, a united front against any player hassles that are going on, and knowing that you work well with and trust your colleague is a huge thing. Shorter ball, and he has a wild swipe at this, and it lands up falling in no man's land. Didn't try and dive there, so I can only assume that maybe it didn't come off the bat. But he did have a swipe at it, trying to hook it down to fine leg, but there are men out there at fine leg and square leg. And if he had got anything on it, it would have found either of those two men. Did you see where it came off there, Dave?
Yeah, he didn't look comfortable. He hasn't looked comfortable against the short pitch bowling, just fending at it. I didn't see where it came off, maybe off his shoulder, but he's certainly worn 3 bounces so far and not enjoying it.
It must have been a soft sound because I thought Punt got pretty close to it, but didn't put the dive in. Unless Punt is quite enjoying the sight of the Indian bowlers working over the South African quick. Oh, that was a good ball, back of the length, bounced a bit on Janssen. He looked like he wanted to get onto the front foot, but in the end played it quite well into the covers and no run.
South Africans might cast their mind back to 2014 where Mone Morku was giving Michael Clark a workover in that series, the final series game in, I think it was Cape Town, where Mone Morku was certainly giving Michael Clark a solid working over with short pitch bowling. But I think you remember that Michael Clark then went on to score 100 in that game, and South African fans would love Marco Jansen to do even a half of that.
Was that the same series that Mitchell Johnson was so distracted? A full ball, and just clipped away off his toes. It's high in the air. Is it going to go all the way? No, it actually pitches like a 9-iron and bobbles a little bit, and it is collected by the man who ran across from mid-on. I thought the way that he hit that, I thought that was going to hit the stand on the far side. That's the centenary stand, isn't it? Yes.
Memorial stand.
The memorial stand.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Memorial over there, centenary right in front of us.
Correct. That's also the South African lead. So 1 run in the lead. Time to declare?
I've seen that happen before. I'll tell you about that in a moment. 203 for 7 is the score after 73 overs. Jansen is on 8. Maharaj is on 13. The partnership is 24. What available 24 runs that is. And South Africa have their nose in front. Now, when I was a youngster, one of the things my parents used to do would be to drop me off at a couple of times at a shopping centre, a good 2 k's away from here, Dunkeld, and I would walk all the way here. And I'll tell you about in a moment as Bumrah runs away from a stuttering little run, pretty much only 5 steps of running, actually, to be honest. And this is full and defended by Maharaj and no run. And I sat right below where we are now in the Unity stand, and Transvaal, which was in those days, needed to force a result, and they were 154 runs behind Free State, and they came out and they ran the ball down to third man, down to the right of us here, and immediately declared once they had saved the follow-on, and went on to win that match. Full ball and played into the offside, but the man at that catch and cover collects it, fires it back into Rishabh Pant, and no run. 203 for 7.
Yeah, it's a strange anomaly to play that way, but we've seen it with the domestic 4-day series in recent years, with the shift being for teams to push for the win as opposed to just sitting back and allowing the draw to be the only result that comes of it, and they are being richly rewarded with the points accordingly.
Yeah, I'm all for cricket that results in an even contest between ball and bat. This is banged in by Bumrah and sails harmlessly over the back of Maharaj, and Rishabh Pant takes it, trotting it down the leg side. Yeah, I mean, you and I have done a lot of cricket together, Dave. Most recently, the SAA series, and I was strongly opposed to how flat that pitch was and how it really, there was no prospect of a result on any of the 3 matches, really. For me, I like to see sort of 280 to 320. Those for me are ideal test match innings scores. As Maharaj gets onto the back foot, it's slightly short of a length outside the off stump from Bumrah, and Maharaj plays it harmlessly out to a square point, and they jog through for a single. That takes Maharaj through to 14. The score to 204 for 7, and Jansen will be facing, he's on 8, with 2 balls remaining in the 74th over and the 19th over of Jasprit Bumrah. What a pleasure it's been watching this man bowl over these last 7 days or so. It's a full ball, and actually very, very well played by Marco Jansen. He angles the bat slightly and just runs it down to a man at quite a square third man there, almost a deep backward point. And they jog through for a single, 205 for 7. Jansen on 9, Maharaj to face the final ball of this over on 14.
Yeah, South Africa now with that lead of 3, and they'll be thinking of how much they can squeeze out with the final 3 wickets, and perhaps be bowling at the Indian opening pair before the close of day today, maybe an hour before 4:30. they can make it through the next hour.
I thought it was going to be a full one. I think it was a slightly slower ball, so it really looped a bit in towards the feet of Maharaj, and he landed up being able to just work around the corner, and they come through for a single. In fact, was it given leg buys?
Given leg buys by
Okay, it was
umpire
indeed.
Houdin Palekar in his debut game. He just rolling the fingers did Jasprit Bumrah, and just taking the outer half of Keshav Maharaj's front pad on its way through to that fine leg region. 206 for 7 and 74 overs have been bowled. Marco Janssen on 9 and Keshav Maharaj on 14. These two put together, as Simon said earlier, 27. Crucial for South Africa in getting over that lead in this vital second test, because remember that South Africa are one behind in terms of the scorecard and would love to equal things up as they head towards Six Gangrel Newlands on the 11th. And this game could change how the series plays out.
It'll certainly add a lot more spice to this series. As a huge swing. It's in the air for a very, very long time. It's going to bounce just away from the man at mid-on, who had turned his back and was running hard to try and get underneath it. Is that Siraj who's out there? Or might even be Burma with the silver?
No, Burma is down here at fine leg. It's Mohamed Siraj.
It is Mohamed Siraj.
It was over his shoulder, and it's always going to be a difficult opportunity to take when you're running and the ball's coming over your right shoulder. But you might imagine that at this level they would take it. Certainly at one-day cricket, it's been a common trend for cricketers to take catches and practice taking catches over the shoulder. 208 for 7.
Maharaj to face a shorter ball, and again that's punched over the head of the man at mid-on, who's now Bihari. It is Shami, you're right, quite right. They swapped around after that shot, and that ran away for 4, and a good successful shot that even if he had found the man at mid-on, we all would have lambasted him, because they definitely swapped the fielders around and dropped that mid-on a little bit further back. I'm not sure what it says about Siraj, that they felt that, I suppose he's injured. That's part of it. And that's why maybe he wasn't able to get underneath that previous one. Another back of a length, and Maharaj just swinging from the shoulders here. But it was too close to him for the shot that he was trying to play. And it goes through to punt, no run.
There is a golf course available to the Proteas at their accommodation. We saw Temba Bavuma ahead of this test match just working on his short game, and that's no pun at all, but he was chipping away there. And
where are they staying? I thought they were at Emperor's Palace.
They seem to have shifted, because they certainly were able to access golfing facilities.
Maybe there's one in the bubble somewhere. It's short, and just tucks Maharaj up, and it goes on the bounce, on a couple of bounces really, to the man at second slip, and he just jogs in to fetch it. No run, 212 for 7. Maharaj is on 20, Janssen's on 9. A little bit worried about Keshav's attitude here. I think that a lead of 10 is not enough to think that you can now throw caution to the wind. And I'd actually quite like to see them build something here. One slip. The man from second slip is now going out to point. There's a man at third man at conventional cover. Deep mid-off, deep mid-on, about half the way back to the boundary. And Maharaj drives into the covers, and no run. Also a man at a fairly conventional mid-wicket. And then at a deep square leg on the boundary, deep fine leg on the boundary as well.
They're trying to just dry up scoring options here for Keshav Maharaj, and it's intentional having those men at mid-off and mid-on hanging back, and it looks like Mohamed Shami is going to go all the way to the boundary, if not 5 or 10 meters off. So you expect, Simon, that there's going to be a fuller ball here with the men at mid-on and mid-off going further back.
They're going to encourage him to take on Carr, I think, and hope that to decide it's Shami there at deep mid-on.
Yes.
Coming in for the final ball of the over. It is back of a length and just worked down to third man by Maharaj. They're going to take a single. I think that was probably misdirected. It probably needs to be a little bit more leg side to try and get him to have a flap at it.
Yeah, Mohamed Siraj did the fielding there, so the ball keeps following him. He can't avoid it whatsoever. Lead is now 11.
Does Maharaj have the skill to be shoveling it towards Siraj at each occasion? I doubt it. I mean, he's actually no mug with the bat, but his temperament can sometimes be all over the place.
Is that not the nature of bowlers when it comes to batting?
Possibly. I mean, we've often complained about KG in that respect, haven't we? That when he hits it, he looks so good. He's got that sort of high elbow drive that he plays every now and again.
Yes, up and over. That one. I seem to remember a 6 here at the Wanderers during one of the MSLs, in which he hit it straight back over the bowler's head to about the 3rd tier here at the Wanderers, which is no mean feat because this boundary straight here is a lengthy one.
213 for 7, Bumrah to continue his spell short, and on a diving punt can only palm it away, and they are able to jog through for a single. It is considered wides as well, so he's going to have to bowl that one again. A waste of a ball from Jasprit Bumrah, I think. But he will get to bowl it again.
Just having a look at the field placing now. They've clearly spread the field out, Simon, to both of these batters. There is a catching cover and a catching mid-wicket for Marco Jansen, but 1, 2, 3 men out. It's third man, it's fine leg, and it's deep backward square to dry up scoring options here.
With again just banged in, and Marco Jansen is going to duck this.
He's bowled a beamer.
Was it a beamer?
It was a beamer.
And
it's the second one in this game, because we've seen Jasprit Bumrah, the ball just slipped out the hand, and there was a conversation where it happened first time, but he says it slipped there, but I mean, I've nearly taken the head off of Marco Jansen.
I lost track of it as it left his hand. I was obviously looking at the pitch, and then I saw it go over his back. So it was given as a no ball. So we've had a wide and a no ball to start this over. 216 for 7. Bumrah in. This time he does bounce it, and it just is tucked into the onside by Marco Jansen, who looking to come back for a second. It would have been a suicidal run, but he is sent back by Keshav, and he puts the dive in. It rather looks like a giraffe collapsing in stages when Marco Jansen puts the dive in, but he is able to get back, and they go through for the single. Jansen's on 10, Maharaj is on 21. The score 217 for 7, and that lead is suddenly ballooned up to 15.
You certainly should commend these two. They're not willing to sit back despite the short pitch barrage that they've faced. They're not willing to sit back and just absorb it. They wanted to get the scoreboard to tick over.
They certainly are, but I think they're living on borrowed time. As a fuller ball, and there you go. That wasn't the most impressive prediction that I've ever given, but it was a fuller ball, and it hit the off stump of Keshav Maharaj, and that is the end of him. 217 for 8, the score is now, and Keshav is gone for 21. He was there for 41 minutes, 29 balls, 18 dots, and 3 fours. And South Africa now with the lead of 15 have 2 wickets remaining.
Just playing down the wrong line. A little bit of a straightening there from Jasprit Bumrah, but that's what fast bowlers love to see. The bails flying with great abandon down towards the wicketkeeper. But crucially, like you said, Simon, it's the 8th wicket now that has fallen. Just Ulafir and Ngiti to come, and India might feel that they'll be batting here before too long.
Yeah, this is a batting lineup with two number 11s. And Ulafir, not someone who has... I mean, can we even say that he's swung the loading point? No, he averages 3.7.
In Test cricket.
Test cricket, yeah.
We'll give you his first-class stats in a moment, just to perhaps bolster those numbers. But 3.7 in his short Test careers is precisely what you've said, Simon. It's number 11, but just batting at 10.
Exactly. Now, even Marco Jansen is not someone who would typically bat at 7 for a South African lineup. If you think, 7 was the Sean Pollocks of this world.
8 Mark Boucher, 9 Andrew Hall.
Yeah.
So we'll give you his first-class stats. Dwan Ulafir, when it comes to batting, he's batted 161 times, and he averages 12. His high score is 72. So He's got 1,300 runs to his name at first class level.
Okay, well, if you can score a few more of those, even if he gets to his highest score of 10 in this situation, that'll be very, very valuable for South Africa. Oh, and there's an appeal from Bumrah. I'm not quite sure why. It was a good length that I think Olifield was trying to work it round his front pad, but it's. I think struck him quite high. I got the sense.
I thought it sounded a little bit woodier.
I thought also woody. I actually thought it hit the bat entirely. But he had a fairly it's a big inside edge onto the front pad. Yeah,
a hopeful shot there for Jasprit Bumrah. Maybe hoping to wrap things up in his over. He's just got that one wicket, and so he's going to be hungry for a second.
Bumrah in again and short of a length, and he pins Olifield here. Who turns his back on and actually gets hit on the shoulder blade, on the left shoulder blade. And he's sore. He's really, really sore. I hope that hasn't hit him on the bone. But Bumrah,
and he's got an arm guard on, and so you would think that would cover him, but you can't turn your back on a short pitch ball ever.
Yeah, I mean he was facing fine leg when he got hit, and I'm afraid to ask for that. That was poor technique, but it was also tail ender's technique.
Craig Govender cantering out to the middle. He's been busy in the last hour or so.
Second time in 25 minutes we've seen Craig. And he's going to come in now. It has actually hit him on the arm. Okay, it's hit him just above the elbow. So maybe he turned his back sort of as he was getting hit rather than turned his back and then
before, yes.
I genuinely thought it had pinned him on the shoulder.
As much as that is in a place known as the funny bone region, I can assure you it's not funny at all. And you feel the shock of nerve endings that are suddenly woken up as it hits that. It's a soft spot there just above the elbow.
Yeah.
And it's never enjoyable getting hit there, particularly if there's the seam of the ball hits you there, because it just digs in even more so. 217 for 8. And while they get a bit of treatment, I'll give you the South African innings. So it was Dean Elgar and Keegan Peterson who came to the wicket this morning after Aiden Markram was out. With South Africa only having 14 on the board. They put together a lovely little partnership, and it was then again Dean Elgar who was dismissed with the score on 88. He was caught from Rishabh Pant from Shardul Thakur, and it was really, he worked him over for about 40 minutes in the lead up to that wicket, and the South African captain, after scoring 28 from 120, just edged one through to the Indian keeper. It was Keane Peterson who was the next man to depart. He scored a career best so far, 62 from 118 with 9 fours, and he was caught by Mayank Agarwal or Shardul Thakur. Agarwal at second slip at that time, and then Rassie van der Dussen was out for just a single run in somewhat controversial fashion, in which the catch was shown to us during that lunch break, Simon, which looked like it might have just been a 50-50 call.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was enough to overturn it, to be honest. I think certainly the South Africans got all excited, and we saw Dean Elgar trotting across to the umpire's room during the break. I certainly learned that, it as in my interpretation of the laws, once you call time, you certainly can't appeal after calling time. But apparently, if they felt that a mistake had been made and there was sufficient evidence, they could have offered it to the Indians to withdraw the appeal. I think that was the process that was described to me. I haven't had that backed up by Barry Lampsmith. I have asked him over WhatsApp. A back of a length and just well defended by Olifield and no run. So Bumrah has now bowled 5 legal deliveries in this over. It's going to take him to 20 overs after this ball. It's taken 1 for 41.
Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. It's the number OneWorldSR. Armchair Cricket Podcast a little bit earlier was talking about the partnership between Kavaran and Temba Bavuma has put South Africa closer to that lead. Now we've crossed that lead with crossed that mark with 15 on the board, and how much South Africa would want more.
Fuller ball again, looking for that Yorker almost, and defended at the offside, no run. For the final ball of that over, there was a very interesting field setting on the leg side. A man at a forward short leg, but far enough back that he didn't need to wear a helmet. He was in a catching position, but he was 4 pitch widths away on the leg side which I thought was interesting. Obviously, backing the pace of Bumrah to be able to really have the ball carried out to the man there. Anyway, he's now, it's the change of over, 217 for 8. Jansen will be facing. He's on 10. Olivier hasn't got off the mark yet.
But he does have a mark on himself.
He does indeed. He has one that he'll be able to show to his friends tomorrow morning.
As many as Marco Jansen, not quite, but there's still time to catch up. Marco Jansen really having a tough time facing Shadul Thakur, and he's going to do that exactly now as there's just a one slip in place.
Yeah, so they're not trying to get him out. They are banking on him playing a foolish shot, and this is worked out to the onside. He had a bit of a swing at it, but it's straight to the man at square leg. They don't take a run, which is interesting. So here we've got the prospect of the 21-year-old Marco Jansen, who is going to be protecting Duan Olivier. And that certainly means that the South Africans recognize that they've got 2 number 11s. And the Indians also now realize that they're going to play the game. So they're dropping a mid-wicket back as well. He's halfway to the boundary. There's a man on the square leg and fine leg boundary. Third man is back. Everyone is basically outside the one-day ring as he drives it straight back past Tucker, and they are going to scamper back for the second. Olivier needed to get his skates on, but he did manage to make it back. Good running by the South Africans. 219 for 8 now. Jansen goes to 12. Olivier is going to linger on the non-strikers end for as long as he possibly can, I think, on 0. And this is exactly the sort of intriguing cricket that I love, Dave.
It is Test cricket at its very best. Nobody's on top, nobody's behind, but everybody's fighting for every single run in this game.
And we've got a batsman who's protecting his partner when he himself is not really on top of the swings and misses. It goes between
the stumps,
and possibly between the stumps, maybe over leg stump, maybe even between his bat and leg stump. I'm not sure how he survived that. But he really was swinging for the rafters there.
Certainly, and speaking of protecting one another, you and I are almost done after this commentary stint. Perhaps we'll squeeze in another over. We'll just wait to see, but we'll be followed by Mpho and Jenna So for the next thing. So they can protect the South African lead and hopefully build up.
Tucker in again, and another swing and a miss from Marco Jansen. Each ball is just back of a length and making it difficult for Jansen to get underneath it. And this one again missed and goes through to Rishabh Pant, who collects it. The one man in the slips is Kale Rahul, who is the 34th man to have captained India. And I'm sure a very, very proud week for him to have added that to his long list of achievements within the game. 2 balls remaining.
Kapil Dev, Sachin Tendulkar, and Virat Kohli are probably the most prolific captains along with Sunil Gavaskar.
Oh, short one and played, defended well by Jansen. And this is now where it gets interesting because there is 1 ball remaining. And so the field is going to come in and they are keeping the 2 men on the leg side out, which is interesting. So there's definitely a run if he can get himself across and dink it onto the leg side. I don't think he has the skill to do that, though.
Certainly, the option is there. The men straight are hanging back, so there is a single there. But if he's going to get a drop and run on the leg side, it's going to have to be square or just behind.
He's going to have to walk right across and try and paddle it. Banged in, and he does try and make it onto the outside. They're going to scamper through for a single, and there is a shy at the non-strikers. Then they do get through. And very, very risky and entertaining running by the South Africans. Good cricket all round, gents. And that takes South Africa through to 220 for 8. Jansen is on 13. He is going to face the next over from Jasprit Bumrah, I'm assuming. And yeah, so I suppose mission accomplished. He's managed to get himself back on strike. And the lead is at 18 now.
220 for 8. And Olivier's yet to get off the mark, but it's not like he's had all that much to face. And like Simon has said, Marco Jansen intentionally farming the strike. There's clearly a plan here. We see Mohammad Siraj going off once again, and it's India A captain Priyank Panchal who has been brought on to replace him. prank punch shot's always just been an anomaly, Simon. We spoke about it at length during the A series, but 100 first-class games, 44 average, and still can't get look in this Indian squad.
He can't indeed. Banged short by Bumrah, and I think there was a bit of an edge to it. It flew over the head of the jumping Rishabh Pant. Bumrah throws his hands in the air. It does run all the way down to that boundary behind the keeper. South Africa goes to 224 for 8. Janssen is on 17. The lead to 22. It is all happening here at the Wanderers.
Certainly, indeed. Trying to bounce out probably the tallest man in world cricket, or close to it. I know he shares a height with Kyle Jamieson of New Zealand, and it takes quite a serious bending of the back to get the ball over the tall man.
Bumrah in again, fuller ball and driven on the bounce to the man at a deep mid-off. It is Ashwin who takes it on the bounce. They're not going to take a run. Ashwin's about 2/3 of the way back. And if he'd been even a few strides closer in, that would have gone straight down his throat. Ashwin spent quite a long time while Olafia was injured, showing cracks in the pitch firstly to Bumrah and then to Rahul. I don't know whether he was saying that he felt that he needed a bit of a bowl himself. He's not going to get one. Bumrah's going to continue. Right arm over and full right in the block hole. And although he shapes to try and hit it out into the offside, he just got a lot of the inside edge of the bat and it trickled into the onside. No run. They could have taken runs on all of these, by the way. They're just in that situation where it is a boundary or nothing until the last ball of the over, in which case they're going to try and sneak through for a single.
Michael Janssen tried to just step outside the line of leg stump there and carved away to that vacant point region where there's just somebody lurking there for the one or possibly two, but not this time.
Bumrah in again, good length, and it's punched through the onside and goes on the bounce into the Kent Park Taverners area of the ground, given 4 by Palika. There is a bit of a discussion between him and Marius Erasmus. Are they going to... I lost sight of it. Did you see that it definitely bounced inside the boundary? Yeah, it has been given us 4. So 228 for 8 now is the score. Janssen goes to 21. Which I'm assuming is probably his highest score in Test cricket, it being only his 3rd innings. And now everyone comes in. It feels like a noose closing around the batsman as the fielders walk in, and a bouncer is put in to keep the batsman on that end, and Janssen just ducks underneath it, and they get no run. There's now 1 ball remaining in this over. 77.5 overs bowled, 20.5 of them by Bumrah. He's taken 149, and so we're going to get the same thing. Everyone within the ODI circle around the bat, maybe mid-on is slightly further back, but then there are catches on the boundary at square leg, at fine leg, and at third man. The Indian field is looking alert and ready. And again, that bouncer comes in with probably the easiest way to keep Mark Janssen down that end. That is the end of the over. 228 for 8 after 78 overs. Janssen's on 21. Olafia's on 0. That is the end of the spell by Bumrah and I. Hold on. I think they're just checking the no ball. So we're just going to wait and see what happens here. No, it is given as over. That's the end of our spell. And we will hand you over into the capable hands of Mpho Motwani and Jenna Sil.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
Welcome back to the Wanderers for the middle session of our commentary stint. My name is Mpho Motwani and I've got Jenna Sil here. India looking to make their way in, South Africa with a bit of a counterpunch. And Shami comes in to right-hander Duan Olafia, who lets this one go through outside the off-stump for a run.
Yeah, the men have definitely been taking a beating here, especially with the short ball. These tall bowlers are definitely getting the brunt of what's being given to them.
Yes, that is very true. But essentially, South Africa's answer is these two need to try and be as attacking as possible, get as many runs as possible. The word there's no use them hanging around has been thrown around as Shami comes into Duan Olivier. So on straight, it is looking plumb as Duan Olivier plays all around it. Murray Rasmus is unmoved as the Indians appeal, and Kel Rahul is all eyes on him, and he's going to take it up. He's going to review it from a DRS perspective. What did you think about that?
He's definitely not looking comfortable at all since he got that hit on the arm. Marco Jansen has definitely been keeping him off strike, and this could be the reason why he's been doing that.
Yes, but that was a good ball. It looked straight from our vantage point, but we'll see what the umpire saw. We're not nearly behind the bowler's arm. As we look at the replay, pitched outside, it hit him on middle and leg, with Duan looking to shape that ball down the leg side. He missed it entirely, so that answers one question.
Yeah, definitely no bat involved there. There's clear daylight there between bat and ball. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see for ball tracking. They're watching it in slow motion now. It's pitching outside the off stump.
Missing leg stump. That is a very good call from Murray Erasmus. One of the reasons why he is an international elite umpire. India thought they were in, but they are not. Score 2-8 for 8. Duan Olivier is yet to score. Marco Jansen on 21. It is his high score in international cricket, 3 innings in. Shami into Duan Olivier. He bowls one full outside the off stump. Duan coming forward, but the ball beating the bat. A lovely play and miss from India's perspective.
Yeah, definitely. I think India are trying as hard as they can now to close up the day with the last 2 wickets. They still had 2 reviews remaining before that review, so they might as well use them while they have them.
Yes, that is true, Jenna. You might as well use those reviews. They've got 1 more remaining. South Africa still has 2. As Shami comes into Duan Olivier, it's a lot straighter. Duan drives at that one. It's fuller, and he drives that one straight to the fielder at extra cover. At mid-off, I beg your pardon. And he's looked good, just hasn't been able to score runs. He's just finding fielders here and there. His partner on that end is just batting his way into the Proteas top order.
Yeah, definitely. I think he might be then our tallest top order batter.
He was the tallest gully for a couple of moments on day 1. As Shami bowls a peach of a ball, back of a length outside that, on top of that off stump, and Duan Olivier coming forward to that, missing it, and it going through to Rishabh Pant for no run. That had a hint of there's a hint of seam movement as it kind of straightened off on the deck, but really lovely ball.
Yeah, definitely. I was just reading up a little bit about the test match that was played in 2018 here at the Wanderers.
As Shami comes in for the last ball of his over to Olivier, who defends the straight ball that was full on middle stump out to the leg side. End of that over, you've got South Africa 2-8 for 8. They lead by 26. Jansen on 21 and Duan Olivier on 0.
Yeah, so that takes back in 2018 on the 3rd day play was suspended because the pitch was unfit for play and they had to get the heavy roller on, and they came back on day 4. The reason they went off was because Dean Elgar got hit in the head, and they just said that it was definitely too dangerous for the players. Do you think that could be in the mind of Captain Dean Elgar watching from the side? Saying, oh, there's a lot of short bowling. I mean, I'm getting hit a little bit. Maybe he's having a couple of flashbacks.
He could be having a couple of flashbacks, but I do think this Wanderers track is a lot truer. There has been a hint of inconsistent bounce, but you're going to have to bend your back as a bowler to be able to get that ball that reared up to Dean, because that was just a ball that was truly, and it was a snake pit. As Shardul Thakur coming in from the corner drive end to Marco Jansen, who swings this one up in the air. He was trying to play down to the leg side. It was swirling in the air, and it was caught at cover by R. Ashwin. Marco Jansen stay at the crease ends while he was looking to try and push it on, looking to play on the next side, but getting a leading edge and getting out.
Yeah, it turned out to be a decent catch. He had to dive forward a little bit to get that, but he definitely got his hands underneath that and managed to get that wicket of Marco Jansen.
And so, you're trying to hit out, you're trying to get the ball to the boundary, and you mistime it, and that was just a mistimed shot from Marco Jansen. But South Africans are not going to be that angry about that. It was a really good cameo from him. End of that. After that wicket, 2-2, 8 for 9. Jansen was caught Ashwin out. Tucker.
Yeah, don't forget to tweet us at OneWorldSR. We have a tweet here from Armchair Cricket Podcast, and they say, a couple of useful cameos have seen SA take the lead, but if the lead is limited to under 30, this game is in balance and will be a single innings shootout. If it crosses between 45 and 50, SA have an upper hand, so this test might swing decisively in the next 10 to 12 overs.
Yes, that is very true. I think Armchair Cricket Podcast had that on the nose. Shardul Thakur has taken his 6th wicket for 60 runs. Looking to take his 7th. He's got Duan Olivier. The batters did cross. The field to Duan is 2 slips, a fly gully. You've got a man at backup point on the boundary. As this one is bowled from Thakur outside the off stump, back of a length, just dying as it got to Rishabh Pant. Duan Olivier has let that go. To continue the field, you've also got a cover who's more conventional than catching, mid-off, mid-on. You've also got 2 fielders on the boundary on the leg side, mid-wicket, more forward square leg, and fine leg. So they're trying to cover all the places where they think the lower order batter is going to try and hit the ball. Shardul Thakur in to Duan Olivier, who drives this one on the up, and he gets his first runs as it goes to mid-on for a single leg bout. He played that into the pitch. The bowler doing a little bit to stop that, but not enough.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about how the South African lower order is feeling and how they're going to come into the batting innings of India, if they're going to come out hard and look to attack. They have been quite beaten, and I think that the Indian bowlers should shake in their boots a little bit if they have to come out and bat.
No, that's true. It's all about the memory. All that short stuff that was being bowled, all that nasty stuff. Our bowlers also have a memory. It was also in the first innings for South Africa being a little bit aggressive to that lower order. So some guys are repaying the favor. Thakur into Duan Olivier. He's walked at one outside the off stump. It was actually Lungengiti, and he's out first ball as he's caught at by Rishabh Pant, and that's the end of that innings for South Africa. 229 all out. They have a lead of 27. Look at the scorecard. Dean Alga was Aiden Markram was out late last night on 7. Then this morning Dean Alga was out on 28. Keegan Peterson manfully batted with Dean Alga for a 50-run partnership. He was out at 62. Then you had Rassie van der Dussen out for 1. His woes continue in the South African side. Then we had a very lovely partnership between Temba Bavuma and Kyle Verreynne in that middle session of about 60 runs actually. And Kyle Verreynne was out LBW to Shardul Thakur, the ball that was inducking in straight into his pads. Temba Bavuma was out straight after he got to his milestone of 50, similar to Centurion in the first innings. He was out for 51. Marco Jansen came in. Kagiso Rabada didn't last long as well. He was out for a duck. Marco Jansen came in. He lasted for 21 runs. So did Keshav Maharaj for 21 runs. Duan Olivier with a solitary run for him. He's not out on 1. And Lungengiti was out for a duck. There are 16 extras in this innings. They could be telling, they could be not. But the state of the game, we've had the 2 first innings. South Africa lead by 27 runs. Where do you think this game is going, Jenna, before we close off?
I think it's going to be a really interesting part of today, watching what's going to happen now. I think they're in a similar position India is to what South Africa was last night. I think they definitely want to get through this next part of the day without losing a wicket or losing one wicket at most. But I think they're just going to look to hold their place for now and obviously keep the scoreboard ticking. They obviously want to match South Africa's total and then get a lead on from there.
Yes, that is true, Jen. I think it's going to be a very intriguing hour and a bit of cricket that's going to be happening at here at the Wanderers. So please do hang out with us. We've got 10 minutes until South Africa, India come back to bat, KL Rahul as well as Mayank Agarwal. Until then, you'll be listening to some of our archive footage while we take a bit of a break as we have taken the last wicket. South Africa lead by 27 runs. We'll be back after this. We're off.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now.
50th Test match 100 for the great man.
If you don't have the belief that you can win the series here, there's no point coming here.
Once one.
That's him. The finger will go up. And have a look at the celebrations.
Everyone, I'm sure, is pumped up about this clash.
Watch the Freedom Series from 26 December.
Yeah, it's been a good day of cricket here. South Africa will definitely be searching for one or two wickets this afternoon.
Kagiso into the second ball into KL Rahul. This one's at the body, back of a length at the body, and defended down the leg side by KL Rahul. And it will go down to fine leg for a single. That's the first runs off the bat, 1 run to India, and the deficit goes down by 1.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very important for South Africa to find good lines and a good length for them to bowl. We saw in the previous innings that the Indian bowlers were using the wicket, and they were running in hard, hitting the deck hard, and making sure they took full advantage of the spicy pitch that we're playing on.
And that's what you want from South Africa. Kagiso gets a ball back of a length, inducing a false shot. So Mayank Agarwal was defending on that back foot, coming across his off stump. It went past that bat, no edge there, but a good sign, as you were saying, hit your lines early.
Yeah, definitely. And I think with the new ball, we're going to definitely see what the skills the South African bowlers have, taking the ball away, bringing it back in, definitely building bowling plans as we go along.
Not a plan, a miss straight out of the start. Kagiso into Mayank Agarwal. This ball coming into the body instead of holding its line like the previous one, and Agarwal defending that off his back foot out to the fielders at cover, no run. You've got a catching mid-wicket for Mayank Agarwal along with that short leg. You've also got fine leg on the boundary. Really good start to this over from Kagiso. South Africa really do need to make the most of this deficit of this lead that they have. Kagiso into Mayank Agarwal. It's come off. It was a swipe at that outside the off stump. It was a full outside the off stump, and Carl Verena did well to catch it. It bounced in front of him as it went through. Question is, did it get an edge? Not necessarily too sure about that as we look. It under edge of the bat, actually, and it rolled all the way to Carl Verena. Great stop from the keeper.
Yeah, definitely. I think if we're looking at keepers today, that's a really good start for Carl Verena. Rishabh Pant had a good day in the first half.
Kagiso into Agarwal. This one's way wide outside the off stump on a fuller length, and Agarwal lets that go through to the keeper. End of the first over, 1 without loss.
Yeah, it's nice to see Kagiso Rabada. It felt like that over, he really put his back into that. I'm sure I could be wrong, but I did feel like he was really picking up the pace from the first innings.
Yes, and on day one in the first innings, the pace was very low for both him and Duan Olivier, and so it's good to see that he's cranking it up. We don't have the use of a speed gun up here, but from the eye test, it looks quick.
Yeah, it did look quick that over. We saw the Indian bowlers really cranking up the speed throughout the whole day today. And there was a comment made by somebody on Twitter saying that it was really rare to see the subcontinent bowlers bowling quicker than the South Africans.
Yes.
But if we can come through now in our second bowling innings and pull up the speed a little bit more, I think that tweet will become a little bit more irrelevant.
Duan Olivier from the caller drive in, 3 slips and a gully with that short leg. He bowls it full and straight to KL Rahul, the right-handed Rahul, right, and he plays that back to the bowler, no run. That's an interesting start. And as you speak, I think that's one of the things that we all will be watching out for is how quickly Duan Olivier is bowling. His speeds were down, but he said he felt fine in the press conference. And, some days may not be the same. You just want to be better. Really spoke well in the press conference as he bowls a back of a length ball outside the off stump, and to KL Rahul punches that on the back foot to the extra cover boundary. They only managed to run through 2, as Keshav Maharaj did well to get to that ball, and 2 runs off the bat there. India's score goes up to 3. KL Rahul is the only man to score so far on 3 runs, and the deficit is 24.
Yeah, just speaking about fast bowling, obviously we know that the Wanderers is well known for being a quick track. We were just speaking yesterday a little bit about the injury that Mohammad Siraj went off for, and yeah, we'll speak about that more now.
Duan Olivier into KL Rahul. It's a full ball driven by KL Rahul. Is a lot straighter, driven straight to the fielder at extra cover. No run. That's Keshav Maharaj.
Yeah, and perhaps the thought of the Wanderers being such a fast track is in the bowlers' minds, and they then push themselves a little bit harder to make sure that they're cranking up the pace. Do you think that then sort of had an impact in that injury that we saw yesterday?
Duan Olivier into KL Rahul. This one beats the bat outside the off stump. It's a fuller ball. Rahul just coming forward with that forward press of his that's been synonymous throughout this series. No edge there, but a really good ball past the bat of the Indian captain. Coming back to your point earlier on, Jenna, I do think so. I think when you come to the Wanderers as a fast bowler, you want to see the ball bounce. You want to get that extra bounce. But sometimes that extra bounce is actually a bit too much, and you might just overexert yourself. As we see Duan Olivier bowl a ball back of a length into the body of KL Rahul, who plays it out to that fielder at short leg on the bounce. Rasif Adison doing well to protect, to stop any runs from there. No run there. Score still at 3. Last ball left in the second over.
Yeah, and just keeping on that track, the last thing you want to see is your in-form fast bowler getting injured simply because of overexertion.
Yes, that is very true. As Duan comes in for the last ball of that first over, is pinning him in with a full ball on that top of off, and Rahul just defends that out to the offside end of that over. 3 without loss. KL Rahul's the man with all 3 runs. Deficit still 24. Yes, but the other problem with the South Africans, Jenna, was on the other end. They were bowling within themselves, it seemed. And that's another thing. It feels as though there may have been an injury. There's something niggling. But right now, it looks like these two, Duan and Kagiso, are edging their way to their top speeds. And it's a good sign to see. They've got about an hour and a bit left in the day, so you can crank it up, go to bed, come back and do the same thing again. Kagiso into Mayank Agarwal from the golf course end. It's full and straight on off stump, defended back on the back foot by Agarwal back to the bowler. The field was 3 slips, gully. You had a backward point, mid-on, mid-off. Mid-off is actually mid-wicket. More catching. We've also got a short leg and a fine leg to Mayank Agarwal. the South Africans want to make him play as many balls as possible, which is the tactic the Indians used to the South Africans earlier on in the day. Kagiso into Mayank Agarwal, this one bouncing on a good length away from the body of Mayank Agarwal, who just shoulders arms to that one, letting it go through to Kyle Verreynne.
Yeah, we can definitely see that Kagiso Rabada is bowling quite quick. The ball is coming through. Kyle Verreynne is catching the ball at chest height. So definitely the ball is coming through.
Yes. Yes, and that's a good thing about this Wanderers pitch. You're still getting the same level of bounce. Yes, there's a more inconsistent bounce, but the true bounce that you expect off a good length, as Kagiso coming into Mayank Agarwal outside the off stump. Agarwal is not playing at that, and it's leading to some frustration from Kagiso as the ball goes through to Kyle Verreynne.
Yeah, we have Mayank Agarwal doing a little bit of gardening, checking up on that spot that Kagiso keeps running in and keeps hitting. It's good to see some consistency, keeping the batter in that corridor of uncertainty. Do I play? Do I leave?
And Kagiso coming into Agarwal. This one is wide outside the off stump. It was full, and Agarwal threw his hands at that over backward point. That is Timber Bavuma to the backward point boundary for 4.
Yeah, maybe the line was definitely a lot too far wide. But we see Aiden Markham giving Kagiso Rabada a little bit of applause. Maybe that is the length that they've been searching for, trying to drag the Indian batters onto the front foot, get them playing at that. We just need to make sure that we hold our line.
Yes, it was a very wide ball. Scores out now up to 7. Agarwal opens his account with 4 runs. Kagiso coming in from that golf course end. This one's a lot straighter. Same answer because it was still full, overpitched and driven through cover now for 4.
Yeah, that was a wonderful shot. Definitely overpitched there a little bit by Kagiso Rabada. He just leaned into that very well-timed shot, dipped his shoulder, and really just punched that through the covers for 4.
So Shardul Thakur's 7 for 61 is a milestone here at the Wanderers. It's a joint 3rd highest best bowling spell in an innings. I'll get that to you as Kagiso comes in to Mayank Agarwal. He traps him in front. The South Africans go up for an LBW on a ball that was fuller than most and straighter, and the umpire says not out, and the South Africans are not interested in the appeal. They go to the other end.
Yeah.
So the bowling figures that Shardul Thakur had was 7 for 61. He is tied joint 3rd for best bowling figures in an innings at the Wanderers with Matthew Hoggard. He got that versus South Africa for England in 2004-2005, the series where he was tormenting Graham Smith. The other 2 above them are GB Lawrence, South Africa versus New Zealand in 1961-62, as well as Hugh Tayfield, South Africa's spin bowler, 9 for 113 versus England in 1956-57. As Duan Olafir resumes the 4th over of this innings with the score for India on 11 without loss. That was a full ball on middle stump, defended out to that fielder at mid-wicket for no run. That was KL Rahul, the batter, on the striker's end right now. Rahul's 3 not out, Mayank Agarwal 8.
Yeah, they currently have a partnership of 11, obviously, because that's the total score. How valuable do you think this opening stand is?
It's very valuable as Duan comes in with a short ball, KL Rahul ducks underneath it. It's very valuable because you have to see through the deficit. I think as the openers, you're looking at yourself and you're saying, we're effectively still minus 16 for that loss. So you don't want to be losing early wickets. So you need to try and get the scoreboard moving, but you don't want to open up an end in essence. Also, there's so much time. So it's day 2 and we're ready to start in the 3rd innings. Duan Olafir into KL Rahul, who comes forward to a full ball outside the off stump. He just punches that to point for no run. And so, it's one of those situations where you have to sway between defense and attack. You know, South Africa's tails are up. They've got a bit of a lead. They're giving you their strike bowler. So at this point, you're defensive, waiting for the bad ball. But you can't be too defensive because you still need to try and get this deficit. You have to go somewhere. Dwan into KL Rahul. He gets a short one outside the off stump that he thinks of playing with a horizontal bat shot through point. But it bounces, it gets an underedge and bounces on his feet and rolls out to second slip for no run.
Yeah, I think he was really lucky there not to chop it onto his off stump. But he did manage to not lose his wicket on that one. A very good ball there from Duan Olivier.
We've got a comment from Facebook. Johan Liversay saying Roberto will make sure we lose this game. I'm not sure we agree with that as Duan comes into KL Rahul. It is a back of a length ball rising up. KL rides the bounce really nicely and plays that one, a controlled shot out to point, no run. It is 11 without loss still. Rahul still on 3, Mark on 8.
Yeah, definitely.
Possibly Olivier will have another maiden over if he gets this one right.
Yeah, hopefully. But the Indian batters who are currently in the middle, they definitely do. Sorry, we'll speak about it now.
Olivier coming past the umpire's shoulder into KL Rahul. It's short, it's wide, and KL Rahul tried to play the cut shot in the previous ball. He couldn't. This time he connects with it over the fielder at Gully to the boundary for 4. Really lovely shot there as the score goes up to 15.
Yeah, definitely. As I was saying, both batters out in the middle are very good at making sure that they're there for the bad ball. It doesn't help going and sitting on the bench at the end of the day and saying could have, should have, would have. Both batters are definitely very willing to make sure that when that bad ball comes, they pounce on it. And we've seen that now from KL Rahul taking full advantage of that short ball outside off.
And the runs have come in 3-4s. The other 3 runs have come in singles. Kind of tells you the strategy from this team. It's wait for the bad ball and we'll take advantage of it. So resuming from the golf course end, he bowls one in the block hole that Mayank Agarwal defends out onto the offside for no run. Looking at the 2 batters in the last games, KL Rahul scored the century, the only century in this series. He scored it with, he's 123 of 260 balls. He's been very patient, and that's what's going to be required right now. So too, his second innings, 23 runs, 74 balls. That's the type of batting that I think the Indian captain will want from his team as Kagiso bowls a leg stump half volley that's driven straight back down the ground for 4.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. Definitely overpitched and much too straight. Once again, the Indian batters taking advantage of a little bit of wayward bowling from the South African team, really leaning into that, timing it really well and punching it down the ground for 4.
Played it very straight, the mark of a man who is in form. You know, Mayank Agarwal had scored a 60 at Centurion. He's also scored 4 runs. There were questions coming to say as whether he will be opening, if they'll be dropping him down to 5. Rohit Sharma's injury kind of helped that answer, but he's batting like a man on form as he gets a rip snorter back of the length outside the off stump. He was playing that on the back foot, trying to defend at that. He missed it entirely, and Kagiso and the South Africans have a good response to that 4 ball.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully that length and that line of that ball can bring Kagiso back and can just help him find that length again.
Very close to the edge.
Yeah, it was.
Very, very close to the edge. Kagiso into Mayank Agarwal. It's full on the leg stump. This time, it is still another half volley that's played out to mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, I think that comment on Facebook kind of didn't help Kagiso Rabada's quest here to bowl economically.
The thing that'll be frustrating for Dean is that now the deficit is down to 4, and we've given India 5 4s. Yeah. Very bad balls. The score is now up to 23. Agarwal's now gone up to 16. He's played 4 4s, just dealing in boundaries. And Rahul is on 7. Kagiso's got 2 balls left in this over. Can he bring it back?
Yeah, well, I hope he can. Currently, the Indian batters are going at 4.9 runs and over. At this stage of the game, that's definitely not something that we need.
You feel like they're just giving the advantage back to India. Another full overpitched ball outside the off stump. This time, Kagiso fields it himself. as Agarwal punched that back, looking to get it past the bowler, but Kagiso has followed through defending off his own bowling, which is good because that ball wasn't that great and would have 4 written all over it.
Yeah, it definitely did. Kagiso had to fall a little bit there to make sure that he got a hand to that ball. But he did make good work of it in the end.
Kagiso into Agarwal. End of that one. It was a shortish ball. Agarwal riding the bounce that was headed towards him. It was a straightish one. And he played that very controlled. 2 point, no run. End of the 5th over, 23 without loss. India have made light work of this deficit.
Yeah, they definitely have. And we have been speaking a lot about them taking advantage. And it's much easier to take advantage when there's a lot of advantage to be taken.
Here's an interesting situation. Duan Olivier is now being taken off. He's only bowled 2 overs, gone for 4 runs. The culprit's on the other end, Kagiso, 17 runs. Duan's actually gone for 6 runs. But now we're seeing Lungiti coming in, right arm over from the caller drive. And what do you think that change, the reason is for that change?
I could be wrong, obviously, but I would, maybe Lungi Ngidi is more comfortable bowling from this end and they want to bring Duan from the other end.
Yes, Ngidi coming in, 3 slips and a gully to KL Rahul. He aborts his runner as the batter is not ready yet, which will give us time to give you the field. You've got that short leg. You've got mid-wicket catching. You've also got, actually, no, it's mid-on and mid-off. Close, slightly wide. Backward point, gully, 3 slips. Fine leg, that's Kagiso out there in the wilderness having a chat with some of the reserves. South Africa need to find a way to get back in. Maybe it is a change of ends to get Duan bowling in from that golf course end. Ngidi into KL Rahul, and he bowls one back of a length straight at the body. Rahul just defending that out to the leg side, bouncing it just in front of that short leg fielder. That is Rassie van der Dussen for a run.
Yeah, I really enjoy watching Lungi Ngidi bowl. He's very aggressive, but at the same time, he can consistently hit a good line, a good length. And I do believe that in this second fielding innings for South Africa, he's going to be one of the key bowlers.
Yes, and I think so too. I think Lungi is often the unspoken bowler in the side, but he's very important to the side. Ngidi into KL Rahul, it's full and it's on leg stump and played out to the fielder at mid-wicket for a quick single as KL Rahul just played that on the leg side.
Yeah, I also think that while the Indian batters are going to try and take as much advantage as possible on that bad ball, they're also going to want to rotate strike as just to put the bowlers under pressure and say, yes, I can hit your bad ball, but at the same time, I can get a single off your good ball.
Yes, so Han Livingston saying Rabada's 2 fours every over. He must realize it's not a T20 game. Its score is 24 without loss. Mark Agarwal 16, KL Rahul on 8. Please do send in your tweets at One World SR as Lungi comes in from the caller drive in. Outside the off stump, he bowls a beautiful ball on a full length. It brings Mayank Agarwal forward. It beats him, beats the bat, and goes out to Calvarena for no run. That's the type of bowling we want to see from our opening bowlers, isn't it, Sean? Jenna, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, definitely. We want to be searching on that line outside of getting a good length and asking questions on the outside edge of the Indian batters' bats.
Yes, and that's what Kagiso wasn't able to do on the other end. Just leaking runs, getting rid of that deficit, which is something that you could have played with for, I think, a few more overs. Lungi with one back of a length straight at the body of Mark Agarwal, who defends that down the pitch for no run off the back foot. And it's an intriguing part of the game because it could be where this game is won and lost. If you allow this opening partnership to get through, get some runs, you make sure that the guys back in the pavilion are a lot more calmer, and then India can come through. We know that India's batting lineup is better than South Africa's, so you need the bowlers to come through at this point in time. And Ngidi into Agarwal. He's pinning him back on the back foot. This time is a lot it was a lot. It was a good length on off stump, and on middle stump, and he defended that back down the pitch to the fielder at mid on for no run.
Yeah, he didn't do too badly defending that ball. His eyes were in line with the ball. That's something as a coach you always ask your players to do. Get your head in line and make sure you're presenting a full face of the bat.
You can't be afraid of the ball at this level, Jenna. As Ngidi comes in past the umpire's shoulder. It's a full ball on middle stump, defended back. You kind of have a sense that Aga was trying to play it down the leg side. Got a bit of a leaning edge, but it's a safe one because he just rolled to the bowler. End of the 6th over, 24 without loss.
Yeah, I think luckily for him, especially for that ball, his points of contact was really controlled, and that's why he was able to prevent that leading edge from going up and potentially being caught there at short leg.
Interesting captaincy from Dean. 5 overs in, and you're already in with your first change bowlers. We're seeing Marco Jansen coming in. Are you happy with him being this proactive?
Partly. We have seen in the previous bowling innings of South Africa that when Marco Jansen comes on, something happens for South Africa. And we're leaving only a deficit of 3. Maybe it is time for something to happen for South Africa. And if this is the man to do it, give him the chance to
And
do
it was at the same time when South Africa got a lot more control in the first innings on day 1, when Marco Jansen and Lungingiti bowled. They bowled really well. I think they went for 2 runs and over. Jansen got the wicket. That's the type of control I think Captain Dean's looking for. Marco Jansen left arm over the wicket to the right-handed KL Rahul. This one is back of a length, rising across the right-hander, and KL Rahul does not play at that one. And yeah, so the field placings here, Jenna, 3 slips, Gali, Kambi Mark Jansen, it's Temba Bavuma. You've got backward point, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket actually, and mid-off with a short leg as well as a fine leg. This ball is a beautiful line going across the right-hander, back of a length, on that off stump and pulling away with the angle. KL Rahul just playing inside of that one on the back foot for no run.
Yeah, definitely. I think from the golf course end, the Indian batters definitely seemed to be seeing the ball really nicely as the right-handers were coming over the wicket. So this change-up of left arm over the wicket coming across the Indian batters, not a bad thing at all.
Yes, it isn't. Marco Jansen again with that tight line outside that right-hander's off stump, back of a length. He's playing it on the back foot. He's not sure what he needs to do with his angle, but he's playing down that off stump line. He's missing it. That's KL Rahul. It's another dot ball.
Yeah, he's definitely being squared up a little bit. In his stance, he's got quite open feet, which is obviously what we say to young players when a left-armer is bowling to you as a right-hander.
Jansen into KL Rahul, same line and length. Beautiful back of a length outside that off stump channel. KL Rahul just defending in what he assumes is that off stump line. No edge yet, but South Africans will be feeling a lot better with a good set of 4 balls right now. We haven't been able to build pressure by just in an over, by just bowling a set of good balls.
Yeah, definitely. Marco Jansen definitely is the man to make something happen.
Jansen into KL Rahul, it's an edge and it's caught. Same line, back of a length, just inside that off stump line. He played at that, and the edge was caught by Aiden Markham at second slip. South Africa have their first wicket, a masterstroke from Dean Alga as India are 24 for 1.
I believe that they are going up to the third umpire to see if the ball bounced before going into the fielder's hand. Was that Aiden Markham?
Yes, it was. So today's been the day of controversial calls. So or questioning whether the umpire should go up or not. So we just have a look at that. Did you manage to get the soft signal?
No, I didn't see.
Okay. We don't know. We assume the soft signal is out. But we shall see whether the ball did come into the hands. As we look at Aiden, he did catch it low.
Starting forward, a little bit to his left. Hands outreached and he palms up. He was really looking to dig underneath that ball, and hopefully he did manage to scoop it up before it made contact with the grass.
It's going to be a tough call. I think everybody needs it to be zoomed in. So the producers here at the ground are working overtime to be able to get us this decision as quickly as possible. KL Rahul is literally standing in his crease while he's watching this happen.
They really do just keep replaying this slow motion.
Side angle. Here we get a zoomed one.
Yeah, and they're just trying to work out, keep replaying until they can come to a decision.
Well, we want to get the right decision, and the question whether if it's conclusive that it actually hit the ground, but depending on what the soft signal was on the ground, it would then have to be conclusive either way. So if it was out, it'd be conclusive that it hit the ground. It has to be conclusive that it hit the ground. If it's not out, it has to be conclusive that it's a catch.
Yes.
So I'm not. This has taken a very long time for third umpire Adrian Holstock right here, trying to get the right decision going. The longer it's going, the more it's going to fall out to India. And they have decided to call it out. So South Africa do have their first wicket. KL Rahul will feel aggrieved, a little bit of aggrieved, and I think there are some words being spoken about with the team as KL Rahul goes forward. Sadal Arvia is walking and they're having a very interesting chat there. So do you want to see? It's just cricket. It's a little bit of words. Hopefully it's not too dramatic or too offensive. But you can see how important it meant to KL. He couldn't stand for his teammates. He couldn't stay there as long enough to get the deficit out. But 24 for 1, he has been out for 8 of 21 balls. He's only hit 1-4. He lost it 27 minutes. South Africa having the breakthrough. Marco Jansen, the man with the golden arm, asking not to be dropped.
Yeah, definitely. As we said, if you want something to happen in the game, you call on Marco Jansen.
Yes, the man with that. And it's really nice to see, because previously South Africa have always just used right arm seamers. A left arm seamer bringing in a little bit of that right, a little bit of that angle through, compared to just seeing right arm over all the time. This is something that Dean will be happily want as he goes into this World Test Championship. Next batter in, Cheteshwar Pujara. He didn't have a great time out there in the middle on day one, and so he'll be looking to rectify that. A lot of people, he was out for 3, having faced 33 balls in the first session. A lot of people are saying that maybe it's time to look forward and look for other batters in the Indian setup. So it is something that maybe this innings might be something big in his mind. With a large squad that India have, they've got some really exciting batters in there that could come in. Shreyas Iyer, who scored 100 on debut. But this is important. Marco Jansen to the right-handed, Cheteshwar Pujara. There is a leg slip as Jansen bowls a short ball to Cheteshwar Pujara, who ducks underneath it. End of that over, 24 for 1 after 7 overs.
Yeah, as you were saying, there have been some serious critics saying that Pujara doesn't really deserve his spot in the top order of this Indian team anymore. I don't believe that. I do think that he is due for a big score here, and hopefully for Indian fans that he can pull that through. I think if he does bat for a long period of time, it will make this test match really interesting, a very exciting game.
And that's where he's made his money. His money's always been in the patience game. He's accumulated runs by wearing down bowling attacks. And he was trying to do that in that first innings. It just didn't work out for him. Got Lungingiti into the right-handed Mayank Agarwal. This ball back of a length onto the body of Agarwal, who defends it off the back foot out to the fielder at mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, we still have a deficit of 3, so we managed to hold that score there for an over.
-3 for 1.
Indeed. Yeah, so hopefully Lungingiti can get a good over in here. Hopefully we can see a maiden here and let Marco Jansen bowl to that 3 deficit once again.
Ngidi coming in at 2. Mike Agarwal past the umpire shoulder. This one's on outside on the off stump line, fuller length, squaring him up a little, but ball squaring out to a point for no run.
Yeah, definitely. And we've spoken a little bit about his point of contact here. And there again, he plays the ball under his eyes really late, and that's how he's making sure that the ball goes down and that he really is ensuring that he plays the ball down.
Genesil giving us a batting masterclass for you here on One World Sports Radio. Ngidi in a 2. Mayank Agarwal passing the umpire, short ball, and it's played off the back foot, punched to the point boundary. Temba is chasing it. Is he going to stop it? He does. He does. And they run through for 3, though. Well done to Temba for saving a single.
Fantastic effort there from Temba Bavuma. He ran all the way from backward point, just to in front of the dugouts there on the cover boundary. He made really good work of that. He took a dive and he slid to save that ball before it crashed into the boundary. Then got a quick throw into the keeper's hands.
So it's all even now. The lead is 0. The deficit is 0. India 27 for 1. Agarwal on 19. Pujara yet to score. He's going to face his first ball to Lungi Ngidi. Right arm over. Same field, 3 slips, gully, short leg, mid on, wideish mid wicket. You've also got fine leg, Lungi coming past the umpire's shoulder. He bowls off back of a length ball that goes straightish, and Pujara gets off the strike very easily there down the leg side for a single.
Yeah, definitely. I think as a batter who's coming in, you want to make sure or you are lucky if that first ball that you get isn't a complete jaffa. And that one wasn't to the hip of Pujara there. He really did find it easy. That's a nice way to start your innings with not a jaffa of a ball.
Yeah, it was an easy one. It was a let off, especially with the field set. You've got the 3 slips, bowl it outside off stump, make him figure out how his feet are going. As Ngidi comes into Agarwal, he was on the money with that one. It's straight into the body off a good length this time. Agarwal defends it down with his bat coming down, and it bounces just in front of the short leg for no run. Lungi, we've got 1 more ball left in our stint. We should be having a commentary change soon with Sean Mayers and Tepatala coming in as Lungi gets to the top of his run-up. It's been a pleasure, Jenna, to be doing commentary with you. It's really awesome to be hearing some of those batting insights that you bring into the game. Really enjoyed this session with you. Ngidi coming in to Mayank Agarwal. It's outside the off-stump, short, let go through to the bowler. As we end that over, it will bring the commentary change. India 28 for 1.
To know where you are going, you have to know where you come from.
And a very good early morning to all of you out there who, despite the hour, have got up for this historic occasion in South African sport.
As South Africa and India mark 30 years of friendship, we look to the next 30 years with even greater anticipation.
We have millions watching this telecast right now. Test match under it.
Has just bowled a fantastic delivery, squaring up. Just gotta quickly check. Yes, it's Mayank Agarwal. No, Pujara. Squaring him up. First delivery from the golf course, and he got a goal, inside edge that hit his body. India now 28 for 1 at the moment. My name is Tip Taylor. I'm joined by Sean Mayer. Sean, how you doing?
I am fantastic.
Marco Jansen in again, full length, full and straight. Played off the back foot by Pujara, jumped off a length, played past the man at short, square leg. And Keshav Maharaj at leg slip will go fetch that. India now 29 for 2. Mayank on strike on 19, Pujara on 2, and the lead now at 2 as well.
Oh, what a wonderful day for Test cricket. Lots of wickets falling today.
Wow, results. We're getting a result.
You know, the Wanderers isn't a ground where a draw happens too often unless it rains out.
Seldom, in fact. Marco Jansen in again. He's coming left arm over to Mayank Agarwal. This one back of a length, going into the body, but fended out for no run. He's got 3 slips, a gully, man at backward point, short square leg, a man on the boundary at fine leg, Lungi Ngidi just putting on his shoe. Finally, a mid-wicket and a cover.
And what a beautiful ground this is. You know, the day how it started with all the rain, lots of uncertainty, but fantastic day of cricket we've had.
Marco Jansen in again. This one fuller length towards the body once again, but bat behind ball. Mayank Agarwal got still 29 for 1. He's still on 19.
He's got off to a flyer.
He does, eh? Yeah, no, he really has.
The true aggressor. KL is more circumspect. He plays, I wouldn't say within himself, but very controlled game. And Mayank, if it's there to be hit, he makes sure he hits it and hits it well.
Marco Jansen, this one very short. Carl Verreynne leaping to try catch this one, but his fingers just got a few fingers to it. Dean Algar does the fielding here at the boundary behind the batsman. They get 2 runs for that, and that's 2 byes, in fact, so it wasn't wide. Unfortunately, Carl Verreynne not getting to it. 2 byes, first extras of the day, 31 for 1, and Mayank Agarwal still on strike.
Oh, very unfortunate. It was a good bouncer. You know, Mayank played it well.
Left it well.
Players are leaving is still playing the ball. You know, he left it, let it go. Over, very unfortunate there, but the tall man may force the keeper back.
Jansen in again, Fuller going towards that middle stump and kept out once again on the back foot by Mayank Agarwal to end the 9th over. It's 31 for 1. Pujara on 2, Mayank Agarwal on 19, and the deficit, or the lead rather, is now 4 runs. And India sitting on 31 for 1. Shana, of the 2 camps, so which one would you rather be in at the moment?
It's in the balance. It's in the balance. They've got off to a flyer, but they have lost a wicket. It will not get any easier to bat on. And the South Africa Quicks seem to have found their lines and lengths. Barring Olafia, his first few overs weren't as potent as we would like them to be.
Lungi Ngidi's coming from the corner drive end. A good length delivery, right in line with that off stump, squaring up Pujara, and he missed that. All ends up into Verreynne's hands. Still 31 for 1.
Wonderful ball there. Lungi should be bowling with the new ball more.
Yeah.
Duan, as much as he is an impact player, he just doesn't have hasn't found his rhythm as yet. As this test has gone on, and I do hope things come right and we get the Duan we all know.
3 slips, a gully, points and short leg as Lungi comes in, a back of a left delivery, an outside edge, bouncing short of second slip, a little bit of skidding off the pitch there, Shana.
Oh, fantastic ball from Lungi. This is why he needs to be bowling with the new ball. He needs to be the aggressor. He was the man in format at Supersport Park. His first day wasn't so great, but he came back, and this is what he can do. This is the Lungi Ngidi we want to see.
I mean, the first day at Centurion at Supersport Park, he was the only bowler with wickets. So you'd find it strange that the pick of the bowlers in the first test didn't get the new ball here. Maybe giving the homeboy benefit of the doubt. Lungi Ngidi coming over the wickets. This one going down the leg side, a full-length delivery. Besides the 3 slips, a gully, a man at points and short square leg, there's a man on the boundary at fine leg, and finally cover and mid-wicket.
I understand why they gave Duan the new ball. In the domestic setup, he has been taking wickets. He's the top wicket taker. This is his home ground where he plays majority of his cricket, where he trains. So I understand the thinking, let Duan let rip. And it may not have worked today, but he's coming back. He's played a lot of cricket. He's not somebody who will just lay back and let things just happen.
Ngidi in again, 4th delivery. This one full in line with leg stump and just kept out by Pujara. The man at mid wickets picked that up. No run. 31 for 1. Pujara on 2. Mayank on the opposite end on 19, and the lead is only 4 here.
I like this approach that the South Africans have taken. Even though the run rate is high, they're a wicket down. This hasn't happened in the first innings and also didn't happen in the first test at all, where early wickets happened. So let the Indians play at you. Let them, go after runs at a good length, a good line, and the wickets will come.
Ngidi in again, full straight, once again on the pads, and this time clipped away to the same position at mid-wicket. Yeah, just in Duan Olivi's press conference after he did relatively well in the first innings, he did mention that they weren't hitting their straps as much as they would have wanted. They believe that they could have done better, but at the same time, they did eventually start getting the lines and lengths. And the key that they got from Mark Boucher, or the director, was that they wanted the batsmen to be playing more often. And we're seeing that now. A lot of bats on ball, a lot of missed shots, beating the outside edge, which is good to see here in the Wanderers test. Lungi Ngidi coming in again. Good length delivery just on top of off stump and kept out by Pujara to end the 10th over, 31 for 1. Mayank Agarwal on 19, still Pujara on 2, the lead 4, and that was a maiden from Lungi Ngidi.
Fantastic over from Lungi Ngidi. Keep them playing. Make them doubt whether to play or leave. Great over there. There was an opportunity that didn't carry. So, fantastic over there from Lungi Ngidi. Hopefully he'll bowl a much longer spell and put them under pressure, especially in this last play of the day.
Marco Jansen continuing from the golf course in the back of a length delivery outside off stump that Mayank Agarwal just plays to the man at backward point. No run there. Just a bit of a yawn there. It's been a long day here. I was about to say Supersport Park at the Wanderers. Lots of wickets falling. We have been getting some action. It has also been quite a gripping test match as well.
Can't take your eyes off this
No,
test match.
not
Lots
at all.
of wickets, not as many runs, but gripping cricket.
This one a lot fuller, in line with the stumps. KG Rabada diving at cover and shying at the non-striker's end, potentially a run-out opportunity, literally throwing that while he was still on the ground.
Fantastic feeling. The big man, the big fast bowler, the leader of the South African attack, throwing his weight around, getting across, using the long levers he has, and just pushing himself up just enough to get a good throw in at the stumps. I think Pujara would have been safe.
Marco Jansen, this one a good length delivery going across the right-hander to the wicket keeper. He also has 3 slips, a gully, backward point, short square leg, cover, mid-wicket, and finally man at, I was about to say third man, sorry, fine leg.
Pujara would have been safe with that one, but it is an indication to the batters that it won't be an easy single there. There won't be easy runs. You have to hit it well. You have to place it well to get value for that shot.
Jansen in again, over the wickets to the right-hander, back of a length delivery, played out to the man at backward point for no run. And you were talking about KG Rabada, and just remembering the catch from the first innings that he took at fine leg, that just came off the top edge. He was diving for that one as well. So he's quite the athlete, KG Rabada. It's good to see him in the field. It's good to see him hungry to take wickets all the time. And some people say he's been looking a little off color of late, but at the same time, maybe just a little bit more mature. He might not be as fiery as he was before, but they are leading the attack with maturity as Marco Jansen comes over the wicket. This one down the leg side, Mayank Agarwal plays it. The man at fine leg is sweeping, but won't get there in time. He gets himself a boundary, takes the score now to 35 for 1. And Mayank Agarwal is still on 19. I believe they were leg buys.
Yes. Marco Jansen straying with his line, getting the pad, not the line or the length you want. Well, not the line. The length was it was a good length ball, but not the line you want him to be bowling, and especially not at this stage in the game.
Taking the pressure off the batter here. Really needs to get the batter playing and getting forward and trying to get bats on ball with a delivery like that. A lot straighter, back of a length. It hit the pad. A little bit of a muted appeal, but to no avail. The score 35 for 1. Mayank Agarwal on 19, Pujara on 2, and the lead now has moved up to 8 in this over.
It was a very good ball there to come off the pad. You know, there's some promising signs for the bowlers. Put them under pressure now. At the end of the day, it's not as bright. We have some really good quicks. There's movements in the air, off the pitch. So just keep putting the pressure. Stay consistent. That consistency is something that has let this South African bowling attack down, especially in the first hour.
Yeah, not looking a little bit off colour, a little bit soft, the South African lineup at the beginning of the innings. But there's a bowling change here from the golf course end as Duan Olivier continues. Don't forget, while we're here, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR. Duan Olivier over the wickets. It's short, it's towards the legs, and it's just hooked around the pads by Pujara. He gets himself 4 runs, moves on to 6, and the total now 43 for 1. Was it 39? Sorry, 39 for 1. Added to the score a little bit prematurely.
Well, these things happen. We get excited for runs, we get excited for wickets, we get excited for good cricket, and that is what these two teams are displaying. They're giving us a show. They are entertaining us. And to think that it's only day 2 and we're already into the second innings. Well, the third innings.
So on a feed again towards the body of Pujara, this time back of a length, and he hooks it, but straight to the man at fine leg for no runs. Similar fielding positions, 3 slips, a gully, short leg, point, cover, mid wicket, and the man at fine leg. The score now also moved up by 140 for 1. Pujara on 7, Mayank on 19.
I like Olivier bowling short. He's bowling short. He's being aggressive. He wants to put them under pressure. This is the perfect time at the end of the day. You know, make them work.
Hoping the short deliveries actually trouble the batsman. Pujara controlled that very nicely. This one over pitched in line with the stumps, and Mayank Agarwal dispatched this past the man at cover all the way to the cover boundary for 4. 44 for 1.
Beautiful shot, just using the pace. And, you know, good idea from Olivier. 2 short ones, 1 fuller. I could see the thinking, but a little bit too full. Half volley on off stump. That's bread and butter for any opener. You're making his Agarwal's job way too easy.
Not looking too sharp here, conceding a boundary like that doesn't look good at all. Good to see that the batsman is playing, though, as Duan Olivier continues. This one, a good length delivery in line with the stumps, and Murray Erasmus did not hesitate for a second. He's given Agarwal leg before wicket, and he has to, well, might go on 23. Still time for review here. He's chatting 2-1, and the time is up, and he has to go. A fantastic reply here from Duan Olivier.
You know, you get hit for 4 and you come back and you take his wicket. This is what the cricket that we want to see. This is, you know, what the perfect start that South Africa wanted. This is the bowling that they want to see. And as we say, the Wanderers is, the bull ring is where you want to perform. It's a fast bowling haven.
It truly is. And just looking at the replay of that, Mayank Agarwal did not offer a shot. It wrapped him right on the roll of the pad. You could see the off stump, so that was probably clattering into it. And he has to go. He scored 23 off 37 balls, a strike rate of 62. And he had 5 boundaries, 5 fours in his time at the middle.
Very aggressive batting, and it just nipped back in off the seam. Great bowling from Olivier. Good lines, good lengths, always putting the Indians under pressure, and great reply from his previous balls, previous overs that were a little bit expensive. And also, this is a fantastic way you see bowlers bowling in partnerships. You know, one end is holding up, putting the pressure, which Jansen has done very well, also has taken a wicket. Now, you know, Lungi Ngidi can also put the pressure on, and, you know, hoping to attack Olivier again. He's got his man. He's got his wicket.
He truly has a very valuable wicket. That of Mayank Agarwal once again out for 23 off the bowling of Duan Olivier, getting him LBW. But that brings Ajinkya Rahane to the crease. Ajinkya Rahane has been under a lot of pressure. In fact, these two batsmen have been under a lot of pressure of late, haven't been scoring many runs in their last 20 innings, averaging around 20. I believe Ajinkya Rahane in his last 20 innings has been averaging under 20, around 19, and Pujara at around 22. I'll give you the exact stats just now. But yeah, they need to score runs for their team and for their careers as well.
Well, there is some hope. In the first innings, Ajinkya Rahane scored 48.
True that. Duan Olivier continuing. Full, great delivery just outside the off stump, that corridor of uncertainty, and well kept out by Ajinkya Rahane to the man at cover. 44 for 1.
Well, looking very comfortable playing that defensive shot, looking in control with it. So this is what India will want. They will want Ajinkya Rahane to take them through till the end of day's play. There's still a lot of time, 15 overs left, and he'll want to bat this one out.
Duan Olivier over the wicket to the right-hander, short. It's in line with the body. Ajinkya Rahane looked like he wanted to play that shot, but pulled out, and that ends the 12th over breakthrough. Another breakthrough for the South Africans with Duan Olivier. India sitting on 44 for 2. Pujara on 7, Rahane on 0, and the lead now moved up to 17.
Oh, fantastic period of playing for the South Africans. Great use of the bowlers. I would say that despite not being as quick as the Indian attack has been throughout this test, the South Africans in this innings have found their lines and lengths a lot quicker than in any other innings they've bowled.
Marco Jansen in again from the golf course end, a good length delivery, just sailing past the off stump as Pujara leaves that one.
He's doing what he needs to do for his team. Pujara under some pressure, these two men under some pressure. Hopefully it will feed off each other. Stay positive to extend the lead India have. Get through to today. There's no need for too many runs.
Ooh, interesting. Instead of the man at points, the conventional field, 3 slips, a gully, short leg, cover, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Oh, this one looks like it just sails past the outside edge of Pujara. Good length delivery. Outside off stump that Pujara leans forward to, and as I said, just missed the bat. Marco Jansen doing very well, going across the right-hander while he's coming over the wicket. So exactly what you'd love to see from a left-hander. That ball at 140 kilometers per hour, so ramping it up. But at the fielding position, the man from point has now moved to a leg slip. It's Keshav Maharaj there. As Marco Jansen comes in again, full length delivery, whipped off the pads in front of square, and the man at long on has to go fetch it. Sorry, mid wicket has to go fetch it on the long on boundary. Lungingiri does great fielding to prevent it from going all the way there, and they get themselves 2 runs. The score now 3. Oh, very well run 3. 47 for 2. Pujara on 10, Rahane on strike on 0, and the lead 20.
Great work there from Lungingiri. The fast bowlers are the ultimate athletes. You'd always believe that they are the fittest in the team and have to take the brunt of the load.
Indeed. We just see for Rahane, Keshav Maharaj moves away from leg slip and goes to a deep square leg. Back of a length delivery, very short over the head of Ajinkya Rahane, and hasn't been given as a wide.
Just going past the shoulder, and rising.
It's extracting a lot of bounce, is the 21-year-old Marco Jansen. An exciting prospect for the South African team.
Oh, the tall man, looks like a seasoned campaigner today.
Truly. Left hand over the wicket, in line with off stump, a good length delivery on the front foot. Rahane blocks this. Gets himself a single on the offside and moves the score on to 48 for 2. He's off the mark now. He's on 1.
As we see the shadows coming over the bull ring, we see that the lights have been put on and hopefully getting an extra few minutes of play to get the allotted overs through the day.
Good for the World Test Championship rankings, and also good for South Africa here. You want to be bowling at the Indians now. Marco Jansen coming from around the wicket to Pujara. Good length delivery going into the body of Pujara, but blocked No run there. That ends the 13th over. 48 for 2. The lead 21, the two batsmen in Pujara and Rahane. And we're talking about their stats in the last 20 innings. Ajinkya Rahane has scored only 392 runs at an average of 19.6. Only 250s, so he's under a lot of pressure. And Pujara in the same boat, 388 runs in his 20 innings, an average of 20.42, and only 250s there. So while they are season campaigners, while they have had heroic innings from time to time, right now their position is under a little bit of pressure.
And they will want to make it known, stamp the authority. But as you said, that's why Ajinkya Rahane lost his vice captaincy.
Duan Olivier from the Corlet drive and a good full length delivery just outside off stump. Rahane leaves this one, no run there.
Yes. Ajinkya Rahane has effectively lost vice captaincy of the test team because his position in the team was so uncertain. Lots of inconsistency with his batting. So you're not sure if he is going to be available or in the lineup or make the team lineup if Captain Kohli is not available.
Duan Olivier coming in again, in line with the pads, a good length delivery. Maybe just a little bit back of a length because it hits Rahane a little bit high on the pads.
Not the greatest idea. He was playing a little bit too square towards the mid-wicket boundary, where it's a much straighter delivery. He should be wanting to play to straighter, maybe towards the bowler, just to the bowler's right, and to the right of Murray Erasmus. That's the umpire.
Duan Olivier continues. Full-length delivery in line with the stump, punch down the ground, and the man at mid-off has to run to the leg side, Keshav Maharaj, to do the fielding. Did very well, saved a third run there, and that moves India's total to 50. The 50 for 2, they got that 50 in 81 balls, 7 fours, and also 2 wickets lost.
And not the worst position for India to be in, but South Africa won't be too upset. They've got 2 key batters out and quite early. So they will prefer their chances against Rahane and Pujara.
And we know that Pujara, happy to stay at the crease as long as possible, has ample days. It's still only day 2 here, as Duan Olivier comes in from the corner drive end, pitching this one very short in line with the body of Pujara. He just ducks under, and Carl Verreynne catches that with his glove. Still 50 for 2, Rahane on 3, and Pujara on 10, the lead 23. And just to correct myself, it wasn't Pujara on strike, it was Rahane.
There's no need to go after that, or anything around head height, especially at this stage in the game. You want to take it as deep and as long as possible today. It's only day 2. You've got a lot of time, can post a big total, and put the South Africans into bat.
Back of a length delivery, almost would have squared him up if Ajinkya Rahane didn't just guide this to the man at deep square leg. We're expecting that he's probably going to, the man at deep square leg is probably going to come in to a leg slip position to Pujara, but actually that's not the case. KG Rabada is actually going to mid-wicket on the onside.
Rahane didn't look too comfortable playing that one. There was a little bit of extra bounce that was, just under the armpit, just, throwing the bat down, getting the ball down away from Rassie under the lid.
Last ball of this over, Duan Olivier, back of the length, a top edge from Pujara, but it looks like it's going to land safely beyond the slip cordon. 1 bounce 4, and that takes the score up to 55 for 2. Pujara's score now on 14, and the lead now 28.
Great ball from Olivier. And a few words said, maybe I've said a few words once they got to mid-pitch. This is what we want to see. We want to see some aggression. We want to see attack the batters. Attack the batters. They are 2 season campaigners that want to do well for their spots in the team, for their team, and for themselves as well. So put them under pressure. This is your hometown. Stamp your authority here.
100%. And we're just seeing a bowling change from the golf course end. It looks like it's probably going to be Kagiso Rabada. Yes, it is Kagiso Rabada, leader of the South African attack. India on 55 for 2. Pujara 14, Rahane 4, lead 28. And a question for you, Sean, as a top order batter after this delivery. Kagiso Rabada, good length, going across the right-handed Rahane down leg side. A little bit of an appeal, but nope, I decided against it. But yes, you can see the situation here. It's the end of the day. You probably want to close up shop, but what would you do as a batter in this position? Is it just block, 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 block? Or is it, we're going to try and make some moves here, try get some runs, set a good platform as a KG comes in over the wicket to the right-handed Rahane, back of a length, in line with the stumps, and just blocked out for no run?
No, you would ideally, obviously, anything coming too close to you, you're going to defend. Now it depends on the length and the strength of each batter. You still want to be positive. The moment you become a negative or you become circumspect and batter within yourself, you're putting yourself under even more pressure.
I see KG Rabada coming in again, back of a length delivery outside off stump into the hands of Calvarena, who has 3 slips next to him and a gully. Backward point, short, square leg, a man at fine leg and cover and mid wickets. And the types of deliveries that you'd want to target, Shana, are they wallouts? Are they short, wide? Are they half volleys in line with the off stump? What types of deliveries would you be targeting now to send to the boundary to get your runs? After this delivery, KG Rabada, short length delivery, somehow gets under the edge of Rahane, who tried to just hook or paddle this rather in front of square, but it stayed very low, that delivery. Calvarena having to catch it on his knees.
So it would depend on the strengths, but both these batters are here a little bit too early. They would not have wanted to be in the first 20 overs. I would suspect that they're anything full, they will go for it. Not too wide. They don't want to be chasing anything. So full straight to the stumps, half volleys, that they will go after them.
Oof, another back of a length delivery going straight into Ajinkya Rahane, making it tough to bat now is KG Rabada. Even getting that short leg in play as Rahane just guides this straight to the man there. Potentially, if that caught an edge, then Rassie van der Dussen under the lid would be in business. And we're just seeing Temba Bavuma move from a backward point region to go to a deep square leg. So you're probably going to expect a lot of short length deliveries here, whether you're being aggressive or whether you're being circumspect. There's a man catching at short square leg, and there's also a man catching on the square leg boundary. And he's moving now, the man at fine leg even finer. Kagiso Rabada, a full length delivery outside off stump and blocked to the man at cover. To end the over, 55 for 2. Rahane on 4, Pujara on 14, and the lead on 28.
With that, I would suspect that, prepare Rahane for some short pitch delivery, get him camping, his weight on his back foot, and bowl a full one. Make it as difficult as possible for him, because he is not looking at comfortable at all with that shorter pitch deliveries. It seems to be rising up on him quite sharply. And he isn't in control of the shots. And it's a good plan to have Rassie van der Dussen at short leg, your deep fine leg, and your deep square leg when Rabada's bowling.
A change of ends for Marco Jansen. He was about to deliver a ball, but Pujara just pulled out. And Jansen coming from over the wickets as a left-hander, probably trying to get that angle across the right-hander. He has 3 slips, a gully, a man at a conventional point, short square leg, cover, mid-wicket, and a man on the boundary at fine leg. Marco Jansen for his first ball of the over. It's full, it's straight, it's punched down the ground. And to a vacant long on region, a fantastic drive here from Chiteswa Pujara.
As we said, they will be looking for the fuller deliveries. Both these players are very, I'd say, potent on the front foot. They have all the shots. They can play all around the ground, but they will want anything bowled full and straight, and at them, they will drive.
Another full straight just outside the off stump Pujara gets a big step forward, but shoulders arms as it goes to Carl Verena. But just looking at that previous delivery, as a bowler, you probably wouldn't be too put down by that shot. The key is you wanted to get Pujara moving forward, playing the drive, because that angle that he creates as a left-hander going across the right-hander, if he just keeps driving, maybe he could find an edge, a little bit of movement off the pitch, a little bit of extra bounce, could be hectic. Marco Jansen in again, short length delivery, going across the right-hander. Pujara gets himself out the way as it sails to Carl Verena.
We have a tweet here, Ashwin. They've said that's the third opportunity missed in a row by Mayank Agarwal. Given how good nick he seemed to be in, he must be gutted.
No doubt about that. He has been in good nick after that 150, I believe, against New Zealand. That was in home conditions, though. This is the bull ring. It's a whole different beast. Short length delivery once again going across the left-hander, just a little bit wider, a little bit further down the offside. Carl Verena has to catch it in line with Dean Algard first slip.
Yeah, almost next to Aiden Markram second.
Truly.
Many a time where that happens and the slip cordon get very excited because something will happen, the movement, something will happen.
No doubt about it. Once again, going straight to the left hand or to the right hander. That's full straight. It's played straight to the man at short square leg. Rassie van der Dussen looking sharp, picked it up quickly, shied at the stumps immediately, but Pujara's leg was probably well in the crease. Looked like he wanted to take the single, but sharp fielding from Rassie van der Dussen at a short square leg.
You know, for someone who isn't on debut, he is doing very well at a short leg. Seems to have found his position. Not very often you find some guys with reasonable experience wanting to be at that short leg position. I know certainly that is not a position I want to be in.
Oh, not at all. Marco Jansen in again, back of a length delivery in line with the body, kept out by Pujara. The score now 59 for 2 at the end of the 16th over. Pujara is on 18, Ajinkya Rahane on 4, and the lead is now 32.
Oh, fantastic bowling here. This is what you want. You want to keep the pressure on. And, by the looks of it, Duan Olivier is going to bowl some very short bursts. This is the second time it's only a 2-over spell. So very short bursts, very quick, very aggressive spells. And not sold on these shorter spells of just only 2 overs. Hopefully 4, 5 overs we could get in, but understanding that maybe it's been a while since he's played.
KG Rabada full straight outside the off stump. It's a half volley that Rahane can just carve through the offside, a vacant cover region. Not a good delivery to start off from the golf course end. KG Rabada. With that stroke, Rahane moves on to 8. The score now on 63 for 2 and Pujara on 18 at the other end. The lead also 36.
Fantastic shot there. Made it look simple. Vacant area. Nothing anybody can do. Just go and pick it up after the boundary.
Chasing leather. Fantastic shot. So it's about identifying the half volleys. And that was a beautiful off drive. A little bit square, not all the way through the covers. This one a little bit straighter from KG Rabada, back of a length. And Rahane just blocks this to the man at mid-wicket, into that mid-on region.
And as we've said throughout this test and the previous test, you don't mind batters, on occasion if you get your length wrong, to drive you through the covers. Oh, and unfortunately that ball was a no ball, so he sort of will have to re-bowl that one. But it's unfortunate for it to go for 5 runs.
True. KG Rabada, back of a length delivery, squaring up Ajinkya Rahane and just beating the outside edge as it sailed to the gloves of Carl Verena. He's getting a lot of applause from his teammates here. The leader of the bowling attack, KG Rabada, a little bit of nip off the surface as well. Ooh, so spicy.
This is his home ground. He knows these conditions. This is what he wants. This is what he wants. He wants them to know, stamp his authority. This is my house.
Damn straight.
This is his backyard.
Damn straight. Kagiso in his backyard. Good length delivery, but now in line with the leg stump, and Ajinkya Rahane just guides this to the man at deep square leg. He gets a single. Now on 9, score 65 for 2 in the lead, 38.
Yes, this is the aggression you want to see. You want to see him bowling well, good lines, good lengths, and they've found the lengths and the lines they should be bowling pretty quickly compared to the first test at SuperSport Park, compared to the first innings.
Yeah.
That first hour was very concerning. Now this first hour of this second innings is something to revel about.
Oh, good length delivery. It looked like it jumped on Pujara. Looked a little uncomfortable playing that shot with low hands. Thought about the single, but the man at short leg was quick to get to the other side of the pitch to prevent that from happening. Just a few discussions here between Rahane and Pujara. Maybe just telling him, calm down, buddy. We don't need to take a single there. It is a vacant region here on the offside, but Rassie van der Dussen was sharp and was quick to get to the other side of the pitch. Kagiso Rabada coming in again, a lot fuller, straighter towards the pads. Pujara tried to play this off the pads, but mistimed it and just wrapped him on the pads as Rassie van der Dussen just fetches the ball from short leg. Still 65 for 2. He's on 18, Pujara.
I could only guess that the conversation between Rahane and Pujara about that almost quick single is it's too close. The key with taking quick singles is ensuring that it goes into an area and traveling extremely slow, but
full length delivery outside in line with off stump. Pujara gets on the front foot, a solid forward defensive as that ends the 17th over. 65 for 2. Pujara on 18, Rahane on 9 in the lead, 38.
So you want that ball to be traveling into a vacant area, not too fast that somebody will get there. So everybody has to run towards the ball, and the first person that gets there, you should be ready to slide your bat into the crease, not as they're throwing the ball. That's what you want, but you have to be very decisive. Call almost as soon as the ball hits the bat, and you know where it's going. You want to make that call because you've timed it well. You've judged the angles of the players.
Placed it as well.
You have placed it. So it's a skill that is mastered at this level, or you see it at its best at this level, and you want youngsters to learn more about.
Marco Jansen from the corner drive in, coming from around the wicket to the right-hander. This one dropped down, and a quick single here as Keshav Maharaj fetches that from cover.
Yes, Keshav has to run closer towards there. It's going still a little bit to his right, and it's traveling out there, so he has to make sure, to his left, so he has to make sure that he has to run a little bit more to the left, can't run directly straight at it, giving both batters time to get in. Good, quick running, great calling, great communication, and it will be key. These singles will be key in getting these batters' confidence up.
Rahane on 10 on the non-strikers end, a full length delivery outside off stump, and Chiteswa Pujara just opened the face of the bat and sliced this in between the man at backward point and gully for 4.
A little bit of a risky shot, but calculated risk is always welcome. He placed that, he knew where the fielders were, and just sliced through that gap like a surgeon. Like a surgeon.
Definitely, because they're not exactly square of the wicket. They're actually very parallel to the wicket. So to find that gap from that angle was absolutely classy. We just saw early in the over the third slip moving to that backward point region. Marco Jansen once again around the wickets. It's on the pads. It's going straight to the man at cover. Pujara wasn't interested in the run. Rahane was halfway down the pitch, but a lot of work to be done by Maharaj there. The score after that boundary, 70 for 2, and Pujara moved himself to 22 in the lead to 43. 2 slips, a gully, a man at point, short leg, fine leg, deep leg, and finally mid-wicket and cover. Marco Jansen in again, good length delivery, just sailing over the off stump, well left by Pujara.
Very well left, just leaving on leg as it's nipping in, looking comfortable. This is the Pujaras India will need and want to stay throughout and bat as long as possible.
That is the nature in which he gets his runs. Not very fast, doesn't have the highest strike rates, but he does have a lot of centuries to his name. And if the South Africans can't put him under pressure, he will punish. This one, a short length delivery, ducked under by Pujara as it sails over off middle stump, and Carl Verreynne picks that up. Still no run, 70 for 2, lead 43.
Nice. Singles will be very important to these two, both struggling within the runs department. So if they just, keep the scoreboard ticking, just keep going, getting the singles here and there will give them the confidence when they look up at the scoreboard and it's a much higher score.
It's fallen straight, it's driven, but an inside edge from Chicheswa Pujara. It's going down the ground to a vacant long on region. He's going to get himself another boundary here. 74 for 2 now. He sits on 26, the lead 47, and that ends the 18th over. Maybe a little bit too aggressive here. The South Africans leaving that region a little bit too vacant.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't say that. I would say the line, the Janssen strayed with his line. On any other day outside of stump is a lot better, but just playing it there, covering the line, playing it into that vacant region. These days, that's what you can do. Just playing the inside of the bat, making sure you're getting it through there. I don't think with the sound of the bat, he just timed it really well.
Yeah.
And just that was the plan. He placed that ball.
100%. KG Rabada coming over the wickets from the golf course end, back of a length delivery on top of off stump, and just guided to the man at gully. 3 slips of gully, cover mid wickets. Rassie van der Dussen under the lid at short square leg, and Maharaj warming up. Might get a ball here today. He's a deep square leg. And finally, Duan Olivier at fine leg. And Sean, with just 8 overs left in the day. Oh, wait, it's another no ball here from Kagiso Rabada. That's not nice to see. 75 for 2. Rabada in again. It's full, it's straight, and it's just played off the hips of Ajinkya Rahane. So the man at deep leg. Deep square leg.
KG is bowling a lot less no balls, but it's still concerning with the frequency that they are that he's bowling them. So he'll want to look at that, and given some time, some space between now and the Newland Tasty, it will give him some time just to adjust a few things, work on a few things as he prepares for that.
Coming in again, good length delivery outside the off stump, shoulders, arms here from Chicheswa Pujara. But yes, 8 overs left in the day. Sean, where do you think India would want to find themselves at the end of day 2? What type of lead would they want to amass? Would they want to get to 100 now, or would they be happy where they are?
Well, currently, they've got a very high run rate at 4.1.
Sheesh, that is high. Good length delivery. Looks like it hit Chicheswa Pujara on the pad. The slip cordon were singing. They were really giving a big appeal there. But Kagiso Rabada wanted none of that. Probably not going to go up. Still 76 for 2.
Yeah. So, what my train of thought?
I was asking you about where India would like to find themselves at the end of day 2. Kagiso Rabada, a good length delivery in line with the stumps, just blocked out by Pujara at 76 for 2.
Apologies, I was so excited about that LBW shout and I lost my train of thought. But I would reckon they would want a minimum 100 runs at the end of the day. That's where they would want to see themselves. They want to see themselves at 100 runs. If not, the most important thing for them is not losing another wicket.
Kagiso Rabada coming in here full on the pads of Pujara. He drives this or blocks this out. It was in the block hole, York length delivery. And the man at mid-wicket does the fielding there. No run off that. 76 for 2. Pujara on 26. Rahane on 11. The lead 49.
Yeah. So I think India right now are in a great position with the runs that they have on the board. They will be very concerned with the wickets they've lost. So they will want to continue with no wicket loss.
Rabada in again. This one, back of a length, outside leg stump, and just guided to the man at deep square leg. Another single. The score now 77 for 2. Pujara on 27, Rahane on 11, and the lead has now moved to 50.
Great position for them. This is, I don't think KL will be too upset. Maybe with his wicket and the two openers going out cheaply, he can be quite disappointed, gutted almost. But with the start that they've had, it can only get better from there. And India do have players that want to bat and players that will want to take the game forward. So get through to today with no more loss of wickets and bat throughout the day to tomorrow.
A bowling change here for the South Africans. Keshav Maharaj comes into the attack, only bowled the 1 over in the first innings. The fielding positions we can see now, while everyone is still setting up, there's a man at slip, man at backward point, backward square leg, man at mid wickets, a short cover, Dean Algar on the second strip. Finally, a man at mid off and mid on. There's a man literally at backward cover on the ring. If this were a one-day international, Temba Bavuma moving a little bit straighter as Keshav coming left arm around, but pulled out of this delivery. Didn't look too comfortable. Don't bowl it if you're not sure. Once again, around the wickets, this one, it's a good length delivery, straight played to the man at short cover, Dean Algar. No run there.
Yeah, both as a batter and as a bowler, if you're not sure, stop.
100%.
Stop, take count of everything that's going on.
Maharaj in again, this one a little bit too close to the pads, but driven straight to the man at mid on for no run there.
This is Keshav's second over of this test. Hopefully, he'll get some purchase of it, and I would say they would want to use him to hold out an end, keep the run rate low.
That's probably it. A full straight delivery that Pujara gets well forward to, blocks that out. And you did mention that run rate achieved. It was sitting at just over 4. It was 4 at the end of the previous over. Now just 3.9. So maybe that's exactly what the South Africans need. Maharaj in again. This one outside off stump, but short. It's a gimme, and it's carved to the offside boundary. The man at cover, the cover on the ring, had no chance trying to dive for that, conceding big runs there.
Very disappointing. That it's short, wide, outside the off stump, no turn, and Pujara just climbing into that and hitting it just in front of the point fielder for 4.
Moves Cheteshwar Pujara to 31. This one outside the off stump. A little bit fuller from Keshav Maharaj and well left by Cheteshwar Pujara. Ajinkya Rahane on 11 on the opposite end. The lead now 54, 81 for 2. Maharaj coming in again. This one very straight, finds the outside edge and is racing to the third man boundary. That is absolutely moving. An opportunity there, potential for the South Africans.
Potential opportunity, but this is what you want from your spinner. Allow the opportunity. It's not often we see too many spinners bowling at the Wanderers. So, you can't be too upset with that. It was a great ball, just on the outside edge, and the two openers, number 3 and number 4, have managed to get India to the end of the day after 20 overs at 85 for 2.
Yes, it is the end of the day's play. Keshav Maharaj getting the last over of the day. But yes, that does end the second day's play. And I'm just going to give you a match summary. South Africa started the day on 31 for 5 with Dean Algar and Keegan Peterson in on 11 and 14 respectively. The first wicket to fall was Dean Algar. He fell to Thakur. Rishabh Pant got that, an edge to the keeper. 28 was what he got. After that, Rassie van der Dussen fell shortly after, just getting the 1 run. A controversial decision from the umpire as Thakur got his second wicket. Keegan Peterson fell after that. He was caught by Agarwal, a very thick outside edge. He got himself a half century, 62 off 118 balls. Kyle Verreynne and Temba Bavuma also had a good partnership there. Got themselves a 50 partnership before Verreynne was caught LBW by Thakur. And Temba Bavuma, after getting his half century, he fell for 51. Thakur, yet another victim. Rishabh Pant, yet another catch. Marco Jansen fell also to Thakur. Oh, sorry, it was actually KD Rabada before. Mohammad Shami got him. and Siraj caught him. And then it was Keshav Maharaj. He got a quick fire, 21 off 29 before being bowled by Jasprit Bumrah, and Marco Jansen got 21 for 34. Finally, Duan Olifield, he stayed 1 not out after Lungi Ngidi got a thick outside edge first ball that Rishabh Pant caught. South Africa putting on 229 before India came in. They lost 2 wickets at the end of the session. KL Rahul, the first to fall, Marco Jansen striking there. Very smart catch from Aiden Markram at second slip. He fell for 8, and Mayank Agarwal fell for 23. LBW by Duan Olifield, which left Cheteshwar Pujara and Ajinkya Rahane, and they still stay there on 35 and 11 respectively. India 85 for 2 at the end of day 2, and we'll probably see you tomorrow for the day 3. And it's going to be an interesting day of cricket. Sean, thank you so much.
Thank you, Depo. It was a phenomenal day of cricket, and the wickets galore. There's still a lot in this test match, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. And that's Tepo Taylor and Sean Mayers signing out. Have a lovely evening.